right, let me check the audio. Audio should be good though. Just double check before I get started. All right, let me check the audio. That's not bad. All right, I'll do one better. I will pin the link. Yeah, hold on. Ain't nobody gonna call in though. Yo, I gotta play dumb one live to get folks to call in. One live I gotta play dumb so somebody can feel froggy and call in. Like most people know. That's why you got. I mean, the videos do damn near 2,000, so a lot of people watch is not FBA. A lot of haters watch, but they don't call in. They know. Easy voice. They know. But so I wasn't even going to do this show right here on this topic. It was going to be about male babblers that overinflate black crime statistics, things like that. But as I was preparing for that, I was listening to a video Tariq Nasheed got called Fleeing Flip-Flop Flunky Ask What is FBA Culture? And I almost forgot about the 3S. Flies, forehead. Was it flies, foreheads, and flip-flops? So as I'm watching this, I'm hearing this dude talk about we ain't got no culture. And I already did a video like last year on FBA culture. So these folks like to make up their own definition of what culture is. And by doing that, they'll purposely leave us out. I mean, yeah, you made up a definition that excludes us. Cool. But that ain't the definition. So also heard other FBAs try to defend this and rebut it and argue. Okay. And I always thought, like, why is it so damn hard to like explain our culture? I'm like, why is it so hard? And I wanted to see like what would their rebuttals be, because they say language. This is stuff they make up. It's tethers. They say language and customs. Okay. Hey, man, you speak a 600 million old language, that's your issue. You got cows pooping in your head, that's your issue. Hey, that ain't custom. I mean, that's a custom, but that ain't culture for us. That might be culture for y'all. That ain't culture for us. Letting a cow poop on your head. Come, okay, go sit there. Letting a cow poop in your head for us, that we don't consider that culture. Okay, bush meat hunting and things like that, that's not culture to us. So I get it why our culture, they don't acknowledge as culture, because they're really primitive compared to us. Okay, they live in a third world country. Like, I don't expect them to like understand like technology, electricity, computers, and electric cars, you know, the things that we do on a regular basis. So there's no one thing to define our culture. This is what I came up with. I'm like, yo, really? Our culture just being great consistently, year in, year out. Like, that's our culture. It's literally being great. As I read to you the other day, all those, I got some more today as well at this live continue. I got more names, more black millionaires right after born into slavery. So a millionaire, and they're like, can you imagine that? You were born a slave. We're talking about chattel slavery, plantation slavery, brutal, inhumane slavery, and in your lifetime, matter of fact, not even 60, 25, 30 years old, you're a millionaire. That means like you out-earned your master, the guy who claimed to be your master, and you out-earned all the white folks around you. And you were born a slave. You want to talk about a disadvantage? That's greatness. All the innovations and inventions where this country would be shit without it. So I'm like, our culture is just greatness. It's just one word. It's just greatness. If there's no way to really explain it other than saying our culture is greatness, and who really can argue that after we lay out the receipts? That's the conclusion I came to. It's like 1865. Yeah, again, fighting. That's another point I had. 1865, fighting against white supremacy, resistance. All odds are stacked against us when we're communities burned down and we still build it back up and become great again. Over and over and over. Resilience. Big, but it all comes back down to just greatness. Our culture is greatness. Now, look at working boots, like the cat working boots and the Timberlands. They're like the same thing. We didn't turn a working boot to a fashion statement. Now the entire world looks at Timberland boots as a fashion statement. That was never their intent. They made Timberlands like no different than cat boots. It's a high-end cat boot. For construction workers, factory workers, we made them into a fashion designer brand. Now they got coats and headbands, all other type of bullshit. That's greatness. That's us. Look at fitted hat, snap on, snap back, turn it backwards, turn it sideways, half on your head, like Memphis Bleak. Y'all know who he is. Memphis Bleak. Through the wave cap under. That's greatness. Not the whole world now. 90 years later, you got Nigerians doing that. Taking pictures. The whole Mobb Deep. So you gotta have it, Prodigy from Mobb Deep. Same thing. Wear the hat barely on top of their head, hanging off a little bit. That's our culture. And everybody does it. So for these guys to brag about culture and nobody does it but them, and when they do it, the entire world laughs and scoffs because it looks very primitive. Like, it's not bragging rights, bro. Bragging rights when you have a culture and people look and be amazed, like, wow, oh, that's cool, and then they emulate it. That's the goal. You think your culture is so valuable that they emulate it. So we got Will Yesharon, peace. We got J.R. Meadows, peace. We got Same Day calling in. We got Deep South, Tashi D, Portland, Carlos Magus. Who else out there? Oh, we got Nak Meezy. Hey, brother, that pick with the 9 kids was not Haitian. She might be FBA. Yeah, y'all funny. Well, well, might be FBA. That FBA gonna stand for forever Black and Haitian. The H is silent. Hey, what's up, Same Day? Oh, you on mute. All right. So let me think in the building. Yeah, so our culture is greatness. Like there's no 10, 12, 15 different ways to explain it. Just greatness. So what's your culture, nigga? Greatness. What's that? Greatness. Everything we do is just great. Even when we hop into these different religions.
Right.
Look what the Hebrew Israelites did with Judaism. Look at what we do it. Look at the black churches we do with Christianity, and look at the nation Islam, what they did with Islam.
Right.
So when we go to religion, we make it look so much respectable, and people want to join. Like, oh shit! Like besides that, nobody really want to join Judaism or Islam and all these crazy religions. We get into it, become flashy. It becomes, appealing, enticing. Now you got Black, Hispanics, all type of Haitians in that IUIC Israelite camp.
Me no black.
Yeah, so somebody said, Yvette Carnell did a video was everybody want to be black without the legacy.
Mm-hmm. They say they want the rhythm, but they don't want the blues.
Right. They want the rhythm, they want the blues. How the hell is my, hold on. All right. So I'm going to play a little bit of the discussion. I'm going to pause it.
Hop on, Big GT. Big GT, hop on here. Let me let him get his off real quick since I clapped on him a couple of times. Big GT, hop on in. What do I got?
You can't be lying to your people like this.
How?
Could you just tell me what makes up culture? What's the essential ingredients of culture?
Shared experiences. That's the thing. Shared experiences.
What else?
It ain't language because y'all tell this like, well, your language makes it. No,
Language is one. Yes, language is part of culture.
language doesn't make your culture because
Customs is another one that makes culture. That's an essential part of culture. Customs.
not really.
Can you tell me some FBA customs?
We have culture. We don't do the same repetitive shit over and over again. We have culture. We have
That don't make no sense, my guy. You have to have customs to make culture.
sense. What don't make sense? We don't do little primitive.
You can't have culture without customs.
No, yes, you can. The hell you
No, you can't.
can.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
You do, and you don't.
Name me a culture without customs.
Our culture, as all the food innovations that we have, the music, all of our music genres that you enjoy come from us. That's our culture.
I said customs.
No, we don't have customs. We got culture. We got something bigger.
So what? So what's your cultural norms then? What do you guys do? Do you have festivals? Do you have
I just told you what our culture is.
Yeah, I'm going to pause
We
it.
have culture. We
Let me
don't
walk
have
back to the
primitive
computer.
customs. What's your culture?
we got Yam Festival? We pour libation. We got Kente.
Okay. Oh, shit. Let me get to an outlet. Charge my laptop. What you feel about that same day?
Yeah, man, about RJ, man. RJ always getting on my nerves, just like Bush meet Barrister, man. They always on that tether stuff.
Yeah, but what you feel about what he said?
Man, I was messing with the settings, man.
Hold on.
I was trying to figure out how to mute myself, how to do stuff over here on Zoom. This is my first time on Zoom, but I got you.
All right. So he tried to redefine what a culture is and custom. First, he said, what festivities should you have? What festivals? Well, to us, that's primitive, for one.
Mm-hmm.
We have parties, and every party change. You know what I mean? We don't do festivities. Like our updated 2025, 2000, 21st century of a festival is a party.
Right.
We have gatherings. You know what I mean? That go. We just do it because we just feel like doing it.
Yep.
Like, you know, like some of us got that relative house or that friend house that just the house where everybody end up going. And look, there's no memo, there's no flyer. We just congregate there, like as you just want to, and everybody just be there like magnets. Just be a great build. Like that's part of our culture. There's no memo, there's no date, December 13th. No, we just do it.
Yep.
It's always
Me and the
that
homies,
one
they still do
relative
that to
house.
this day.
Right. But they want to ignore like the way we do things because they don't understand us. And as you see, when people talk to these disgusting tethers, we realize more and more that they don't know anything about us. They're cosplaying, so we give them the benefit of the doubt and think they know something. They don't know anything. And then we see it through the conversation. Like,
Exactly.
wow, like, this guy don't know what we do on a regular basis. And
They
it's
don't know
because
the
they're
reason.
not really invited. Like,
Right. They don't know the reason. They don't know what it's for. Why?
and they're never invited because we sent, like, one thing about FBAs is that we don't rock with weird behavior. If you acting weird, and you could be FBA. If you acting weird, we kind of don't invite you to nothing.
Exactly.
So you got to blend as much as possible, and you cool. So, because I know a lot of tethers that I play basketball with, shoot pool with, you know, that I would never do nothing with them, ever. Outside of that arena, outside of bowling or basketball. And it ain't because I don't want to because of a personal reason. It's like, nah, dude, you're off. Like everything about you is like uncool. You got like Sis said, they got the penny loafers, the tight jeans, high waters. Like, dude, I'm not doing nothing with that.
Yep.
The tight shirt with the little chest hairs. Like, dude, I'm good. Like that's weird. It looked cool on you, but that's weird. All right.
Yeah, they're doing the best they can.
So we don't have to do something over. Look. Okay, what about dancing? Now he'll say, remember, he said you gotta do it often and over. Okay, that's a custom. We dance a lot. But guess what? We ain't doing the same dance, so it ain't culture because we ain't doing the same old outdated dance every day, every party, every get together. No. Right. And we come up with new dance, and then our music. You know, we got different genres. We got soul, funk. So, but according to Tether, said that we need to stick to just one genre, and that's culture. But if you mix it up and update it and upgrade it, it's no longer culture.
Yeah,
so in other
words,
he just trying to say
FBA. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was saying what I love about FBA that, you know, we so FBA right now, right here, Moran, that if we wanted to, we could come up with the new lingo right now. We could pick any word that we want, put some swag on it, and everybody will start saying that stuff all around the nation. That's what I love about us. You know, we coming up, it's in you. It's in you.
Right.
When they was talking about FBA, that wasn't made up, you know, in so many years, but it was always in us. It's just somebody needed to define that. Yeah. And when they put a definition on it, we rocking with it. Now, they talking that we only a million strong now. They was like, Kev, man, y'all, you know, y'all FBA, y'all just an internet situation. I would say it's probably 1 million of y'all. I would say that's a big number. It's still not enough.
That's a huge number out of a name that came out of nowhere that had no propaganda. Like African American had press, had everybody behind that one. This one was just word of mouth.
Word of mouth.
Social media.
It's moving like wildfire. You know, I mean, like I had one dude that rejected it, but the other two dudes that I talked about it, what's FBA, Kev? And I explained it to him.
It's nothing to reject because all you gotta ask him is this. Like I just simplify it. Like I did it with Unc. Even he agreed at the end because it's so easy to. It's like, are you Black American? He's gonna say yes.
Right.
Okay. Were your ancestors foundational and established this country? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Foundational. Yes. It's a description. It's an adjective describing what type of Black American you are.
Lineage. It's not a club.
So?
Lineage. Where you from?
Yeah.
Wait, I love that question. Where you from? Kid them every time. Where you from, Ron?
And, oh my God, they hate that.
Hell yeah. I say where you from? I say it so quick or whatever. But then I learned that the Ella, you know, they be over there cosplaying me. They be like, okay, Kev, where your family from? I be like, I'm from Alabama. They be like, okay, I'm from Alabama. I be like, damn.
Yeah, that's what they'll do. And then you give everything. They'll write all that stuff there. That's why like we haven't really been showing our family trees. All they're gonna do is copy it and say it's theirs.
That's all they're gonna try to do, bro. Because I noticed that a lot of people were saying South Carolina. A lot of tethers. They was like, ooh, South Carolina, and that's where you at. They was like, yeah, South Carolina. I'm from South Carolina.
That's the worst state to say.
Oh my God. But you can catch a tether when they say New York. Even though New York ain't a hotbed, you know, it's not like everybody a tether there. It is a bunch of tethers over there. That's Jamaican, Caribbean, blah, 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 over in New York. Because that's where they came in at, you know, that's where they go when they come to America, to New York.
And in his dialogue, what's going to irk you, and all of us, going to irk all of us, is that he keeps saying, we don't have culture, but he keeps saying, my guy, my guy, my guy. It's like, dude, where you get that from?
Where you get that from? Yeah. You made that. Oh,
like,
yeah.
You're supposed to be saying, hello, excuse me, sir. Yeah, speak proper English. Excuse me, sir.
Right.
Not my guy.
What's up? Shout out to the chat.
I
see y'all over in the chat. You know, we got James Sutler. He said family reunion, so he might be FBA right there without a wrench right there, Ron. My man James Sumler.
I got him a Lineage wrench.
Yeah, he looked like he family. You know, I was loving, you know, that you know, like we doing real good out here, man. We loving it. I'm loving FBA, man. We just steady growing, and more people finding out about it. And I know my girl, you know, she FBA already. I ain't never told her about it, but I mean, every time I play with Tyreek or whatever, she don't have no problem. She don't ever tell me to turn off that. Nothing.
Also, FBA said that they invite him on any platform. Now, the last time I heard him talk, he said he needs $5,000.
Yeah.
So he got to make his mind up. Is he gonna come to any platform, or he will, but he needs $5,000. This guy said he needs $5,000.
That's pathetic.
That's guy that the internet doesn't even know about. This dude numbers are so trash, and he's been online for like 20 years straight. You should be having like 4,000, 6,000 live viewers. How long he's been online consistently?
He would think that.
Yeah, his name been going around. I remember Sunday was saying his name way back in the day.
I know. He should be bigger than he is, and he know that. And if you called him yesterday he had a good show yesterday. He actually went on somebody else's platform yesterday, Ron. Could you believe it?
Yeah, it's probably his boy. Bro, listen. I know people personally that's on YouTube, these YouTube spaces. I could go Chief X, I can go Prince, I could go Naeem, who's Laura Abba, who's been calling this guy, who's a former that's two right there, who's been calling this guy out for like 15 years, and he's been dodging them. So he does not. Yeah, so if you want to start accepting challenges, then you got to accept their challenge first. Chief X and Lord Abba. Okay, those are the first two he need to go speak to immediately.
Sabir usually stay on his platform all the time.
Either one of them.
He stay on his platform, but yesterday what happened was they got this new app or platform called Clubhouse. You ever heard of it?
Yeah, Clubhouse. Yeah.
All right, so there was a bunch of Moors on Clubhouse, and they called into Sabir Bey's show. So he went live on YouTube, but he in the Clubhouse. So the reason that I was saying that he didn't have a mic is because the Clubhouse was the mic. That was the mic. So Sabir was talking, trying to over talk and being long winded. And every now and then the Clubhouse was like, you know what? Hey, Sabir, let my man speak. And then Sabir had to yield and let my man get off. And it was some FBAs in the Clubhouse too. And I just kept going in the chat talking about I agree with that FBA. I knew it was pissing off Sabir, but it didn't matter. He won't block me for some reason. He wants to block me, but I've been around enough where he can't really block me.
Right, he won't block nobody. He won't block me either. He keeps saying he will, but he never does. All right, so let me respond to let me respond to a troll in there. I mean, because I troll, but I don't go crazy. I'm not disrespectful like Kwame American Dream. But let me respond to High Sun Green. It's very funny to watch FBA tethers go at it. Just fake. They go at it. Oh, they're dividing. Like he trying to act like a white person. Like I love to see black people go at war. Shut up and let me block you. Okay. Shut up.
No war over here. This FBA spaces. So any tethers, that's what we're not even trying to deal with all that. We will entertain something like that, but if it gets stupid, then we getting rid of you.
All right, we can play a little more.
We've got the clan languages. Like you could go on and on and on.
Custom. That's a custom.
And also, when they mention the language thing, as though English ain't a language, like I just wanted them to explain that. Custom, you got to have language. I never knew another language outside of English. Does English not count as a language? Like I need to know that. Like what's going on here? All right, what's going on with English not being a language, not being counted as a language? You say you speak 10 languages. That's because you flee to 10 different countries.
Hell yeah,
and I'm gonna show them getting kicked out, or people protesting to get kicked out of other countries.
No, it's not. That's culture. That's essential part of culture.
Not applicable to anybody outside of that.
The group, I think the dictionary
it don't work to anything outside of the village. That's a custom, sir. That's not a culture. Come on, what's your culture? What do you have?
Put the link in the so when y'all got a video reference, put the link in the chat. I can't look it up mid live.
Have going on that can transpire outside of the village? I don't have you muted, GT.
And Pinky had a great link of a bunch of successful Black FBAs in the 1800s, late 1800s.
Hold on, let me get my brother Dan in here. Brother Dan, hop on. I don't have you muted, GT. Dan, hop on, bro.
Don't bring up Dan, because Dan knows the score. He's not gonna save you, my guy. And if culture hasn't transitioned or African culture hasn't gone nowhere, Brazil, you have African culture. You have Yoruba culture there. That's customs and practices that have gone across the thing.
Culture?
This dude naming primitive, savage ways of life, and he's calling them culture.
And they don't. No. It's passed down. Culture is passed down through generations.
Okay, so listen.
That's custom. Wait.
All right, hold. So now let me address that. He said culture is passed down. Now look how primitive they are. They got to pass it down by word of mouth, and they got to show each other this dance, this thing they do. We don't got to do that. Like, our kids pick up immediately. Ain't nobody okay, do the nanny. Look, they know it before us. Here.
Exactly.
Here's the name. Swing your hand like this. Twist your head. We don't got to do all that stupid shit. So the real culture is when it's just in you to pick it up and take it to the next level. Like, we ain't down here training our kids. Like, because I train a lot of Indian kids, and they have like dances where it's like a custom dance they do for like generations.
Right.
But they gotta be taught it.
Okay.
So if they're not taught it, they don't know how to do it. Like, they gotta go to practice and everything. Like, we ain't like, so you gotta practice your culture to get it right.
That's what I said. When me and you right now could come up with the next slang word right now. I don't know. Let me call it. Let me see. Okay.
Swazi. That's my word. Swazi.
Yeah, whatever. What it mean? What it mean, Ron?
Swazi is it replaces your. Sometimes you get a little older and you can't think of something. You're like, yo, oh, back then we say whatchamacallit.
Yeah.
But I just say Swazi till I remember. My students, I'll be like, yo, grab the Swazi, and they're like, but the ones that's new, like, what's that? But the ones that didn't.
Now look,
right.
Motherfuckers start saying Swazi all over the world. You gonna know that me and you started that shit, and these bitches, I'm about to start saying Swazi all day. And it's funny because me and my family, the dudes I grew up with a bunch of dudes. I probably had like one or two girls on the block, but just a bunch of fellas. We used to always pay each other a quarter when we came up with new fucking slang. And that was just nothing. It's nothing. That's not even hard to do. Start saying something crazy, and my man starts saying something crazy, and I'd be like, you know what? I like that. I'll pay you a quarter for that. That's what was something we did when we was kids.
Man.
I
think you said part of the culture.
Talking about slang and culture and ebonic, I understand everything about that. We always making up words and coming up with new slang, and watch my man start saying it down the street. Like, I think the latest one was that pseudo came out of New York. So they started saying that stuff in New York, like pseudo.
What's that?
I think that means something like, you ain't telling the truth, you being fake or whatever. So everybody starts saying pseudo. I don't say it. I'm in Detroit. I don't say pseudo.
Oh, pseudo.
I don't say that.
Pseudo came from Unc and the Amara Squad. Yeah, they started saying that first on Sinetta. And then, then we all started saying after that. Then he called it the pseudo killers because we could debunk information. Yeah. So pseudo from Unc, who is from Maryland but lives in Georgia now. Yeah, like he made that popular. Yeah.
Yep. That's how it go though.
And
that's
then
how
it took off. Like
go.
pseudo is just part of a small community, really Sinetta TV studio community, and then it blew up from there. Everybody started using it.
Everybody started saying pseudo. I can't say it. It just don't fit in my vernacular. And that's what.
But it's just old now. But you know how words going. It's played out now. Yeah, we've been saying pseudo way back in like 18, bro. Before the pandemic, we were saying pseudo. Like around 17, 18, we were saying pseudo. Like it's so
the homie Panther said, I'm
now.
from New York. He said, that ain't from New York. He don't say, he will say, I
you.
thought they said that in New York, Panther. He's like, we don't say that, man.
Yeah, I tell you, ain't New York. Man, that's not New York. All right, let me play some more.
Nope, that's customs. That's customs. So I asked you, what has been handed down to the FBA that is custom? I just want to know. I don't want to hear no waffle, Dan. I don't want to hear no waffle.
Man, calm
All right.
down, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Look, check it out, right? So, Black American.
And yeah, before Dan respond, I noticed that do tethers have like a special microphone? Yo, cause they always louder than the callers. They always louder than Tariq's guests.
Right.
I'm like, damn, that microphone be on 10.
Yep.
Culture. We have a shit ton of things. You cannot walk into a Black American woman's house or man's house without speaking to them. That's one thing.
That's greeting.
Also, no, that's Black American culture. Greeting is, hey, what's up?
That's greetings. You knock on someone's door.
The culture.
You don't walk into somebody's door, bro. That's
the culture.
So he now look at this guy. He talks about culture. He never defines it formally, right? Because you would think that if we're going to debate a topic and a word, you would think you will be able to bring the definition to hold people, to marginalize them, to hold them into these parameters and say, hey, this is culture. But he never brought a working definition. So when Tariq, Dan, whoever brings up culture, FBA culture, he dismisses it like as a living dictionary. It's like, dude. So when we do give you examples of culture, you just dismiss it. That ain't culture. Like culture, it just only. So basically, what I was gonna say earlier, when I cut you off, to this guy, culture is limited to just whatever Africans do. Like that's what I got from this conversation. It's like, yo, he dismissed anything we did. So to me, it just whatever Africans do, that's culture. And whatever they don't do, it ain't culture.
That's
me. That's saying hello, my guy.
No.
Hello, is anybody in?
Listen, it's
knock. Hello, is anybody?
No. When you walk into
Give me
somebody's
some
house
customs.
in our
Give me
culture,
some customs.
Bro, when you walk into somebody's house in our culture, right? You don't just walk up and say, hey, you have to find the person whose house it is and say, hey, so-and-so came over to see you. And if you don't do that, it's considered disrespectful. That's the culture.
That's practice all over the world.
Also, hospitality, Southern hospitality is our culture. Okay? How about watching each other kids? You know, even though you didn't even ask me to. Your kids out there, and maybe your kids in the trash can. And I'll go tell you, like, hey, your kid, you did, that's FBA culture. Like, we look out for each one kids without even though we don't probably even speak. Hey, your kid was out there in the trash can. Your kid did this. Your kid was out there playing with bees. You should get stung. She keep messing around. And I mean, that's part of our culture. But there's also, no definition because it evolves. But tethers can't fathom.
In Southern culture, it is custom. It's our culture, by the way. But you would call it a custom to offer somebody something to drink.
Custom is culture, my guy.
Offer something to drink when they come over.
Yeah, LA from Jersey, that's a strategy, but you got to understand everybody's strategy is different. Because even I switched my strategy. I used to be really aggressive, but now I'm like and sarcastic. But now I'm more cool. So I'm exactly what you say. Like I cook them and don't even like toot my own horn. I'll cook them and just keep it moving. Like, all right, brother, have a good day. We'll talk next time. And they become recurring guests until I block them. But other folks are going to be, like the Dennis Sperling is going to be Dennis Sperling. Professor Truth is going to be Professor Truth. Jason Black is going to be hard. He's going to be very factual. He's going to be very articulate and eloquent. He's getting to the point. He might have like a little joke here and there. But styles make fights. You heard of that, right? Styles make fights. So we can't give everybody the same style. We see what you got, what you coming with, and then we make that adjustment. Mayweather fought differently every fight. Sometimes fights he was very aggressive. Some fights he was stay in the pocket and shoulder roll, and then some fights he'll be on his horse. He'll be running, avoiding you, making you miss till you get tired. The styles make fights.
Also, watching people go into the house. I mean, we got a shit ton of
bro, that's not customs, bro. That's not customs.
That's the culture, brother. That's the culture.
That's not, bro.
Borrowed
You haven't given me
That's
nothing.
the culture,
Practice
brother.
all over the world.
That's the
granddaddy
culture.
nurse.
You greet the house owner of the
That's the
house.
culture.
You knock on the door.
Like, why do
Are
y'all
you
do
the
this
owner of the
thing
house?
where y'all minimize our culture?
No.
Try to
I'm
make
asking
y'all
for
seem
some
like y'all
cultural.
something special.
I'm asking for some customs that you guys practice. Practice.
So, for everybody who came late, to avoid these long, ongoing arguments, when they ask our culture, just one word. When they ask what is our culture, just one word: greatness. There's no other way to define it. It's just greatness. Just look at us. Aren't we the greatest black people on the earth? I dare one of them to say no. Like, come on now. We can name like 50 millionaires in the 1800s. They can't name one. We can name so many innovators. They can't name one. We can name 50 inventors. They can't name one. Okay? And we're 13, at that point, about 6% of the population. And we're born in slavery. Like, we're just getting out of slavery. These dogs been free since this. Y'all don't know this, but Jamaicans, they've been free since like the late 1700s, and we know the Haitians 1804. So these guys got almost 100-year head start over us, and that produced nothing. No significant people at all. No Malcolm X's, Frederick Douglass, Robert F. Williams, no A. Philip Randolph, no Booker T. Washington, no Frederick Douglass, and all these great people. No Biddy Mason, Madam C.J. Walker, Maggie Lena Walker. No, nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, what's our culture? Greatness. I don't even know how to answer that other than saying greatness.
That's all over the world, though.
Right. So, where do you practice this culture yours at?
What's unique? What's unique that makes it FBA culture? I'm asking you a question.
Where do you practice this culture yours at?
People practice culture. So,
and eventually, I'm gonna shut this all down. I'm gonna cook this and explain our culture very easily.
Culture moves with the people.
Right. So, would you say you have more British culture or more Ghanaian culture?
I have Ghanaian culture because I was raised by
you don't
Ghanaian.
Have nothing to do with the British.
Nah, except for queuing in line and all that kind of shit. That's British culture.
So you admit
you know, queuing up and all that kind of stuff.
So you don't celebrate European culture at all?
Don't put that in there.
Nah.
You standing in front of a Dior store.
Dior's buying clothes, bro, guy.
But you standing in front of it though. Like this is
I'm standing on the street. Someone took a picture of me outside the Dior store.
You are
in the evening. Nope. The restaurant that I went to is next door to the Dior store. So I was standing outside. As you can see, I'm smoking. No. The Dior store is next door to the restaurant.
You would know it.
Yeah, but why is he in the Dior store? Okay, you know, I did like a small tribute, but I'm gonna do a whole live dedicated to Dapper Dan. It's like, yo, you're only wearing designer because of Dapper Dan. Yeah, it's in there. Go get it. Yeah, so you're only wearing designer because of Dapper Dan. You dig? So, because designer it wasn't stylish at all. It was goofy, made for women, really. A lot of folks don't know that. Designers was really just made for women. The men's selection was damn near non-existent until Dapper Dan. Dapper Dan, like, literally created a men's section in designers. And even right now, if anybody buys designers, if anybody know right now, the men's section is nowhere near the women's section. Still now. Still lopsided. It always was. Yeah, but at one point, there was no section for men. That was Dapper Dan. And Dapper Dan is the reason why Supreme blends like their brand with like Nike or Louis. Dapper Dan started that, where like different designers come and merge, like Nike and Supreme, Off-White and Nike. You know. Hold on a second. Let me just replay. Yeah, so go back in there with it.
It don't really matter, bro. It don't really matter.
Exactly.
But
I don't understand what you're talking.
Oh, same bit. Did you know that back in like the 80s, designer was like this for women?
Yeah,
like really
a
men's section. Yeah.
I think that first.
I'll tell you like this, right? It's odd for me to hear a Pan-African like yourself who claims you have no bias against Black Americans sit here and try to make it seem like a people with a lineage of over 400 years in this country say that we don't have a culture. That's ridiculous, GT.
I'm asking you because you're saying that other people don't have cultures.
How long?
You're saying other people. You're saying other people.
Okay, how long does a culture take to develop in your mind?
I will say probably 100 years.
Okay, so we've done 3 times that. So you saying even with us doing 3 times?
But your culture was based on other people bringing culture with them.
Hold on, time out. So you
okay? See now, the same day. Listen,
man, that was beautiful. He said 100 years, huh?
Right. Yeah, he cooked them, but he let them slide though. See, you're not gonna tell me again. See, you're not gonna tell me because let's say the white man started with suits and ties. That if we take that and mix it up and create something out of that, that doesn't count because that's the white man's suit. No, that's a lie. That's still culture. Okay, and I explained that in a video where I talk about innovators versus inventors. Okay, so inventions versus innovations. Inventions are usually inferior to the innovations. Okay, so when cause look at the first cell phone and look at the cell phone now. Which one is better?
Right.
Look at the car.
Innovation.
Yeah. So look at the house. Look at the first spaceship. The first plane.
Wow.
Yeah. So innovations are they try to downplay it. See, Africa is an invention. Other modern countries are innovations. Right. So Africa stayed in the invention stage while other countries innovated. That's why they're doing 100 times better, 1,000 times better. So they try to strip away innovations and try to make you locked into inventions. That's not gonna work with me.
Right.
I know innovations
that.
are largely better than the invention, and they work better, more consistent, and more in demand.
Never thought of it like that, but that's the idea. Innovation is better than invention. The invention is the first, the first way, the first time, the first gen. But the innovation,
it's the first thought. But guess what? It's the first thought. It's the first prototype, but it's useless. You can't use it. But so it's limited in its usage. So folks come behind. So now you had the idea, but I made it better.
Yes. We always freaking it up.
I made it more useful. I made it more practical.
Exactly.
I made it more in demand. Everybody wants your invention because of me. Because of what I did to it. The tweaks I did.
Innovation. I never looked at it like that. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go look at that.
So we are innovators, but we're inventors, but we're really innovators. We make shit better. And you ain't gonna take that away from us because we're great at it. So anything we're great at, they'll try to act like doesn't count. But you'll see tethers always try to act like what we're great at doesn't count. It doesn't fit the criteria of whatever they're trying to argue. And in this case, culture.
Yep.
You saying that we have a culture?
Yeah, because it was brought by other people and mismatched together to make a new culture. I told you this.
So you agreeing that we have culture?
Of course you have culture. I'm asking you for your customs.
Why would you ask me?
I'm asking you for your customs because your customs make up your culture. No, you never told me. No, you never told me. Greeting is everybody greets somebody when they knock on somebody's house.
No.
That's practiced all over the world.
Whoa. It's not just
whoa.
How you greet. How you greet.
Bro,
yeah, that's another thing. With the greet. See, this tether right there, his microphone is super loud, right? These guys are professional trolls, but he's gonna talk over anybody who calls in, right?
Right.
And they don't have the mute button like Tariq Nasheed does. That's probably another reason I won't call in because they just allow just to talk over you, and their microphone is usually louder. So it's like, man, what am I on here for? And they do it on purpose. So no, our culture, we the only people in the world that when we greet each other don't got to shake hands. No pound. We look at each other and we do like the little head nod.
That's it. What's up?
That's it. And that's as good as a shake hand and hug, as good as all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
how many different types of handshakes we got though? We got just a handshakes.
Oh yeah. That's another thing. Like that's culture. The handshake. We got all the handshake and stuff. That's culture. Like that, everybody doing this.
They got
you got Tethers in Kenya. You got Tethers in Kenya doing a handshake.
I recommend that if y'all go ahead and watch Undercover Brother 1, but actually, I want you to watch Undercover Brother 2, which is on YouTube. You got no excuse. And they be doing a real handshake in that Undercover 2. It's so cold-blooded. My man's arm fell off. It was crazy.
Yeah. Hey, Panther, and Dan Court, Dan was like, yo, you just answered your own question. You just rambling. Yeah, but now I would love for those Tethers to call it over here, man.
My guy. It's not culture practice, like a cultural practice. Day name. Wait. No, wait. So in a Khan culture, we have day names. Yeah. So the day you're named, the day you're born on, you get a name. Do you understand? Okay. Do you have something like that?
Hell no. I told you, family. I said I'm great at looking at the bigger picture. Like I look past the argument. I look at where he's really trying to get to. And he's trying to get to, if it ain't African, it ain't culture. And he just said, we do this. What's your version of that? See? So it has to be African. Whatever we do, it has to be a version of Africa's thing.
Yeah, I guess they say sweet potato pie is pounded yams and shit. Yeah, that's two different things. Sweet potato pie is very different than some pounded yams. I never had pounded yams.
What else pounded yams?
I don't know. Something that they said that they made. I don't know.
Man,
sweet potato pie, I got you. Not no pumpkin pie. That's white culture. Okay?
Yeah, they had watched
I want the sweet potato.
Big Mama House or some shit to get that yam idea.
That's not in our culture. I mean, we have names.
Do you have a cultural custom like that? Do you have anything similar to that?
Yeah,
that's passed down generations.
You don't see all the food that you want. That's Europe. That's what sold.
No, that's how we do. Look,
all right. So let me get to it. All right. A lot of tethers like to make the argument that FBA's Adolf Freeman don't have culture because we don't speak a foreign language or follow an African or Caribbean custom. Now, I will ask him this. I would say, is Carnival that custom? All right. Same day. Is Carnival custom?
For the Caribbeans. They not the
but they got it from no, but they got it from Rome.
They got it from Rome?
Yeah. Like the Italians, their colonizers brought that over there.
I know that.
And they took that and they innovated. They added their own twist to it. Yes, sir. I did a live already explaining that. Yes, sir. That's not theirs. White man. See, but he would say that's culture. So it's like, okay, and everything those goddamn Haitians do is something the French did first. All right, but so then to say we don't have culture, he got to say nobody from the diaspora got culture. So we're all influenced by whites that was either enslaving us or colonizing us. But so to make that argument, they dismiss what we do and our impact on the world. Okay, so now watch this.
Yep.
Culture isn't defined by foreigners. Culture is not just language or religion. It includes art, like we know, music, food, social practices, resistant movements, as we said earlier in the chat, education, oral tradition, and community structure. All right. So they can only talk about certain dances passed down and some primitive shit, but they can't go to art, music, food, social practices, resistance movements. Now you know they ain't got no resistance movements. These are cowards.
No resistance. Apartheid. They was running.
6 white men pull up in their country, and these are wait. Are you familiar with Ibrahim Touré in Burkina Faso?
Yeah, I know about him. I heard about him.
Okay, so have you heard that he asked the French to leave and they left?
Yeah, he told the French to leave, but he invited the Russians in.
Right. Well, hold on. Now, I'm just sticking with the French. Do you know how many French people left?
How many?
Family. He acted like he kicked out 300. like 200 to 300 Frenchmen. Yeah, that was all that was there. Family. They were acting like this dude kicked out hundreds of thousands of Frenchmen. Like, yo, go. Yeah, y'all look it up. 200 to 300 Frenchmen left. That's it. That's who was helping them fight.
You had me thinking that he had kicked out everybody. Listen, man. 300.
Yeah, no. 200, 300 French soldiers
had to held it down.
Huh?
300 Frenchmen held Burkina Faso down.
Yes, that's a fact. Family, go fact check me if I'm wrong. They'll put the link in there. 200-300,
wow.
Bro. They'd have never kicked out 100,000. Yeah, think about this. France is the first world power.
Right.
They would have never kicked out 100,000 occupants, military occupants, never. Because now it's more about you're trying to show that we're punks. You see, like 200, 300, yeah, come back. But had they had a strong base there, they'd have never left like that. They would have said, hey, talk to us nice, and we'll leave. Yeah, but only 200, 300 Frenchmen left. That's it. But they act like they kicked the French army out. What the hell they did. All right, there's a couple of security guards, flashlight security guards with blast grenades. So, Foundation Black Americans, we created an entire new culture forged through survival, struggle, creativity, and transformation on U.S. soil. We created a new culture for Old Testament, old news, outdated primitives like Africa.
Yep.
Okay, watch this. We created entire global movements: blues, jazz, gospel, rock and roll, hip hop, R&B, all invented or heavily innovated by Black Americans. Invented or heavily innovated. That's damn near inventing it. The global music industry today is still shaped by us, Foundation Black Americans, sonic innovations. Now watch entertainment and film. From Paul Robeson to Denzel Washington. I don't know one black superstar actor that's like non-FBA. Like they straight trash.
Samuel L. Jackson.
Straight
you gotta
trash.
put him up in there. That's one of my favorites.
Where you from?
I don't know what Sam.
Hello.
Yeah, I think he FBA.
Peace.
Coming up.
I'm just getting my stuff. This is the first time I'm using Zoom or whatever, but I'm just getting my stuff settled. Y'all can hear me?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I've been fighting this diaspora war for like years. I almost retired. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't enough people doing it. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of got a little burnout.
Yeah.
Black American from Brooklyn, New York. Family leads down to North Carolina, right? So I've been dealing with tethers and Africans for the longest. The reason why I'm warrior FBA is because I don't handle them with kid gloves. You know what I'm saying? When someone tries to say we don't have culture, that's an attack on us as humans. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to strip us from the core of what a human is. You know what I'm saying? So whenever I get on with them, especially Nigerians, I be cooking Nigerians early. First thing I ask them is, don't tell me you're a Ghanaian. Don't tell me you're a Nigerian. What is your tribe? Once you get their tribe, you can do little quick Google searches. I already got them in my head to find out what their culture is. So the dude was talking about he's Ghanaian, right? If he was an Awe, you know, Aways, they be marrying children. That's their culture.
Really?
Yeah. I forgot the actual name of it, but in the Awe culture, they marry children. And like these Yorubas, they do a whole bunch of like money rituals, sex trafficking, witch doctors, all kind of stuff. So when you hit them with that, then you start shutting them up, because what they try to do to us, and I'm sorry for being long-winded, but let me just say this because I'm cooking macaroni and cheese. What they do is they try to little homie us. They try to make Africa the big homie. So anything that's not related to Africa as it relates to culture, they say, well, that's not culture. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, their national language is English. What they speak on a daily is Pidgin English. That it sounds like Jamaican stuff. Even BBC News, they have a section where they put the news in Pidgin English, which is basically their form of AAVE. You know what I'm saying? So I love when they pull up. I don't know. Y'all ever heard of Mouthy Megan?
Yeah.
Nah.
All right. Yeah, so I know Mouthy. Pardon me?
Yeah, YouTuber. Mouthy Megan.
Yeah, so she YouTube. Her name was Empowered ADOS first. And then we all kind of switched from the ADOS to the FBA joint. She was rocking on my panels. And I was rocking on a guy named Kobe Black America. He was like really the first one because he's a proud FBA. He went to Ghana. His wife is African, and he tell us all the tea how they be talking shit about us in the hair salons and all of that. So we started cooking back in during COVID or whatever, right? My channel been flagged by a whole bunch of Africans and stuff, but when you need a heavy hitter, because especially them West Africans, bro, they're wild disrespectful. And I heard one of the brothers saying that, you know, your debate style really depends, you know, it can change, right? My debate style is straight Brooklyn. So it's really almost like that Sonetta style. Like, I'm going to come at you aggressive. I'm going to call out the facts. And if anyone disrespects my people, I'm firing on all cylinders.
Yeah. So now I can do it. See, I remember somebody reviewed one of my debates with a tether, and they was like, "Man, you used to do this." I said, "Yeah, but I am a content creator. I got to make content so it got to be entertaining." You dig? So yeah, I can easily Malcolm X Dr. Khalid Muhammad, every last one of them, but it ain't gonna be long. It ain't gonna be entertaining, and it's gonna defeat the purpose of a YouTube channel to get subscribers, my family on code and together. So I realized really from Tariq Nasheed. I said, okay, for me to get to that level, I need that blueprint, because at some point I was too aggressive, then I was too passive, and then it dawned on me one day. Matter of fact, recently, it dawned on me like this year, like early, like January, February. I said, you know what? I got to be strong like Tariq, but also professional like Tariq, because I'll be strong and unprofessional. Right. Or I'll be passive and unprofessional. I said, you know what? There's nothing wrong with being strong and professional. It's like Tariq, Malcolm X. That's how Dr. Khalid Muhammad debated. That's how Johnny Cochran debated, strong but professional. And that's where I'm at now. I want to debate strong but professional. Because I don't want them to get an excuse and say, "Oh, he cut me off. He won't let me talk." Because that was another thing. Even my chat, I'd be like, "Hey, man, let them talk more." You know. So that's how my style kept changing. All right, let me appeal. Let me get it done where people can learn and he still get cooked.
Bro, you know, my style was to be quiet and let them cook themselves. I don't like people cutting me off, and I don't cut people off because I allow them to cook themselves, right? And while they're talking, I'm really, really intently listening for them to slip up. A lot of times when we debate, we are like, I call it double dutching. You know what I'm saying? If you're Black American, you know what double dutch is, right? Just waiting to jump in. Instead of really focusing on everything else, or you need to be focusing on a rhythm and all of that. If you're just waiting to jump in, then you're missing things where they're making tactical mistakes. So with my thing, I almost tried to crash my channel out because I'm like, yo, this shit is crazy. I'm based in Europe, by the way, right? So I'm in Holland, and I'm gonna tell you, every time I meet a lot, because there's a lot of Black people out here. Once they figure out I'm Black American, it starts out cool. And then they always go to the hip hop question, the colonizer question when Black Americans go back to Ghana and all of this stuff. And they secretly got hate for us. I'm telling you, I never met one that was 100%. Never met one that was 100% for us. It's like they They hate us because they ain't us, and I'll explain. They try to out Black American a Black American, and then when you got to check them, like, yo, bro, you got a real live Black American in front of you. I'm telling you, this is what it is.
You know
what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. I want to close on this, brothers. The picture, right? And this is what they're gonna do, which is why we got to be very careful. We got to move right and exact. The picture that you posted 2 days ago that came up on my timeline. I wasn't even subscribed to you, but all the FBA stuff comes to my thing, and I saw Shorty, and the way you crop the picture, I said, that's suspect, right? So these Africans and these Caribbeans is on point. They'll look at that and be like, why he didn't crop, the source or whatever. So I looked up the source myself. The lady's name is something with Jensen or it sounds like an FBA name. If it ain't an FBA name, maybe
Ashley Jenkins.
Ashley Jenkins
is her name.
That's not a Haitian name, brothers. It's not even close to a Haitian name.
Right. So
you see, so when we put that up there, it looks like we just, firing shots in the dark.
Yeah. I troll. No, bro. Ain't no rules to war.
Oh, absolutely.
And they definitely playing by rules. I ain't playing by rules either. Yeah, so I'm going to troll too, and let them figure that shit out.
Okay, right? So you like me then? You like me, bro? I was gonna do a stream on this.
Hold on, wait, before you hang up. I'm a chess teacher. Been this for a long time. 7 or 8 years to be champions. All right. So I know about strategy and tactics to get the checkmate the king. All right. So yes, everything I do is strategical, and I'm funny. I just don't be funny as much, but I'm damn near got class clowns as senior, like second. So yes, I got a sense of humor, and I know how to troll back subtly. See, so my trolling obvious.
Yeah.
And I do it in real life. Like I talk to people, and I'll troll you the whole time, but you think I got straight face, you'll think I'm like being serious. I'm just trolling, being sarcastic. And I'm good with that. With like, the telemarketers that call you. Oh, I don't hang up. Or like bill collectors. No, I pick up. Give me that phone. Hello?
Yep.
You dig? Oh, I'm gonna get you back. That's my personality. Yeah. So I let them figure out who's Haitian, who's FBA. But this picture served its purpose.
It definitely
did. Hella views, hella comments. That thing served its purpose.
Now you like me then. I'll be doing that. I was gonna go live on this, and I ain't been live in like 2 years. My last live was like about passport bros and their anti-blackness and shit. Prior to that, my main, specialty is cooking Pan-Africans, right? So I got kicked off of Sonetta. They don't want to debate me, you know what I'm saying? So what I want to do,
I have Brother Reggie over here. I had Brother Reggie over here like 4 times.
Who?
Brother Reggie.
Oh, he was on your channel?
Yeah, 4 times.
We got to set up a battle royale. You got more active.
Hey, he ain't coming back. He's not coming back. Like people that come over here, like when they get over here and they see how factual and we fact check on the fly. I just had Unc West come over here and I cooked him. He ain't coming back.
Early. So if you need an expert on West Central Africa and even East Africa, hit my shit. My channel is Knock Measy. You can look at some of the content on there. I'll be cooking these dudes. A lot of it's privated because
put your link in the chat so I could because I don't know much about that stuff.
What I'll do is I'll type something in the chat when I hang up, and then y'all click that, and you can go to my profile. I got like 3,500 subscribers, but I don't do anything on YouTube anymore at all. So if you need it, just respond to one of my videos and say when it's going down, or I'll see it, tag me in it, and then I'll pull up. And I want to get that conversation they had on Clubhouse. I want that on YouTube because I ain't no Clubhouse ass dude.
Yeah, man, that Clubhouse on Severe Bay.
I just can't. I tried one time and I couldn't go back.
It was good though because they had some pushback for Severe. Severe just couldn't just mute you or tell you to shut him down. You know what he was saying? Could you take him could you take him down? Could you take that guy down? Because I wanted to say what I got to say, but no, they wasn't doing that all the time. messing them
up.
Well,
here's the thing. When people hold up books all the time, and when they talk, you never hear the book come out their mouth. Like folks who really read, can call that bluff. Now, I got about 3-4 books that I can tell you I read front to back, and I'm open for trivia. Michelle Alexander, The Newsroom Crew, is one of them. Slavery by Another Name by Black Men, and A Parchment Farming. It's a longer name than that. Those 3, and I might throw Medical Apartheid, but those 3 right there for sure. And you know, we go tit for tat on those books. See, but my thing is, if you're a reader of books, we should be able to hear that knowledge when you talk. Don't show us books. Tell us about it. Tell us the information in there.
Talking about, so you're trying to dismiss our.
Go ahead.
I'm asking you. Look. I'm not saying Tyreek saying other people have this customs. You guys, I'm saying that customs are part of culture. So
no.
if you guys don't have
the difference, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like you're saying.
Wait, hold up. Toilet day. They got they ain't got no damn toilet day. Yeah. What you mean toilet day? I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. TV. Don't tell them SHIT. They are jealous, envy. Oh yeah. So I was gonna give my opinion on what they're mad at. They're mad at we are physically the best of the best. Literally the best of the best. Why I say that? Because there is something called selective breeding in this country, and only in this country, nowhere else in the world, where they were literally breeding, matching up the strongest with the strongest. You know, the whole Lineage letter thing, that's real. They call it slave breeding, but it's called selective breeding, and more modernly it's called eugenics. So they purged out affirmity, weaknesses within our race, and the weak ones, they just told them, let them do BS work, but they didn't really breed with them. They bred with the strongest and the fastest, most fertile. That's what we end up being. That's why we're the fastest, the smartest. You dig? That's why we produce so much.
Right.
The last time I researched, our innovations and inventions just in America, I think, is as much as all of Africa and all of that deep diaspora together. Not even close. All of them together. All those billion Africans and those millions of island folks all together. I performed all of them. And I like to believe it's because we're the best of the best, because of the selective breeding, the eugenics. And I think some people know that and they hate that. Like, damn, y'all a cheat code.
And you're saying, all right, so for example, right, your food is a part of your culture, correct?
Yeah, because you got plenty of cultural dishes.
Do you have a dish based on like chicken?
There's plenty of dishes. There's stews based on chicken.
No, I'm saying, but how
before chicken, you had guinea fowl. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, I got you. But listen, it's how you cook the chicken that makes it your culture, right?
What?
No, it's how you cook the chicken makes it your culture, right? Like jerk chicken is Jamaican.
No.
Because they jerk it.
Jerk chicken is a meal, my guy. Jerk chicken could be a meal.
If you say
eat that with hard dough bread.
Where does that come from?
You know what I'm saying?
Where does that come
from? That's barbecue chicken.
No. Listen to me. When you hear jerk chicken, you think Jamaican, correct?
Yeah, because it's commonly associated with Jamaican culture.
Okay, so I'm telling you, everybody listen.
Yeah, so if I look at hot dogs,
everybody has
wait. It's hot dogs. It's
how they make the dish.
Is hot dog? Wait, I'm going to ask you a question. Is hot dogs part of your culture?
How they cook the hot dog.
Is hot dogs part of your culture?
Hot dog is simply food. It's how they make the food. That's what I'm trying to make you. It's not what you. It's how you do something. Right,
the reason why you did, I want to ask that question because the European or
Big GT. Is bushmeat a part of your culture? Go ahead, Big GT.
Is part of your culture?
No, sir, but is bushmeat a part of your culture? You've admitted that.
So why do I see people in the South eating?
That's hillbilly shit. Like you do this.
Now you're calling black people hillbilly. Now you're calling black people hillbillies.
You do this thing where you step around the question.
I don't step around. I'm asking you the same question.
GT, right? Are you familiar with Italians?
I'm familiar with Italians, yeah.
Okay, you know when
will I say pasta? Will I say pasta in English? No, I'll say it's Italian.
When they meet each other, they give each other a hug and a little kiss on the cheek. They'll do it both sides.
Yes, they do.
That's their culture of how they greet each other. I'm telling you how we do things in our culture, just like how you prepare a dish.
Okay. And the Islam do something similar.
The French also do that. The French also do that. The Germans don't, but they still class as European.
How they do stuff is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Is their culture?
I don't understand what you're.
Right. So he's missing it. I mean, God, how hard is this? Like, if you got a yam, like we just said, you got a yam, and you make your yam soup, you know, in your country, the motherland, that's fine. That's your tradition. That's part of your culture. But if you take that yam and make candy yams, it's the same yam. That's not tied to Africa. That's tied, right, and that's tied to America. Well, once you touch the yam and do anything to it, besides eat it, you made an innovation. So even when they do, when they put it in soup and boil it, that's an innovation. Because the yam, you don't need that. You can just eat the yam what it is. But any alteration you do with that yam, that's and how you do it, that becomes your way. So now it's part of your culture. Candy yams is ours. So if somebody in Africa making candy yams, the world would know where they got it from.
Yeah, they ain't get it from them.
Black America.
They gonna be like, well, I got some yams. I'm like, man, shut up, dog.
And like you said about the sweet potato, if you make that into a pie, we know the world knows where you get that from. Like you said, with pumpkin pie, you make that, you know, you get that from white Americans.
With them. Yeah.
Also, don't let they let him slide and say European a lot. Okay, you got to stop him. White America's not European. So that's some slick shit. Like, so he's trying to ignore ethnogenesis. So if you ignore their ethnogenesis, you're going to ignore ours, clearly. Right. So he kept saying European. You got to check that right away. No, just like we're not African, they're not European. They're white American, we're black American.
White American, we black American.
We both went through ethnogenesis, right? So I caught that. He kept saying that they didn't check him, but that's a slick way to tie all of Europe together.
Yep. Ron, you kicking ass today. You cooking, man. I learned today, because I wasn't willing to say that, but I'm gonna have to say that. I'm gonna have to be like, man, it is white culture, man. You know, white Americans, they had ethnogenesis just like I did. What you mean?
Yeah. And they got things that they do their way, and we things we our way. But But you don't own elements. You don't own minerals. You dig? You don't own gold. Gold is everywhere, and what you do with it maybe become your tradition. Speaking of gold, the gold chains, the gold teeth, what we do, the flashiness.
Yep.
That's us.
All day.
Everybody know that. Hey, if a white boy put gold teeth in his mouth and wear a long gold chain with a medallion, come on, man. Yeah, they're gonna say he's trying to act black. Like I'm talking about his own community, own white community, would say, "Hey, man, look at Mike. He's trying to act black."
Yep.
That's ours.
Call him a wigger.
Right. And all different. It's Slim Shady. They'll probably call him that to be funny, to be more politically correct. They'll probably call him Slim Shady. You know, something. A wigger for sure.
Yep.
That's
I'm from Detroit, so I posted like Eminem, but I don't like Eminem just for that simple fact that he was cosplaying me. I felt that he was cosplaying. A lot of people around here, they take up for Eminem. You know, they say, you know, they welcome him to the cookout. When I think that's the first person that you should have kicked out the cookout was him. Like, bro, you gotta go.
Yeah,
bro.
Well, for me, he said, if you're not FBA, you're not in the cookout. Period. I don't give a damn how much you embrace our culture and look like us and do it our way. Now the cookout FBA on. And guess what? I ain't coming to yours either. I damn sure ain't coming to yours. Invitation or none. I'm not coming to your cookout. I hate to be the oddball. I hate to be the person who's different.
They ain't never invited me to their cookouts. And I told you in Detroit, we got Arabs, we got Latinos, we got whites, of course. And Oh, Indians. You know the West Indians, the East Indians and stuff. Got a bunch of East Indians in mine. Yeah, nobody really, really talked to nobody. I mean, everybody got their own little community, and it's kind of like preferred. You know what I mean? It's like self-segregation. Or maybe it's because what was trained, you know what I'm saying, to do, to stay around your own people. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, go ahead.
In Jersey, those same people you name, we all interact in Jersey. So like they might like in Detroit, I'm not sure, they might be different altogether, but in ours, no, we all interact.
Okay.
At the job, at a sporting event, football, baseball, we all interact a lot. Club, or like we just all interact, but we still don't invite each other to our cookouts. And we interact a lot. Like hey man, what you doing? You come, like we going like group chats and everything. Hey, you going to the gym? You going bowling? That's how we talking. Like we know each other, but when that cookout comes, they know, ain't no invitation.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, I ain't going to yours.
I was learning about all the colorism in the Latino community, not knowing that it's colorism in my own community. Just trying to be white, dating white girls, trying to have white babies. You know what I'm saying? Because you really don't really know, that you hate yourself. You hate your own self. Now with me, it was never like that, because when I was growing up, I just liked all women. I didn't have a color or race situation. I like black girls. I like white girls. I'm sorry, Midnight.
Let me say this though.
Let
me say this. Sometimes it's colorism. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's daddy issues and mommy issues. So, for example, like if your mother said don't date outside the race, stick with black FBA, and y'all beef a lot, you'll purposely go out the race. That's called a mom issue or a daddy issue. Your daddy might be Muslim, Nation Islam Muslim, maybe a Pan-Africanist. And now you're beefing with them, you'll purposely go outside the race to piss them off. Because I've seen that before with black folks.
Mm-hmm.
They'll go against their wishes of their parents because they're beefing, and that's the only way they could get to them, and they think they're hurting them.
Wow. Yeah, I wasn't raised like that. I just like women in general, and I just like women. So and during my travels or whatever, I did whatever I could. Whoever was saying yeah, that's why I was doing it. I didn't know that I should have just been staying with myself until I met Umar. Umar was like, what I'm saying, black queens forever, snow bunnies never. I'm like, oh snap. Well, we have to do it like this.
That dude is caught on film, Kaka and Kiki with the snow bunny and passing his number to him. Yeah, so it's on a straight video. It's a clear shot, bro.
They got
Somebody got a clear shot. This dude. Well, brother, the people who hate something the most, I hate pork. Pork is disgusting. That person eating pork. Okay, the person who's like over the top, hating something, they're usually doing it, and they hate the fact they can't stop doing it. So openly condemning it, they think is materializing some fake reality that comes. But it's like I hate pork. Pork is disgusting. He just mad because he can't stop eating it. It's disgusting. Then this guy got some story with the gay version. The person who is the most.
Ryan, you breaking up? You walking away from your phone or something? You breaking up?
Okay, yeah, I said the person who hate white folks the most do the most cooning for white folks.
Mm-hmm.
Peace, Jesse Parrish, aka the Chinakaruma. Can't pronounce that.
You're saying, my guy, what is your custom? I'm still lost.
Listen. I can explain it to you, but I cannot understand it for you.
Like jumping a broom. I'm telling you, it's not necessarily like jumping a broom. Like jumping a broom's a custom. You see, when you talk about custom, you're talking about
getting married.
All right, so because he went somewhere done with the jumping the broom. So let's go back. Entertainment and film, from Paul Robeson to Denzel Washington. FBA actors, directors, and stories dominate global screens. The civil rights struggles of the 1960s birthed genres of social justice media copied globally. Okay, this is all of our culture. Fashion and style. Look at these hating Tethers, man. I hate every last one of them. Fashion style, baggy jeans, do-rags, all these tethered with do-rags. That's so played out. They all do it. Gold chains, they all wear Jordans. And even just being cool because you're just black. You know, a white guy look at you like, he must be cool, he's black. That's us. Right. the fact right. I remember, bro, I went to a park to play basketball. I didn't shoot around or nothing. I was first pick. Like, these folks don't know me. White boys don't know me from a can of paint. I was first pick. I got him. Like, that's what we do. Okay, that's our culture. We get selected. They don't know anything. I could be just learning, or just coming off like an ACL injury. I got to take it easy. He picked me first.
They'll be surprised if you couldn't hoop. They'll be like, "Oh, you can't hoop."
Right. Yeah, they'd be like, "Damn, bro." They'll ask me am I a tether at that point. At that point, they'll think I'm a tether. Okay, he must be.
Yeah, they'll ask you where you from and everything.
Yeah.
I love that question. Where you from? Where you from?
But now,
I'm from Senegal. Yeah, we got him.
Right. Yeah. Let's get him up to now, fashion and style. So cultural style movements like the Harlem Renaissance fashion, 90s hip hop attire. Look at even this. Afrocentric revival were created and recreated in America. And even the people they like to brag about the most, Stokely Carmichael, Shirley Chisholm, well, they hopped on our wave. They hopped on our wave.
Exactly.
They didn't come here with what they were doing where they were from. They hopped on our wave. An area, and then catapult themselves something in Congress in Ghana. Okay, but now we got soul food.
Yeah.
Right? Soul food is the dish.
So
that's ours.
It's a soul food area, a place right down the street from me. Go get soul food right now if I wanted to. Now, would I go to the African bistro? I don't even know what an African bush meat shop is. So that's how I'm boycotting. I don't even know where they is. I couldn't even, if I wanted some bush meat, I couldn't find it. Come on now. Please.
Yeah, they ain't having it with me.
So
now, look
my boycott is forever. I don't know about everybody else's, but my boycott is forever because I don't even do that.
I'm done with them. But anybody, I understand some of y'all are gonna buy your incense, your oil.
You breaking up, bro. You walking away. You walking away somewhere. You walking around the house. You breaking up.
Is it back clear now?
Yeah, we need you, Ryan.
Am I back? You can hear me?
All right, yeah. Let's keep it going, y'all.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just switch phones. Then I'm gonna switch phones. But right now I'm using.
Okay, sound good. Sound good right now.
Yeah, because I hung up that phone. I was using the phone for a microphone. Okay, so this is what they meant. Our history is our culture. They hate that. Juneteenth, watch night, HBCUs, black fraternities, sororities, Geechee traditions, church culture, our rich and vibrant church culture. We got spoken word, and like the brother that just left, what they call AAVE, Black English, and family reunions, our culture and heritages. So it's a lot here. So our history is our culture. So we didn't lose culture. We were forced to create a new one once we went through our ethnogenesis.
That's my work going in and out.
Yeah. Can you hear me clear or am I sending it out?
Let me see. I think it's me. It's not you. It's me because my internet keeps going out.
We didn't lose culture. Okay, I just heard myself. Yeah. So we didn't lose culture. We had to create a new one since we went through the ethnogenesis. And so these guys are disingenuous and they're terrible. They got bad faith arguments. If we went through an ethnogenesis, that means we got to start new. That means all that primitive stuff, all that primitive stuff is left in the dust. So yeah, we got to create new things now that's in America. Okay, and that's what we did.
Yep.
So our new culture wasn't only resilient, it became foundational to American culture itself. AME Church, first independent Black denomination, historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Durham, North Carolina, and others, freedom movements, civil rights, and things like that inspired the entire world. Now, you name one something they do that inspired the world.
Right. Apartheid is a bad thing. That's all I can remember. Nelson Mandela, man. Like the other day when I was telling him, I got these two new sayings I got. I said, Harriet Tubman is my culture and Shaka Zulu is yours. These dudes started attacking me, talking about something they wanted to claim a Shaka Zulu. I said, fine. I got another one to say the same thing, saying Harriet Tubman is with me and Nelson Mandela was with you. And I don't know. I don't think I got no backlash off of that one yet, but I understand the backlash. Y'all probably want to claim them African heroes. I understand. Ron?
Yeah. All right. So now watch this. So when they pull that, see what you call hit it, do that left, he hit it on the nose. He said what they try to pull is elitism. They try to little brother us. So when they say we ain't got culture, it's really rooted from like anti-foundation Black American sentiment or ignorance of U.S. Black history. But people like him, it's anti-FBA sentiment. Okay, listen to this. It mirrors white supremacist talking points that aim to minimize our contributions and justify exclusion from global, just global acknowledgement. So culture isn't less valid because it's not African or not foreign. It's just different and deserves respect. And that's why no matter what Dan and Tariq Nasheed says, he doesn't care. The fact is not African. He's not going to respect it. Right. Listen.
Yeah, but it's a custom, part of marriage. That's been passed down over generations. No. It's a custom that Africans practice when it was enslaved.
Getting married, though, right? It's getting married.
No,
right?
It's part of a custom.
No, I'm saying, but it's
a custom.
part of getting married.
It's a cultural custom.
GT, it's a part of getting married, correct?
It's a part of getting married. Do Europeans jump the broom?
I'm agreeing with you.
I'm asking you a question. Do Europeans jump the broom? Do Europeans jump the broom?
They get married, though, right?
Do they jump the broom?
That's not how they get married.
Do they jump the broom? Do they jump the broom? Bro, you're just contradicting yourself.
No, it's not contradicting myself. I'm trying to tell you, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. Because
so
everybody does everything.
So do Europeans jump the broom, my guy?
GT.
My guy. This guy. Talking about culture, saying my guy.
You're not answering the question. Do Europeans jump the broom like African Americans jump the broom? Okay, thank you for answering the question. That's all you have to say. It's not their culture. The custom. So a custom is a culture. No, you're proving my point.
You're proving my point.
Right there.
No, you're proving my point. They get married, but they don't jump the broom.
I'm literally saying to you, it's not.
That is a cultural practice that was added into weddings, my guy. It was added.
You walk into somebody's house.
My
guy. There's a way you have to speak to them, which is the culture. You're saying, oh, that's not culture because it's not this. You literally talk.
Yeah. Every time you said my guy, I just cringed. Like, dude, you ain't even saying that right.
Around your point. So much that you went against your own point. I'm telling you, plain and simple, right? That you guys had a dish. I even use a dish that you have based on chicken. I even use Jamaicans, right?
Bruh.
It's a chicken
everybody has a particular
culturally Jamaican.
Can I get my path now? You see what you tried to do? You tried to do a lot of filibustering to make your point. Because like I said, if we go back to the marriage, if we go back to the marriage point, if we go back to the marriage point that you tried to make, Europeans get married, but African Americans added a cultural practice of jumping the broom, my guy. But you're trying to say that Marriage is marriage.
Talking around yourself so much.
No,
You
you're talking about marriage is marriage. You're talking about marriage is marriage.
Going against your own
You're
point right
talking
now,
about marriage is marriage. You're talking about marriage is marriage.
You talk
So jump in the broom.
Yeah, this guy just running his mouth, man.
Right. I know. That's what they usually do. They start crashing out.
This is why, but this is why I don't make the conversation that broad. I make it really narrow. When folks call in here, I ask them what they want to talk about, and then we talk about it. But we're gonna stay on task. We're not gonna just, any door that's unlocked, we go to that room. No, we're gonna stay in this room and talk about things that's related to the topic. Because the jump the broom thing, I don't know where you're going, and he won't even say where he's going. It's like, dude, just lay it out, and maybe I agree, maybe I don't. But just to keep saying it over and over and over and over, it's like we're not getting anywhere. But tethers, they troll.
So jump in the broom. Europeans practice jump in the broom. Yes or no?
You're talking around your.
You caught him right. He said Europeans. You heard him right.
Mm-hmm.
So I say, which Europeans? Which ones? Because now you got to identify. In America. Oh, okay. So you mean white Americans?
Just let me know if this is done.
I'm not gonna allow him to say Europeans, all these damn different countries, and he don't pin down which one he's talking about.
I'm asking you a direct question. No, I'm asking you a direct question, Dan. Stop playing games.
We've been here.
No. Do they jump the broom? Yes or no?
It's not necessarily what you do, it's how you do it that makes the culture.
Big GT? Big GT? Uh-oh, he bounced. Okay. Uh-oh. Big GT bounced. I don't know what happened. Excuse me, Big T. I don't know what happened. Big GT, hop back on. I think he probably got a DoorDash order in.
He didn't know jerk chicken came from Jamaica. Wow.
And it knocked his.
So African Americans, why did they add jumping the broom into marriage? If marriage is just marriage.
I don't know. So what are you saying?
And wouldn't that be a cultural practice that's been handed down over centuries?
That we don't do that now. See, that's a custom we don't do.
But some people still practice it, though.
But that's a custom. That's not a culture.
Yeah, but some people still practice it because it's been handed down to them.
That's what I'm saying. That's
as part of their culture.
That's a custom. We just don't culturally do that. That's a custom.
No, but it's part of somebody's culture because that's been handed down to them. Look at the definition of culture, my guy.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be handed down to you. It's something cultural practices that are handed down. Customs.
No.
Those are customs.
Customs are performative. Culture.
No, they're not performative. They are actual things, Tariq.
Yeah. Custom, that's like an outward type of thing. It's a ritual that can be rehearsed or even imitated. Culture is an internal value system.
Right.
It can't be rehearsed or imitated. No, it can't.
A lived experience passed down through generations. You can strip away.
I'm telling you, man, I know where they're going. It can't be rehearsed if it's imitating. You see? So like he's stuck in, okay, he's happy that he's the first person, he's part of a lineage. They're the first people to walk on dirt roads and ride on camelbacks. It's like, or giraffe backs. It's like, yo, we don't care about that, bro. Like we're born in a modern era, man. You're stuck in 1300s and all that type stuff, man. We way past that. Like that was their glory days, the 1300s. That's why they're so proud about that. Bushmeat hunting and gathering hunting and all that primitive stuff. Cows pissing on their face. Like they're so proud of the 1300s because they were strong. The white man couldn't beat them at that time. And that's their glory days. Right? And they practice traditions from then till now. And that's fine. But we don't do that. We're an updated people. If it's too old, we dismiss it. And then guess what? We'll bring it back around. And we have retro sneakers, retro clothes. eventually we'll bring it back around. Then guess what? It goes played out again. You start wearing retro again. You keep the updated stuff. But we're the reason why the whole world's wearing Jordans, by the way.
Oh yeah, for sure. And we have to go ahead and go with Michael Jordan. That's from us. Michael Jordan is the FBA, so whoever we support that's who's gonna get put on. And whoever we don't support, that's who's gonna fall off. That's why the African braid shop's so sick, because the sister's like, man, I don't want to go up in there no more because they can't braid my hair. But my sister like, nah, I'm about to go ahead and call somebody else. My niece braid hair, so if y'all need somebody to braid your hair in Detroit, holla at your boy.
There you go. Okay, don't go in.
A custom, you understand? But
so that's why I asked your boy Dan, do white people do white people jump the broom? That's why I asked you the question.
You keep okay. Now what you're doing is a custom of just being repetitive.
No. That's been me repeating the same question that you guys don't want to answer.
And over again. And it's Brother Dan already answered that.
Nah, he never answered it. He just said marriage is marriage. It's marriage. Relevant. People get married.
Yeah, that's irrelevant. That misses the.
No, it's not, because jumping the broom is specific to a specific people. Yeah. If I go on Google right now and put jumping the broom, who would they bring up?
That's a custom.
Who would they bring up, Tyreek? Who would they bring up?
That's a custom. It's a custom. Damn, it's a damn.
But it's custom, not culture.
That's not in the culture because we don't do that normally.
Yeah, we're familiar with the Berlin Conference of 1892. Wayne Elliott, that's when they came over and dominated Nigeria with BP oil. In 1901, they called them, I think, Nigerians for the first time, and they did like a 60-year contract with them where they could extract oil from them. But
wow.
I don't recall them changing the language though. With Elliot, I recall them speaking English to communicate. Well, first of all, it was the French. So when you say changing the language, like maybe they spoke, French as well. I don't know. Most likely to communicate with them, but they always had their language. I don't know Africans who don't have their language.
Right.
Like maybe they spoke the colonizer language to communicate and take orders. But when you say let me say replaced by self-hate, they didn't have self-hate, they had self-defeatedness. What they had, like they were defeated.
Yeah, they was defeated, man. And then to turn around and get mad about what we accomplished over here in America. I mean, had to fight for our rights, man. You can't negate none of that, man. None of that. I was born in 75, so if my family hadn't went and rolled for me, I couldn't be doing what I'm doing today, chilling with you in my own home.
Because the question is how to get defeated. It's like 400 million of them, and like 400, 300 Frenchmen went over there. And
spears against gunshot. I don't know. Maybe they just some.
Yeah, so I don't know how they lost.
The story where they was in cahoots with them. You know what I mean? They didn't get taken. They actually was like, listen, these are the people that we don't want to F with no more, so y'all can take them. And that's what I'm saying. And it was big time money in that. I'm pretty sure that it's some money.
That didn't happen. No. You know what a slave raider is?
They were slave raiding?
Yeah. That means Africans literally grabbed black folks and said, how much?
Yup. That's what I'm talking
about. Yeah. It's a slave trade. That's why it's called a trade.
Yep.
They got something for the person.
Dang.
Yeah,
selling your own people. What happened to that money? They probably squandered it.
What you think they did with it, man? They gambled that back.
Yep, they probably messed that up. Messed that money up.
They had that K2 over there. They had that scissor.
Yeah, man, that was terrible. That was a nasty video you showed the other day about the K2, man. K2 made it over there.
That's what you should have asked them, like, yo, what's your culture? Don't forget the K2 and scissor.
Wow.
What they got going over there?
That K2 had him stuck, man. My man was drooling, bro. Dog, come.
Yeah. How about the ones that went crazy, went mad? Like, dude was chained to a tree. Like you do a dog. He out there pooping and peeing outside like a dog.
Oh my, that's just sad.
Dude like 5'7", 110 pounds, and they scared of him.
I was sad about the little boy who said that he had started motherfucking messing with K2 at what? 13. And by the time he was 15, he already had his leg messed up. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah. Like, how the hell your leg? Like, what that got to do with that? Like, yeah, like these folks' genetics is different.
I know.
Yeah,
we know about the K2 here in Detroit. Like I was saying in the chat that that K2 had made it through Detroit, but it only lasted a summer because it hit the news so hard, and people was falling off. Like, man, we had shut down it was the Arab stores, the gas stations. The gas station was selling K2 to the kids, man. They killed like maybe, I don't know, maybe 15 kids.
That was big
before we had it.
It was in Jersey, but not crazy. But it was big in New York.
Yeah, man. Because in Detroit, we don't smoke a lot of weed over here, so we can't have that. We can't have no off. We can't have that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yep, they didn't open up so many dispensaries just like they had liquor stores all in my community.
Yeah, there we go.
We don't do that. Don't you?
I don't know. I don't know, Tariq. I don't know. This is shaky ground you're standing on right here.
Part of your culture is frying bushmeat. Now you do that on a regular basis. That's your culture.
I've seen my guy frying python down in the south. He does it every day on his barbecue.
And that's not a culture. That's
well,
he said every day. Like, how often you see a python in a while? This guy, they can't be honest. Like, we all came to that conclusion. Like, they just can't be honest.
It's a culture. That's just one person frying some python. Your culture is you making some rotisserie rhino legs.
Right. They got it's called a bushmeat market. They got a whole market for this stuff where they sell it. Like, we seen it.
Rhino leg. My God.
Yeah, like we seen it. Like, anybody can YouTube BBC documentary. There's a whole bushmeat market.
Oh my.
Man.
Yep.
And
I've seen them poop in the streets too.
HIV started from what? Eating monkey brain.
Right. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yo, shout out to my boy American Dream and Donnie. American Dream, man. Hit the link, man, and let's come up here, man. Let's build, man. Let's not go at each other's throat, man. Let's come on up here. Let's build, man. Try to figure out how we can get this.
He has no choice but to go at each other's throat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has no choice because he don't have no substance. And he's a fake black conservative, so he ain't got no real talking points.
He gonna never see it our way. He ain't gonna never see it our way.
Well, he only sees it from the lens of Zaddy, okay, of Nick Fuentes, Jared Taylor, Richard Spencer. Like, those are his daddies. Once you say you're black conservative,
breaking up, Ron.
Let me see. He's gonna bring it up.
It might be me. Hold on, let me look at my phone.
He ain't got no real talking points.
He gonna never see it our way. He ain't gonna never see it our way.
Well, he only sees it from the. I was breaking up. All right, but thanks anyways.
Right, he said that Southern cuisine.
No.
Buffalo hips, bear shoulder, all of those kind of things there. You know what I mean?
No.
So
that's your culture. That is your culture.
I don't know. Alligator as well. In the South, they eat a lot of alligator. They like that shit.
White people,
like that's their cultural dishes.
That's white people. You go down to Louisiana, white people like eating.
Oh, you're dread, man. You're dread.
No,
you're dread.
Your ass, your culture is hyena hot wings.
And also, Jamaican American. What's his name? Jamaican Dream. He doesn't answer any questions. He comes back with a question.
He said maybe later.
I've been there and done that with him. I can't get no honest conversation from him. You know, he'll start with one thing, he'll half answer it, and then you try to hone in on the question, like, oh no, what I meant was this. You didn't answer it. And then, okay, but Ron, what about the planet Pluto? Like, what about Pluto?
Just change it up.
Change this up, yeah. Because Pluto, right? If you take off the P and put a F there, it's Pluto. And I played a flute when I was, he'll go somewhere else with it, man. And yeah, it ain't even worth
it. Hell yeah. All right, American Dream / Jamaican Dream. My man said you got to change your name, man, to check Jamaican Dream, bro. Chill out with that American shit.
Well,
we don't like
we
that.
could talk about his conservative views. I could beat him up on that. But again, like trust me, bro, he's not gonna answer. He's gonna be long-winded. Like he's one of those guys that say, "I'm not done. Let me finish." Like he's one of those guys.
Oh,
yeah, he's
but
never
you're used
done.
to him now, and he helping you to debate anybody. If you can deal with him, you can deal with anybody. Him and Kwame.
Bro, I've been had patience before those two idiots. I've been had patience. Because don't forget, I teach 6-year-olds. I've been had patience, man. I teach 5 and 6-year-olds how to play a hard game like chess. So I've been had patience.
Don't be like that American Dream / Jamaican Dream. Talk about some SMH, man. Come up on panel when you get a chance. You know we need you up here so we can just. Hey, look, I'm not gonna double team you. I'm gonna shut up. I'm just gonna let Ron cook you.
Yeah, but if you want to share some of his conservative views, I'll beat him up. But again, don't forget, he's one of those guys who are never finished. You didn't let me finish. Like, dude, go. Like, part of his not letting me finish, you got to ask me 1,000 questions.
With him.
No. I'm not doing no timers. The timer will be mute. Yeah, the timer will be mute. I say a timer means he's due, or he's he's entitled to a certain time frame. You ain't entitled to nothing. So you ain't no time frame. It stops when I press mute. You stop when I hit mute.
You're not gonna get nowhere with this stuff. You get me? I told you that possum meat, that raccoon.
Go ahead and warm up some of that boiled buzzard that you're gonna make, and that's your culture. All right? Ain't nothing wrong with your culture. Just say that. That's your culture. All right? We have culture. We don't have just customs. Y'all just be doing shit. All right? We have culture. You understand the difference, ladies and gentlemen. We got to really break this down. That's why he's bushmeat babbling. See, custom, that can be lost or replaced. Culture, it adapts and it endures. Through slavery, people may lose traditional customs. Yeah, we would jump the broom during slavery. We've evolved. We don't really do that. That was a custom back then. We don't do it no more, for the most part. Now, some people might do that custom, they might do it as a performative gesture, but that's not a cultural thing that we do. We don't keep that. And I'm not denigrating. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Some people want to do some customary things to give respect to the ancestors. That's fine. But that's just not our culture. See, culture produces customs. It's not the other way around, Big GT. Culture produces the customs. Cultures, that comes first. You got to understand what the chicken or the damn egg. Customs are byproducts of culture. They come later as repetitive actions that symbolizes deeper meanings. So even if the customs aren't present, or if the customs have changed, the core culture engine, how the group thinks, how they solve problems, how they express love, how they define success, all that still exists, and it shapes identity. Some customs are borrowed, but see, the culture must be lived. See, you can adopt somebody else's customs. You can kind of wear their clothing. Like, look, when we go to Africa, we go visit, we wear dashikis. Now, we're not from that tribe, but we're practicing a part of their custom. We're not in their culture. We're not in the tribe, but we can wear some of their customary clothing. Yeah. See, the culture has to be lived, felt, built, through struggle, experience. You see, that's why some people can create customs without creating a real culture of their own. And culture is fluid and it evolves. Customs, like I said, they're static. Like bushmeat, not bushmeat, but Big GT talking about the Akan language. Nobody speaks that outside of that village. No, and no disrespect to the Akan people, but that's more of a custom. Sister Nikki, what's up, dear? Nikki, what's up, beloved? Trying to get Nikki up here. Nikki, unmute your microphone when you can. But a custom, it can be absent, but culture and cultural identity, it remains. And people can be stripped of visual customs, but they can retain their cultural soul. Like, we don't really practice African tribal ceremonies and all that stuff. Yeah, we don't. We have our own cultural practices that we have because it's inside of us. You know, culture is rooted in legacy, not ceremony. You see, for example, like Brother Dan made a very good point, how we greet each other. Like, listen, a part of foundational Black American culture, that our culture is greeting each other. That's how I can tell somebody's FBA. You go somewhere and you see some Black folks, usually if they're foundational Black American, they'll acknowledge you. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Especially Black men. That's a part of our culture. Brothers acknowledging each other. You see, that's what Tupac talked about. Tupac talked about, well, when he got shot, he knew something was up because he went in and the brother didn't acknowledge him. And he said, usually Black men will acknowledge him. They'll say something, they'll acknowledge him. And he said when he walked off in that studio, his spider senses started tingling. He knew something was wrong because the brothers walked past him and didn't acknowledge him. So he knew there was a threat. And remember, the people who got Pac shot were Caribbean. Remember that? That hit on Pac up there in New York when he got shot by his friends, his people, he was associated with, them Caribbean set him up. Yeah, that's why he had that problem with Biggie. Oh, we got to get deep on that because he said he knew Biggie was Caribbean and knew all those other Caribbean cats. And his thing was like, damn, Biggie, shit, you didn't hold me down. You knew them niggas, they from your hood, they from your lineage, dude. These are fellow Caribbeans. You didn't warn me or nothing? You didn't know in your hood? That's why he went in on them like that. Well, let me get Nikki back in here. Sister Nikki, what's up, dear? Nikki, hop on.
Can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have a one-liner. I hope it's funny. If not, laugh anyway.
Oh.
So Africans getting rotting disease bushmeat seized by airport customs is custom.
Oh, damn.
Foundational Black Americans producing pioneers like Bessie Coleman, the first Black woman with a pilot's license, and the Tuskegee Airmen who redefined military aviation is culture.
Yes.
And I land.
There you go. Yeah, when we do so, and we're not trying to beat up on y'all. We're not trying to beat up on you. But yeah, when we do stuff, our customs becomes amalgamated into mainstream society. Our customs or our culture is the modern doorknob, modern home security systems, portable refrigeration. I mean, our shit is utilized by everybody. See, that's a culture. Our culture is going over to Africa like John Robinson and teaching the people how to fly planes correctly. That's a part of our culture, you see. So we really got to understand the difference between customs and culture. And we have the culture. All right. Well, I've been on here forever. Let me wrap this thing up, ladies and gentlemen. I've been on here chopping it up with you guys. Y'all still in here deep. Much respect to you guys, man. Everybody go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. First, make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum and get the book, Hidden Heroes from A to Z. School season is starting. Your kid's about to go to school. Get your children the Hidden Heroes from A to Z book, ladies and gentlemen.
Get some things they need that book at
hiddenhistorymuseum.com.
Yeah, so is and culture just greatness. Is I talked about the airport that we have built in, in like a couple years. Airport, you know, uh-oh, man, telemarketing calls over and over and over and over. Yeah, so our culture is just greatness. Yeah, 'cause we could talk about so many different things. Matter of fact, let me read two individuals real fast. So we got John Merrick, 1859, 1919. What did he do? Key achievement, co-founder of the, now he's part of that Black Wall Street out there in Durham, North Carolina. He was part of that North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company, one of the most successful Black-owned businesses in American history. Okay.
Wow.
American history. Born into slavery in Clinton, North Carolina. After emancipation, he became a barber, a respected and relatively lucrative occupation for Black men in the post-Civil War South. Moved to Durham, North Carolina, where he built up a clientele among white businessmen and elites. Damn, you're at that white man money.
I see.
Okay. So business success, co-founded North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company in 1898 alongside Dr. Aaron M. Moore and Charles C. Spalding. Because I know a lot of us went in business with, white folks went in business with us. They seen we was rocking over there. They wanted a piece of it. So a lot of them became our business partners. The company was one of the first Black-owned and operated insurance companies, offering life insurance to Black customers who were routinely rejected by white firms. It grew to become the largest and most successful Black-owned insurance firm in the world, a cornerstone of Durham's Black Wall Street. Told you. Legacy, his company helped finance other Black-owned businesses and supported Black education and community development. Durham became the hub for Black economic success due in part to Merrick's vision and investments. He supported schools, hospitals, and colleges like North Carolina Central University. So when we hear Black Wall Street, we always think of Tulsa, Oklahoma, but Durham, North Carolina had it more popping. W. Du Bois, when he wrote his book, Black Reconstruction, that was about Durham, Black Wall Street. It wasn't really Tulsa like that. Yes. So look what he said. We became successful because white people and people like Africans treated us badly. So we only operated our own. So how long we boycott these folks forever? We go a good job. You, buddy. So go ahead and get those black FBA braiding hair salons, and you dig. Say, hey man, nobody here African. This is FBA hair braiding salons. And how you want to word it.
Yep.
Again, boycott it, and then it'll start from there. Then it'll go to other things that folks treat as bad. You know, get rid of those Asians. They're next. And then slowly bring it back to the type of Black Wall Street type of feel. We create these businesses because we were disrespected, by white people. Now it's tethers.
Yep.
Okay, so go ahead.
Everybody that we patronize need to fall. Even Amazon. One day we're gonna run up on Amazon.
As long as there's a replacement, is all anybody can get it. Because it don't make sense to boycott something and don't replace it.
Right. We got to innovate out of Amazon. Then we're gonna use our innovation skills to whatever we need to go ahead and boycott. We can innovate and make it better for us.
Yeah. See, but don't forget, like, people want to know. When you boycott something, it needs to be a reason. Now boycott enterprise. That's gonna be tough. Like people ordering something today and they're getting it tomorrow.
You know, I don't think they want to get that part up. Yeah. I wish it was somebody else up here because I can't tell you if it's my internet or yours. I can't tell you my internet going down. It's going on and off. I don't think they want to get that part up. Okay, there we go.
I'm doing a playback to see. Or people want if you boycott something, it needs to be a reason. Nah, it ain't me. Because the live playback, I can hear myself.
You can hear yourself. Yep, it's me.
Yeah, so the convenience can be replaced. So again, like let's say if the black hair braiding shops get you out, get you go in there and you're out there in 5 hours. That's convenience. Now, if you got an FBA salon going, you're out in 12 hours, then it's gonna be a problem. Just care about time. Similar. Let me see. So we got Supreme Chief Holiday, peace to all the American Aborigines, FBA. All right, peace to Supreme. Today I'm gonna need y'all to like the video because yesterday live, you guys liked the video. He not even subscribed.
My Wi-Fi sucks today.
Support and join on to the lineage, right? We're lineage banging right now.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so all right. So now let's go into let me see anybody else new. Remy 85 Martin says culture is known worldwide and is somewhat adopted, intertwined by other culture customs are all known locally and regional, but never around the world. Right, right. So Remy, if I think I know what you're saying, like not only do we got culture, but our culture is the most impactful. Because Remy thinks that she said that culture is usually regional, local. It don't go past that. Like for example, we talked about immigrants being relocated to Eswatini, right? They got their own culture, little dances, but you only gonna see it when you go there to the country.
Right.
It's not
You're gonna
popping
see it all over the
online.
world.
Yeah, it's not popping nowhere but for tourists, white tourists that go visit over there. Eswatini. So not only do we have culture, it's like the most famous culture, it's the most known, the most notable, the most relevant culture, the only culture people care about. So all that shit he does in his country, let cows piss on their head and make mud cakes, that's not known anywhere. It's not even relevant. People don't care. Oh, so what's your culture? We do this, and nobody cares though. The world, like, so what? It's meaningless. There's no value to it outside of your shithole. There's no value.
Yeah. Just like a lot of things that Sabir Baby saying, it's meaningless. It's no point to this. So what? He keep talking about some person that was the first person that was to fly, if it's Alameen or whatever. And I said yesterday that he wasn't the first person to fly. He was the first person to try and die. And Sabir ain't say nothing. But the people in the chat was mad. They was like, "Nah, he flew. Hell yeah, no, he didn't fly. He got to the top of a mountain and he tried to fly and he didn't survive."
Yeah, so when you got Chat GPT, and AI and that type of stuff, debates like that don't even last long. It's like, dude, we just can look it up.
I want to look it up. I haven't looked it up, but I beat that. almost bet
Yeah,
the
the AI is
black
free on
drop.
most people's stuff, but you could Google it. The Google AI is free. I got a paid version of Chat GPT. Andre Townsend piece. All right, so let me do the Leonard the Yuda. Yes, severe praise European all yesterday. Yeah, anybody but us. Anybody but us.
Yep. He's talking about the Spaniards, the Arabs, and everybody else is.
Yeah.
And he's talking about
Anybody
I ain't
but
got
us.
no culture, man. He be pissing me off, but I have to chill.
But
I know
folks
that he
like
just
that, but
off
folks like
code.
that are usually going to be older, like the Sabir Bays, the brother Reggies. They're usually going to be older people, older FBAs. They're not going to be younger ones. So it doesn't really upset me because I already expect that. I respect because you know they and then they're gonna a lot of time be light skinned. Unfortunately, a lot of time they're gonna be light skinned.
He just off code, man. I think he FBA. He just off code as a mug.
Yeah, he's FBA. So is brother Reggie. But that don't mean nothing. We got Thomas Sowell. He's FBA. Okay, he's black conservative that agrees with a lot of white racist talking points. Yeah, so that don't mean nothing, and that's why Tether Dream keep next time you do it, I'm gonna block him. He keeps saying, "Aren't they FBA?" As though we're a cult. You know, like when he says that, he's trying to say we're a cult, meaning that if
Not
they're
a cult.
FBA, we gotta accept them regardless of how disgusting they are in the culture. It's like no. We call out our coon class. You don't call out yours. As a matter of fact, he is like a coon version of in his class, which is Tether.
Right.
But we call it ours. Like we hold them accountable. They don't do that enough over there.
Gatekeeping. Tired of that shit. Yep. Gatekeeping all of our culture.
He said,
Not
I
gonna
said,
let
I'm
them go
hollering.
ahead and cosplay us and stuff and get away with it. None of that stuff no more.
Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't know he debated. Whoa, you're right. They did. Wait, is that how? Wait a minute. Are you telling me Sabir Bey is that guy? That was him. Oh, I gotta play that. I gotta play that debate. Yeah. So didn't Sarasú said he make his name off Sabir Bey? Oh, that is embarrassing.
Oh, yeah, he killed him that day. But Sabir said he won that day. I'm like, man, you lost. But you can't
Wait.
tell Sabir nothing.
Of course. Well, I'm not trying to no old Negro nothing that's stuck in their ways, but you would know who won because it's real simple. Sabir Bey name went nowhere, and everybody knows who Sarah Susan said he is after that. Like he became like famous, like you know what I mean, in the woke arena. After that
Right.
debate, he became famous. So I don't know how you think he could win. But let me do some news and updates.
Conscious community and stuff. Woke. Where do you think that word came from? Came from us.
Yeah.
So we innovate, man. We be innovating out here. Man, we be innovating every day, man.
Yeah.
Somebody
I'm
came
gonna
up with
watch
something
that
today
video
and just
first.
hasn't spread yet.
Hey, Trayvon White. I'm gonna watch that video first so I can like see if there's any relevancy in there. And then if I find some relevancy in there, then I will do a live. Show them getting cooked.
A group of people who keep on talking about Africa, and that group is called the FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Well, what I call them is FBA, Fear of Being African.
We don't really care what you guys think, to be honest. We really don't value your opinions and intellect at all.
Ones spreading all the self-hatred, trying to delineate themselves, that is not the black community. These are whitewashed individuals that have lost themselves so much so that they are trying to find a whole new identity to commandeer to Africa.
A new identity. So that's why you slow walk them. Be like, am I black? Yeah. Am I American? Yeah. Is that a new identity? No. So you just lied. Okay, so now we put an F there to acknowledge our foundations, building fundamental blocks in this country. Is that a problem? Okay. So
it is. They always
Black
be
Americans.
pitching on it about the delineation.
Yeah,
Is not.
but that's just how you slow walk. Look, I'm not trying to convince nobody on nothing. I never do. I just want to make sure we are on one accord. Like I am black. I am American. So you agree I'm a Black American. That's on applications. I'm a Black American. Cool. And I'm just foundational. Is that a lie? Did we lay out the foundation? Are we in the steel mills, coal mines, cotton, rice, sugar, tobacco?
Railroad.
Okay, railroads. So ain't that the foundation of this country? All right, okay, we're foundational. We were here when the country was being made. Okay, foundational Black Americans. That's all.
Exactly. Makes so much sense.
Africans understand that the identity to commandeer. To Africans, understand that the real Black community in America has no problem with you. This is the truth.
Yeah, he's trying to be the African whisperer for FBA. These dudes are crazy.
Truth. Real Black community in America has no problem with
That's a goddamn lie, because there's nothing. There's no togetherness, nothing with the real African community in us. There's nothing there. So by you talking to them like that just went on deaf ears.
This is the truth. The only difference between foundational Black Americans and African immigrants is we were here longer. That's the only difference.
What? That's the only difference? So they were responsible for the foundation of this country? Like, that's just a stupid anti-FBA stance to take. And none of them will ever call in something like this.
We are from Africa, the same as they are from Africa.
No, but they're from an actual country, and they speak a certain language in Africa, and they have a culture in Africa that ties them to Africa. What about us? See, without the word, okay, tie us to Africa without saying the word Africa. See, I could tie Nigerian to Africa without saying Africa, Nigerian, Kenyan, Zimbabwean, Ghanaian. See, I could tie them all to Africa without saying the word Africa. Tie us to Africa without saying the word Africa. Can't do it.
If somebody tells you to turn your fire on one of your own,
that's not
that
our own.
motherfucker don't mean you no fucking good at all.
Yeah, these some sick folks.
Every time I come on this app, there is a particular group of people who keep on talking about Africa, and that group is called the F.B.A.
We actually don't talk about Africa at all. Yeah, we don't actually talk about Africa at all. Yeah, it's tethers. You guys talk about us. You call in our spaces. We don't call. I never call in the tether space.
Foundational Black Americans. Well, what I call them is F.B.A. Fear of being African. And my thing is,
however you want to call it.
If you don't want to be African, don't. Go on and live your happy American life.
Which we do.
Leave the rest of the Africans to get on and do what they're doing. Because every time I open this app, there's someone crying and complaining about Africa.
No, you be crying over me, nigga.
Boycott.
Right. What will be okay? Now he just said Africa. We're in America. What will we be complaining about what goes on in Africa? He gives no examples. Give us an example of why we would be crying about Africa.
I ain't crying about nothing over there.
The shithole. The whole continent is a shithole. Why would we be looking down when we're trying to level up? Like, why would we? That's just counterproductive.
Let's boycott that. If it's not Africans.
Okay, so how we go from that to a boycott?
And about the Caribbeans.
And you hear that? Okay, first of all, we're boycotting Africa because of African disrespect. Okay, and then you're African. What you got to do with the diaspora? Nothing. But he's trying to throw them in there.
If it's not the Caribbeans, they're complaining about the Mexicans. We're tired, bro.
What are we crying? What are you tired from? And what are we complaining about?
I know, we're not complaining. We just delineating.
He's just saying random shit. But listen, guys like him don't really have a real argument. They never be specific. And that's part of our culture. Our culture is being specific.
Exactly.
Like, we like to talk about what it is we don't like.
Right.
We ain't gonna just say random ambiguous stuff like he just did. Like nothing. He just said a bunch of they complain about Mexican, they complain about Africans, and they complain about the Caribbean. He never said what we complain about, because he knows that once he says that, Oh, we're complaining about disrespect. I got it. See, he can't tell you the complaint because the complaint is disrespect.
And you got the ones that come and say, we don't look African. Really?
Yeah. Don't look at them. Show my picture. You see what I'm saying? Like this guy gonna show random people on the net. Show my picture and show me the African in me.
Mm.
Look, random people.
Really?
And some of these power tethers, this guy's funny.
Really? At this point, I just got to laugh because it's becoming comedy.
Yeah, man.
Can you show Prince? Right? You see, he just show random people. Show Mariah Carey. Show Prince. Show Beyonce. Okay. Show Genuine. the singer Genuine. Show Maurice. No. What was his name? Yeah, Maurice Chestnut. No, not him. The other guy from Criminal Minds. What's his name?
I know. I forgot who. I know you're talking about.
The dude, yeah. Show him
guy.
like
that British dude.
They just show random people. Why don't you show let's see Craig Mack. Just randomly just show
I
people.
think that's FBA. Well, no, that's Caribbean, dog. We can't claim him.
He Caribbean? I don't even know. Like I'm not the Caribbean guru. I'm just throwing light skinned people out there because everybody he cherry picked as though we're one color out here. I'm just trying to show the diversity. Like, yo, we're different. Look, but whatever.
We don't have the same features as y'all. We not African. Really?
Look. Yeah, who made this collage, yo? They look. It was Dr. Savy. They look nothing alike. That common sense.
Right.
You sure?
Yeah, we're sure. Yeah, come on, dude. This dude got a damn nappy fro on his forehead. Will you stop? They look nothing alike.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we're sure.
If you leave the United States and travel the world, go to other countries.
And some of us have, and they know exactly what we are. None of them mistake us. Wait, same day. Is he trying to say when we visit the motherland and we go there, is he trying to say they mistake us as one of them? Hey, brother, long time, man. You just got
see
back.
Me a mile away. Even if I'm over there, dog, they're gonna be like, man, my man is American, bro. Black American. They gonna see it.
Right.
I don't look like that. My hairline is tight.
Right away. Like, brother, long time, brother. Your mother been asking about you. I still stopping.
It's like we can see them over here. How you know we when to say African booty scratcher? Because we knew that boy wasn't up our lineage.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, how do we know to call you that if we all look alike?
Yeah, like they didn't call me that. They ain't called me that, bro. I swear to you, they called me other things.
Right.
They couldn't call me no African booty scratcher. I've been looking at them like, boy, I'm from the block. What's that?
Now these guys make these videos, and let me see who channels this, because they never accept an invite. I'm like, yo, man, let's talk about that video.
I know.
They turn it down. I'm always in their comments.
I'm trying to get Afro Think Tank to come over here. His little punk ass running.
Man, he always coming. I'm a cult leader. When you're a cult leader, you ain't those guys are cult leaders. They're definitely not coming.
Well, I mean, I was proud of Sabir yesterday. I told you he was on Clubhouse, even though but he did not have control of the mic, and that was beautiful. He did not have control of the mic. Let's take a look at that. If you're looking for something to watch, watch what happened on Sabir Bey's channel last night.
You won't get me to do that.
He did not have control of the microphone. And that's what Sabir needs. So Sabir needs to be able to mute you and tell you that he gonna block you. If he can't do that, you take all his power away. And the only way that's gonna happen if he go on somebody else's platform. And I was telling them in the chat, I'm like, man, you don't be doing ain't nobody gonna come over here and debate you, man.
Well,
and I know every time you're talking about debating, you want money and stuff.
I mean, I'm gonna play I want to be the Sabir live, but I want to say this lastly, Brown. if he could at least tempt me if he had like 500 people tuning in. Then he could tempt me to call in. He got to be like 15 people viewing, bro.
Hell yeah.
About
Nobody
Africa.
there, like 15 more, dog, and me.
FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Well, what I call them is FBA, fear of being African.
These are then turning around and saying it's our fault. Stop contributing to the division.
Wait, he's an hour
community. The proof that we hurt in
Let me back up.
African, either you're African American or you white. Get Africa to the
He just told himself.
To
go back. God damn, how long are you talking?
Your culture and your contribution.
Cherokee, and they'll laugh in your face.
You just showing pictures.
I'm not saying some of you don't have the 1% in you or 2% in you, but let's be fucking real.
So he gonna tell us what we is and what we ain't.
I hate that.
Yeah. Y'all ain't none of y'all was here before, but all of y'all are African. Okay.
My community, black people, black Americans, the real black people, not the ones that's trying to spread self-hatred and division amongst people of color, not the ones that's trying to delineate themselves from black people. I'm talking about the actual
delineation is key.
We appreciate your culture. We respect your culture and your contributions.
Wait. Well, what culture we respect of theirs?
Contributions to history and everything that you've been through in history. These ones spreading all the self-hatred, trying to delineate themselves, that is not the black community. These are whitewashed individuals that have lost themselves so much so that they are trying to find a whole new identity to commandeer. To Africans, understand that the real black community in America has no problem with you. The trick here is the propaganda that has been spread, that has brainwashed black Americans for us to hate you and you to hate us. You have sellouts amongst you in Africa. We have sellouts here. There's been sellouts since the beginning of America. There's been sellouts since the beginning of time.
I'm listening to one.
Okay. But we, as black people globally, cannot afford to allow.
Wait, what you mean globally? Ain't no global black person.
No, that's what I'm saying.
To continue to be tricked and used against each other when it only destroys the entire community. We have the most beautiful community in the world with the most beautiful influence and with the most potential ever in history.
Wait. What's the beautiful influence that they have? I don't know. He just doing a kumbaya all week. Like, you get up in church, you get the microphone, and you just start going crazy. Just talking in circles.
Come on, man. When I turn on my radio, I'm not playing Afrobeat.
Thrive without exterior influence, without outsiders ripping and tearing at the resources of Africa, while at the same time calling it a.
Wait, so we're gonna do that now? So we're gonna. So they're living on minerals and lithium, but don't take advantage of none of it.
Right. They don't know how to mine it.
Other people say, hey, man, can you move out the way and let us get this? We'll give y'all, royalties. They say, yeah. So it's a deal. It's a contract. They're like, yo, you sitting on it. You don't know what to do with it. We know what to do with it. So, and we'll give you a royalty check. All right. And it's a real royalty check. And then that's what BP oil did with the Nigerians. And then they get out the way, they come and mine it, and they extract it, and they get them a royalty.
Shithole somewhere. At the same time, trying to keep it in a place of desperation. You, as a black American, need to understand this. That the only reason
we are the only ones that need to understand something always. Everybody already is smart. We're the only ones who constantly need to understand something. Everybody got to tell us about our history. They gotta teach us, train us up, and we're just inherently just dumb.
Shit.
That's how they talk.
The reason why Africa doesn't shine as much as it should is because every other country is ripping out resources from Africa to the point where
that's not how it works, buddy. Africa does deals with. Yes. They could have just ended the deal with the French and then did it by themselves. No, you ain't got to do a deal. Like we ain't got to do a contract at a like you don't got to sign. But you do the deal, that's on you.
It can't even feed itself. It can't even thrive on its own. Understand that we, as a group, as a people, as a village, as a nation of black people everywhere, are stronger together. Either you're black, either you're African, either you're African American, or you're white. There is no in between. Okay, all these other 10,000 labels that y'all got is just you.
As proof of concept. Love everybody, kumbaya. Still going to, bro. Unfortunately, there's something called proof of concept. Show us this Wakanda first before you pitch it. Can you just show us it? Okay, when you go to a company and you have something like a product that you believe can help that company
His nose
grow
look
to the
weird
next
too.
level, you bring it to them, you show them how it works, and you show them what literally success got already based on
Yeah.
your individual efforts. And you say, imagine you guys push this because you got the media, the commercials, it'll go even crazier. You know, I'm a small guy who got maybe 500 people reoccurring, you know, with this product every so often. Imagine what you can do with it. They're like, yo, you know what? Yeah, we'll sign something here. You can, you know what I mean? We'll royalty deal or, you know, licensing, whatever you want to do. Like you work something out with them. But you have to show how it works and how it's productive. They just be saying this. They never show it. They never show us these folks, even in America. Show us this in America. Show me where y'all just getting along and business is booming and y'all just getting that. It just just goofy talk. It's just emotional talk from people who are most likely Pan-Africanists.
Coping is just you having a defense mechanism because you're too weak to deal with the facts. The fact is, most people in this community live in fear of what would happen if we did try to live self-sufficiently and try to defend ourselves. Most people in this community are terrified of other people in this community. We run away from each other because we've been brainwashed and conditioned to expect to be hurt by somebody that looks like us more than we would be hurt, more than we are already hurt by individuals that don't look like us, outsiders that aren't in this community. The proof that we have already experienced over and over, time and time again, from people outside of this community, tearing at this community, ripping it apart, then turning around and saying it's our fault. Stop contributing to the division. Africans need African Americans and African Americans need Africans. Black people globally need each other. Black men need black women and black women need black men. And that is the only way we save these black children from unaliving each other in these streets. There is no other way around it. Stop being.
What's your thoughts on that?
Being a coward and do what you're supposed to do, and we won't be in this situation no more.
The situation he's talking about, because he spoke very vaguely what situation we're in, and how can a bunch of primitive people help us get out of it? Scammers. That's sipping scissor and smoking K2. How can they help us out of anything we're doing like that? It's just dead weight, man. They want to know where Big Meat's at. That's what they want to know. Yo, we're the plug.
How y'all doing? My name is Raekwon Diamond Kamal, and I've been hearing a lot online.
Oh, his name Raekwon. I already know what it's going. Your name Raekwon, it ain't gonna be good.
About foundational Black Americans versus African immigrants that come here to America and settle and become African Americans. Now, myself personally, I don't have a problem with it because this is the truth. The only difference between foundational Black Americans and African immigrants is we were here longer. That's the only difference. Right. But we are from Africa, the same as they are from Africa. You see, some blacks have this ideal that because our cultures are different, we cannot be put in the same category. Sorry, that's hogwash. That's bull. Okay? You see, black does not describe our culture. It describes our race. If you are a melanated person across the world, you're considered black. And they don't care what country you're from. I'm sorry, this is just the truth. They don't care where you're from. You're black, okay? Regardless if you're from Africa or anywhere else where your skin just happen to be melanated, they see you, they go black. So black does not describe our culture. American describes our culture. African describes our ancestry, or where our bloodline is from.
What the hell is a bloodline? Like, they be, listen, what are we doing? Dracula? Like, they be making up stuff. The bloodline. Like, bloodline? No, get back to ancestry. See, because he said ancestry, then he messed up and said bloodline. No, I like the first word. I like ancestry. Let's get back to that. Our ancestry, right, which is right here in America.
Okay?
Kelvin,
Unfortunately,
here's your
it
reminder.
appears that out of all the different groups on this planet, we're the only ones that have a problem with it. Okay? Asian American culture is not the same as Chinese, Korean, or Japanese culture. It's not the same. But do you hear Asian Americans claim or deny or run from the fact that they're Asian? No, they don't. They're Asian American, and they're cool with it.
Yeah, but the immigrants. Now, I want him to explain white Americans because none of them call themselves German. Okay, so, but he's gonna dodge that. See, he's being selective. These guys are easy to cook.
Right.
You definitely don't see white people whose culture is definitely different from European culture. White American culture is not the same as European culture. Very different. But you don't hear white Americans being ashamed of their European culture. We just have a problem.
Brother, if you ask a white American about the European culture, they're gonna say, "What you talking about, Willis?" Okay, so I don't know what white person he talked to, man. Bro, this is all over the net. This is our personal experiences. When you ask white people, what are they? They say white. You say, yeah, but do you got any? This is before $8 and FBA. You be like, yeah, but because we know they came from somewhere. Like, hey, but I mean, like Germany or Italian, they'd be like, I don't know, I'm just white. I promise you, that's the answers I got back from them. I'm just white. Like, you talking about? I'm just white. Like, where are you from in Africa? You're like, yeah, you're right. I'm just black. Yeah, so he's lying. White folks be like, oh, a white American would sit there and say, well, actually, because once they say they from Europe, they're not white Americans.
Yep.
Like, they just put themselves in an immigration issue.
With it. I don't. As a matter of fact, my family got rid of their slave names and took back African last names. That's why my last name is now Kamau. And I'm so proud of my African last name. It's from Kenya. I love it.
Really? Wow.
So, look, just know this. Matter of fact, my family got rid of their slave names and took back African last names. That's why my last name is now Kamau.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, well, say that then. Say he's Pan-Africanist. All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's straight up with them. He can't wait to get back to Africa.
I love it.
Yeah, but he won't go to Africa.
Nah, he ain't going.
Family. He must be
Not
right
if he do
here
some
in
research.
these American cities with that African last name. And guess what? Shit, I hope you ain't change your last name for real, because you might find yourself an alligator. I'll get your ass, my boy, mistakenly.
So, look, just know this. The only difference between African immigrants and us is that we were here longer. Only difference, but we're all still from Africa, making us all African American. And I'm cool with that. In the meanwhile, I know some of you might have some problem with it. I really don't care.
Okay.
But take care of yourselves and start loving one another. Talk to y'all.
We ain't boycotting African fucking
Now, I already know what type of chick she is. She's one of those chicks that walk around the tree roots with no socks, no shoes. She one of those women.
feet. Dang.
Incense burning everywhere. She's saying
Dang.
Ashe. She's saying Ashe every 10 seconds. I already know what type of woman she is. Batshit crazy at her job. Nobody talks to her at all. And she works at Amazon. She works at Amazon. She one of those folks that I show in the video that the police can, where they fire her, but she don't want to leave because her shift not over. She one of those crazy hell bats.
Somalian.
Ain't boycotting African fucking businesses. What the fuck is wrong? What is going on here, fam? Boycotting no fucking African businesses. Not in America. Not when we got all these other motherfuckers stacked against us that we need to be fighting. You know, when you start boycotting somebody, that's when you have exhausted the possibility of having a fucking conversation. When was the last time you sat down and tried to have a conversation with another individual on this diaspora? We ain't boycotting each other. Fuck out of here.
Really?
It's fucking stupid. And I don't give a fuck who came up with the stupid ass idea. You're a jackass for it.
You notice how tellers like to cuss.
Y'all need to fucking understand.
You see, when they come over here, I never cuss them out. I never use profanity because, again, I'm a content creator. You just shadow ban yourself, basically.
We cuss, but it's like you can see a tether overdoing it. Like this, bop, bop, trying to hit you with all these, thinking that's how we go, but that's not. A tether can never do us. They always cosplaying. You can always find if a real one can always see a fake one.
That she got.
The difference between everyday black people and fucking black capitalists. Do you know what this really boils down to? A fucking marketing fail. The goddamn owner, CEO of Essence Magazine, that was a huge motherfucking fail. That woman don't fucking know you. None of you. No, and it doesn't matter where the fuck you come from. She wants your attention so she can market to you. What does that have to do with the sister that braids your motherfucking hair and keeps you looking tight and right every goddamn weekend? With your pop-ins and shit. Get the fuck out of here. If somebody tells you to turn your fire on one of your own, that motherfucker don't mean you no fucking good at all.
If they're one of our own and we're boycotting them, aren't we boycotting ourselves? By her logic.
Oh. If you have gotten to the point.
Righteous Rage say, stop talking about tethers.
Someone
so
on
much
this diaspora. Well, by all motherfucking means, let's have a sit down and talk that shit out first. Okay? But that means that you have tried every other motherfucking thing, and we deserve to give each other every fucking opportunity. You give it to the goddamn white man. So if you're boycotting, that means you've exhausted all other possibilities, and I don't see that here.
We have one common enemy, the white man. You get pulled over, right?
Why you letting Africans put hands in your hair, baby? So.
Yeah, we don't really care what Pan-Africanism thing.
So let's get our shit together. Stop fighting amongst us.
Man, it's just started.
Too many of them out there waiting for us to take each other out so they can come and clean up. Now get it the fuck together.
each other out. It's 43 million of us. It's like 400,000 of them. What are you talking about? The math ain't math.
Righteous Rage, man, got that Pan-African side said, man, you wasting your energy talking about these tethers, man. I don't know who that is. Is that one of them? Yo, man, we over here trying to build, man.
Wait, but let me read. It might be a legitimate question. All right. So we're not trying to convince anybody. So like this person most likely is new to the podcast. Hey, Righteous Rage, we're not trying to convince anybody. Okay, you just came to a channel that's literally called FBA News and Updates. Do your news channel try to convince you? No, they just give you the news and updates, and that's what I'm doing. You came to a channel literally called FBA News and Updates, and you're mad at the news and updates. You confuse that with us trying to convince you. As we should just continue.
This message is not addressed to all Black people who happen to be Black Americans.
All right, wait. All right, wait. Because maybe let me give Righteous Rage a because he got rage too, right? He got Righteous Rage. So let's give Righteous Rage.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that.
Nah, I'm gonna give Righteous Rage a link.
All right, the link. Oh yeah, it's right at the top. We picked it at the top. Anybody that want to come up, just come on up.
So Righteous Rage, maybe I'm misunderstanding your sentiments. So click that link and just join the party.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut the hell up.
We understand that there's a lot of Black Americans who don't want no parts of this. They don't care. They're too busy making their money, working their job, taking care of their family, and living their amazing lives. We see you, we respect you, and we vibe with you because y'all are the people who vibe with us. Y'all are not trying to spread hate. We are talking about the so-called FBA people.
Notice that none of them give you an example of this hate. They just say it, almost like a white racist person that was calling Dr. King a troublemaker. You know, we're like modern Dr. Kings and stuff. Rosa Parks, they're calling us troublemakers for pointing out the obvious.
Wow.
Yeah, but they called Dr. King.
Right.
Yeah, they called her a troublemaker.
Rosa was my girl, and Harriet.
Who wants to separate themselves from all Black people. Where did this even started? FBA people started this. They started this whole narrative of division. They're trying to separate themselves from the diaspora, and to each be its own. Go ahead and do that, but don't take your anger out on Black migrants who came to the United States. Your problem is not with us. Your problem is with the U.S. government. In 1782, they started calling you African Americans. If you say you are indigenous to this land, that means that white people came here from Europe and enslaved you here. We didn't do that. We didn't create bloodbreaking, a system that was designed by white people to humiliate Black men. And if you trace the history back, that is the reason why homosexuality is so prevalent in the Black communities these days.
Oh, no. Come on, man. That's a lie.
We didn't create the racism that you have to deal with in this country on a daily basis. We didn't create segregation and Jim Crow. We didn't underfund your schools and promote illiteracy in your communities. We didn't start the war on drugs that literally funneled millions of Black boys and men to prison. We didn't do none of that. Today alone, the 20% of Black people who are on Medicaid, your information has been turned over to ICE by the Trump administration. We didn't do that. White people has been against the Black community since.
Here we go. Don't focus on us. That's what we're going to do. Focus on the white man. So first of all, I disagree. I disagree.
Oh, yeah.
They are part of everything he just named.
he enabled that.
All what he just named is white supremacy, and all of them are team white supremacy. So you're no different than the guy who popped it off. You joined it. What you do? You help propagate it because you repeated their talking points. You said we're lazy, the IQ and things like that. All of the racist tropes, y'all repeated every last one of them to show how you're delineating from us.
Yes.
When y'all come over here, y'all don't join our communities and y'all do your own little enclaves. So no, you guys are definitely an enemy. And that little ICE thing you said, why you mention that? That affects you.
Day one, and they do something every day to try and make you believe that they really don't fuck with you. That's not us. See, racism started because rich white people started telling poor white people that
all of them give us a history lesson. It was more disrespectful, a history lesson in America about racism. Dude, kill yourself.
They are at least better off than the black people. And that's how racism became widespread. Now, African Americans are trying to perpetuate that same system of racism onto Africans by trying to make themselves feel better than Africans. Okay, that's basically what racism is. When you want to sit there and say, oh, well, at least I'm not an African, well, at least I'm an American, the white people have taught you so well how to hate yourself to the point where when a black man or a black woman starts dating a white person, they start talking to other African Americans like they're peasants. You guys turn on each other immediately the moment the white man gave you a little bit of attention. And now you're running out of stuff to hate within your own community, so you're trying to take that out onto other people who are coming here. You have a bigger problem, but it's not with us. If you don't want to be called African Americans, you can literally stop calling yourself African Americans. But that does not mean that the US government is going to stop recognizing you as an African American. The United States institutions will not stop recognizing you as African Americans. So if you really want to effect change, you need to petition the government and tell them that you need to pass a law where you do not call us African Americans anymore. We just want to be addressed as Black Americans.
That's it. I like that. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, you're right.
No, there's something wrong with it. The American government did not come up with African American, and neither did they put that in law. That's something Jesse Jackson made up, and it was passed around. And liberal media pushed that, and as a result, it became applications. That's not by law. There's no vote. There's nothing. There's nothing in law that says that we need to be called African American. That is simply a suggestion from Jesse Jackson. He had media, liberal, Jewish help to propagate it everywhere, and they got pushed on applications. And the reason was they said it sounded more safer than Black Power, Black Panther, Black Wall Street. They said it sounded more safer.
Okay.
So this idiot
I just was
don't
thinking
know
about when you filling out forms and stuff and going to work and stuff, they be like, "What's your race?" And I always see African American. I would love for
but there's nothing law about that. Yeah, but
right. I was just saying
that's not government law legally.
What they got me down as an African American. I want that off. I want that to say Black.
Right. Yeah, that African thing. Wait, I just feel something out. I'm trying to think if I seen African American.
Because a Haitian African American, a Somalian is too, a Jamaican is too. We got to stop that. We delineate.
Okay, so we got some folks that called in. Chad, what's up?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yo,
I got a problem with outsiders trying to teach us our history.
Right.
That's what I got a problem with. It was what he said wasn't wrong, but in the context of it, it was wrong. Like, who are you to teach me my history when you don't even know yours? But yeah, that's all I had to add on that one. Yeah, I gotta go. I'm at work. I'll try to jump back on later.
Coming up.
We got Kwame here. Is that revenue, Kwame?
Kwame pulled up. All right, I'm gonna let y'all chill. Go ahead, y'all do y'all.
You just
Don't
say
worry about it,
Kwame.
Kwame. I ain't gonna double team you, dog.
Yeah,
Don't worry about
yeah, I'm listening to your live, Ron, and it's
Okay.
just I'm just appalled how you just lying on your live.
Here we
It's
go.
just appalling. You
Okay.
first say white people in America say, oh, we don't know where we come from, when they could tell you that the cities they come from to the people they come from, they sell it
Hold up.
in.
Mute you, because you're just rambling. What white person? What white person are you talking about? You just can't be saying white people. Which white? What are you talking about? I'm talking about white Americans.
Yeah, majority of white Americans, they could tell you their history all the way
No. Stop.
down
Stop. Stop.
back to
Stop. Stop
Europe.
right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. The average white American come from what country?
Well, some come from Germany, some
No.
come
No. 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 No.
from
I didn't ask you that.
Anglo-Saxon.
No. Hey, listen. This is the last time I'm throwing you off because you called in like you gonna correct me. I asked you a straight up question. The majority of white Americans come from what country? Tell me.
Well, majority of white people come from Anglo-Saxon background.
What country?
48
I just
million.
said. Okay. All right. Bye. I asked him what country. He's telling me. Okay. All right. Bye. Bye.
Anglo-Saxon.
That's a country?
The British Isles.
Are you stupid? Germany. Germany. Are you
Majority
stupid,
of
bro?
the white people, 48 million of the white people come from the British Isles. 38 million come from German background. 15 million come from Polish and Eastern European background.
Hold on.
Yeah, you can look it up.
Yeah, I got you.
It's 200 million white people. You could look up the background that they come from.
Okay. So now, so let's start from the top. So UK, then we're going to do
This is a
Germany.
reminder.
So you met so the UK people, that's American. How long they been in this country, bro?
Since at least since the 16th century.
And they can tell you about their lineage.
Yeah.
You all right, bye. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. You're a complete goddamn liar. Yeah. Get off.
I thought you don't curse out.
Get off. No, I curse at tethers. Get off.
Ron, I think you should let Kwame go, man, because both of y'all getting good. He over there trying to debate Tyreek these days. Took his ass and let him know he shouldn't even be on that stage.
Brother, he had a hell of chances to look smart on here. Did he look smart today? He never looked smart. This dude said a UK person from the 1600s, an American today, can trace back to the 1600s. What city? He lost his goddamn mind.
You know, Tethers love to babble.
Yo, what records? Yo, listen, what records they kept, and why would they keep records? Oh, I think it was kept because it was too like that, like an instrument. So like property. So they kept a record for that reason, to know for ownership purposes, who owns who, and that's mine, it's not yours. Why would a person from UK who's fleeing the UK, by the way,
Right.
they was forced migration, either to
Yep.
die for your crime or go to America and to the land for a certain amount of years and we give you some homestead agreement. Why would he keep his record? He's a goddamn criminal. He want to act like that never happened. Why would he bring with him to America his criminal past? That's like a Jamaican tether today. Leaving Jamaica for some bad behavior.
Right.
Keeping a record of it. Hey, find a goddamn fool. Now, hold on. We got some other folks in the building.
Hey, what's up?
Righteous Rage is here.
Hello, how y'all doing? Afternoon.
Hey, hear the good, hear a sweet voice. What's up?
Yeah, nothing much. I was in the chat, and so I decided, yeah, just to come up, I guess, just to kind of explain some of my sentiment in regards to the comments,
Yep.
that I was making in the chat. So, what I was stating is like we have work as Black Americans to do here in America, and even with I've never really heard a lot of people from the diaspora talk the way that I hear it now being done over social media in my personal life with interacting. Now, if those discussions were had when I was not in the room, I wouldn't be aware of that, right? Um, Being that I am in a space where I do deal with a lot of people from the diaspora and I'm immersed in different cultures throughout the diaspora, but I am a foundational Black American. A lot of times I trump it up on both sides as ignorance. I think we have a lot of Black Americans here. We don't even know or study or have an interest in our own history. I think people are becoming a lot more interested or kind of seeking out those answers more so now as delineation is happening, as people, Black specifically, over the last 10 years plus have kind of been putting a lot more effort into going back into their ancestry. Right. And so now you have a lot more education in regards to us being Aboriginals. Some also having a lot more information, maybe being able to go back if they've done some of those blood work tests, that they have out now.
Right.
But even with that, I think that's just learning thyself. And then at the same time, with the increase of interactions between the diaspora and Black Americans here over the last 50, 60 years more so, that has just come to a head again, lack of ignorance, I believe.
That's interesting. That's an interesting point of view. I like that. So, Rage, I just wanted to see what viewpoint you was coming from. So, where your family from?
So I'm American. My
Yep.
father is out of North Carolina. My mother's out of
Yep.
Chicago. On my father's side, we've been able to trace it back to South Carolina, slavery. On my mother's side, not so much, but migrated out in the last 60 or plus years out of Mississippi to Arkansas up to Chicago. So
Mississippi and here, okay, in South
Arkansas.
Carolina.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So that's as far back as I go, and I'm pretty sure it goes, back further. So it's really hard for me to get into the headspace of picking and choosing when it comes to my Blackness, right?
Okay.
Being that I am an American, I just always loved Black people. I didn't really understand the sentiment between Black Americans and the diaspora. Like I said, I didn't grow up hearing that from either
Yeah.
sides, from the people, because
Right.
I'm from the Midwest. So there wasn't a lot of people, there wasn't a lot of Caribbeans or Africans when I was
Okay.
growing up, right?
Yep.
Now, if you're somebody like out of New York, out of some of the major coastal cities where you had a heavy presence from those from the diaspora, whether that be the Caribbeans or Africa, then yeah, maybe you may be you may have been more aware of those differences. But my first interaction with those from the diaspora is just the cultural differences, right? Like, hey, they got a twang when they talk. I'm like, they sound different, but they Black like me, right? And it wasn't
Yeah.
like Black in their hair texture are different, like you could tell they Black, but there's something, different.
Different about
I probably would have trumped them up to, being mixed of some sort, right? But
it.
it was more so of I understand they Black, or when I go to their house, it smell different. The seasonings or spices that they're cooking with, their rice is different. But you're
Okay.
talking about a, 7, 8 year old child who, I mean, is learning about geography, right? But
Yep.
nobody's claiming that, right?
Yep. Not at
It
that
wasn't
age.
like they, Yeah, they were just mixed in, and nobody claimed like I'm from here, I'm from there, unless I guess maybe you directly asked, you know.
Yeah, like I grew up in Detroit, and my parents are both from Alabama, so that's via Alabama. That's how I got my lineage together with the FBA because it's not a club, it's a lineage, meaning that either you you accept it or you don't. You know what I mean? And then you can have like off code FBAs, people that's FBA and just don't, that still love Pan Africans because FBAs and Pan Africans, these different people. See, Pan Africans, they love the diaspora. I do love as an FBA, I do love the diaspora. I'm just with my people first. You gonna have to be from America. You gonna have to tell me where you from. And if you can't tell me nowhere around here, then that means that you are not of my lineage. I don't mean I hate you or I don't want nothing
Right.
for you. It just means that I'm just looking for my family first. So now when I do that, that means that I'm looking for reparations. See, that's the
So is
reason I'm
that
here because, well, go
so
ahead. I
is
was just
that a
saying that.
new
Go ahead.
understanding for you, or was that
But
always your sentiment even, in your early 20s or
before Tyreek, before Tyreek
no,
or after?
just towards blacks in the diaspora specifically.
I would say I was a Pan African. You could find me wearing that African medallion back in the day.
Okay.
That was before I had got knowledge. But
The
see,
reason
even when
why
I
I
was
asked that question though is because I think a lot of us, even those who, understand and claim FBA now, come from a Pan-African more so mindset prior
No,
to the delineation.
no, I'm gonna
Unless you were
disagree.
just okay.
I'm gonna disagree because the Pan African's influence has always been minute. Like you had to be around them was really was never anywhere to even like understand what it is. Most of our influence comes from the Nation of Islam. Okay, and the
mm-hmm,
Nation of Islam was not they were anti-African 100%. Elijah Muhammad don't speak great of Africa at all, zero.
mm,
Okay, matter of fact, he relied to them as like primitive, like jungle monkeys, basically jungle bunnies. So he never shined light on Africa. So
Do
most of
you
our influence come. Wait, last
do
thing.
you
Now,
do you
go
think
ahead.
that's more due to location, right? Because like I was stating, I think there's a certain ignorance that comes with us, specifically just as American. I'm gonna speak because I am American, right? Um, that location, right? So if you're talking about somebody mentioned they're from Detroit, if you talk about New York, Philly, these places where there was more education in regards to blacks outside of just our history and slavery, right? Um,
right.
there was a consciousness that wasn't just everywhere. If you weren't in those hubs where that was going on, unless you were seeking it and was around somebody that was able to drop a name or two or a book or two, you know, you just wouldn't have known until kind of technology comes into play where this information. My first info, my first coming into Pan-Africanism specifically, because nobody around me was Pan-African, right?
Mm-hmm.
That
Was
didn't really
really
pop off nowhere.
through music,
Okay.
right? Because I seen the representation and I understand now as an adult that you had apartheid going in South Africa that hip hop was very involved with, right? We also had the drug epidemic going. So there was a consciousness in early hip hop, right? And there was a lot of the artists that represented Pan-African colors, flags, so
Like
X-Clan and
who? Yeah,
you
yeah. Yeah, but most of the rappers were 5%ers though. You know that, right?
Mm,
Well, see, that again, I, I'm being from the Midwest, somebody that
Mhm.
was close into New York may have had access to that information. I wasn't, right? And it might also be my age group, right? But
Exactly.
I
So
think it was more so location and having access to see those things to even be aware that something like that was going on. So I think that ignorance is still prevalent to this day, even though
mm,
we are educating and sharing information and resources through social media and people have the opportunity to go do additional research. But
right.
yeah, I don't think if you were exposed to it, you
okay, put
wouldn't
it in.
know it. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this, 'cause I kind of don't know where we are. Um, so are you Pan-Africanist today?
Yeah, I would still label or coin myself as a Pan-African. At the
Yeah, see,
same
but that's
time,
the
I'm
question.
FBA.
Of course, you could be
I
both,
know
like
I was.
Professor Smalls. Wait, hold on, same day,
Yeah,
because you had your chance and you didn't ask the right questions. It's
right.
my turn now. All right. So when you say Pan-Africanist, so what are some big names that I did the work? Because you said the work in the chat. So what are some Pan-Africanists that we know of today, past or present, that have done some work?
I'm not understanding the question. What do you mean specifically? Those who claimed or was in or claimed
Notable,
as
influential,
Pan-Africanists?
yeah, and that was influential in American history at some point, or actually maybe done something that you can that we could read or write down.
Okay, so honestly, my first interaction or introduction through Pan-African was Marcus Garvey, right?
Oh,
Like I said, my introduction into it was basically through music. I understand, and I wouldn't even have coined myself as a Pan-African younger coming up, right? I don't think I understood it on the vastness of the fact that I just love Black people, and I was for the upliftment and betterment of Black people globally, right? So,
would you call
um,
yourself somebody?
I'm sorry.
Would you say you somebody like are you like a history buff? You love history?
I wouldn't say I'm a history buff. In school, I liked history. I just didn't like the history they was teaching
No,
teaching us,
I'm
right?
talking about your history, the history that you read. You say
I'm
like
sorry, it was kind of going in and out, so I didn't quite hear your
yeah, the
question.
history that you read. Do you love what you read? Like, do you embrace it and you adapt to it and adopt it?
Honestly, a lot of the history is heartbreaking for me. I listen to it. I
So can
listen
I be
to
more
it,
specific?
and yeah,
Marcus Garvey.
yeah. What about it though? You're
When
saying
you read
that,
about when you read about him, like there's some things about his story, you know,
uh-huh.
things like that. Yeah, you
Maybe
didn't
I
say
missed
yes.
something. Yeah, no, I didn't say
Hmm.
anything because I don't know, maybe it's me in my headset. It kind of went out slightly. So I'm hearing you, but it's kind of chipped in and out. So are you saying when I read the history, what does it make me feel a certain way, or do I enjoy it to where I want to immerse myself in it?
Okay, do you know the history of Marcus Garvey?
Okay,
Yes.
so I am looking in the chat. Can somebody else hear the questions he's saying in the chat, or is it so I
No,
can know if
Rod,
it's my
you going in
headset?
and out again. But you know, my internet is bad today too. But yeah, you was going in and out, bro.
Family, am I in and out? Let me know if I'm in and out. So can I be heard? Wait a minute. Let me. Next time I'm gonna do the replay. With this, have you studied Marcus Garvey, or you just heard about
No, I have not did like extensive, I guess, research into Marcus Garvey. No, just several book documentaries, things of that nature.
it? Give me a explain. Jamaica, he stood up for UNIA, he fell. He came to America to establish a Black Africa movement. He went back to Jamaica to try to reestablish himself. But in London, you know, okay, but his biggest failure was, am I, hello? My microphone still going out?
Yes, I didn't hear pick up any of that. I was just gonna
So
allow you to.
anything
I
well,
can't
you know
hear
what?
you.
All right. I know.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to definitely be politically correct, right? I'm not a scholar, right? I haven't did like you can sit up here and can kind of quote books and things of that nature. And I think I did see someone ask, what does the upliftment of Black people globally do for us here as foundational Black Americans? I think we have work we have to do here. But I would think even us doing the work here would still be some that would still influence Blacks globally. Right? I mean, we've
We always
already
have
did
influence
that.
Blacks
Yeah,
globally.
that's what I'm saying. We've already done that. And so um I think we here as Black Americans, we're the poster child for Blacks globally. So what happens with us and what goes on with us makes a difference globally of how Black people are looked in general.
All right, let me log in from my iPad. So I know the iPad will work. Microphone. All right, 893 5607 190.
All right then. All right. When my man get his
I
mic together.
agree. Seven,
So Ray,
what's that? Seven even up? I believe the focus should definitely be here. I mean, I live here. I don't have plans on moving or going anywhere else. I have children here. I have my family is here, right? So it's definitely about survival first, right?
All
But
right,
I
so can
think
I be
that
heard now?
yeah, you
yes, I
sound
can hear
good.
you.
Yeah, I'm on the mic. I'm on the iPad. Okay. So now, what I do, sis, is that I don't go and romanticize history. I don't care if it's some stuff from FBA that I thought was true, and I go with truth, right? I don't like to be wrong. I don't like to be miseducated, and I don't research off confirmation bias. I research, and whatever it says, it says. Okay. Now, Marcus Garvey, just want to share with you. Marcus Garvey was a 4-time failure. He started his UNIA in Jamaica. It flopped. He came to America, got a little momentum. It flopped. He went back to Jamaica, got deported, went back to Jamaica, flopped. He went to London, flopped. He died of failure, 4-time failure, right? So all his dreams, not one came to fruition. Not one. So, but not only did he die a failure, he died as a scammer, a convicted scammer in America. So he was scamming Black folks based on a dream, okay? Some fantasy that he will have this Titanic and he'll put 22 million Black folks on there and bring them to Liberia and do like import export trades with these steamships. And none of it, okay, move away. And none of it came close to the truth. None of it came close to being true. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because you can't run a business off donations. That's why Umar can't get his stuff off the ground. Right? You need to have real investors with real money. Like that's how Booker T. Washington gave that blueprint. That's how he got his Tuskegee Institution. He got white dollars. He got real money. He didn't get donations. Matter of fact, nobody got donations. Everybody did it from real investments, real investors. Okay, so the whole idea based on donation was a scam and a false reality. Secondly, or you could say thirdly, get off that. He never even communicated with the president of Liberia. So you got this grand scheme to get Black Americans to Liberia, but you never negotiated anything with the president. So what happens is a ship happened to go over there, but guess who wasn't on it? Marcus Garvey. He was using Black Americans as lab rats. So he sent the ship over there, and the Liberian government immediately arrested them and deported them. He got deported, and he left a memo to Marcus Garvey: don't come back over ever again. Now, Marcus Garvey never displayed that to his public, to his people, his fans and supporters, his donors. He never said that. He kept the lie. Okay. Then now he met with the KKK that you probably not familiar with. Why are you meeting with the KKK? It's because he's seen the KKK as the modern ACS. See, it's a lot of history, but then who's the ACS? Right? So you got to know who the ACS is, American Colonization Society, back in 1816. See, it all started from there. The whole Liberian movement, it was theirs. It was so Pan-Africanism roots literally come from the ACS, white supremacy, and it was to force migrate free Blacks. because they were too influential, too inspiring to enslave blacks. So we're going to force migrate them to our colony, the white supremacist colony called Liberia. So everything about Marcus Garvey was straight garbage, and people who really study him don't really like look at him as like this hero or some representative of what Pan-Africanism should be.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you this then.
Yeah.
Who would you say is a representation of a person, whether currently or historically, did it right, that wasn't, that we can't criticize or may have made bad or wrong decisions?
As far
I
as
don't think it's none.
As far as what, Pan-Africanism?
Whether it's a Pan-African or a FBA.
Okay, so here's the problem. There's no leader. So there's just a bunch of people that's successful, that get shit created, get shit done, and as a unit, we benefit from it. So we talk about the Black Wall Streets, we talk about the Robbins Airport, we talk about Manatee Walker, Maggie Lena Walker. This as individuals. Stop here. As individuals, you get it done. What do you want?
Right. So, and this is my thinking of it, right? Like, we're not a monolith, right? You're going to have different contributors, right, to those concepts and those ideologies. I think that's the beauty of us being Blacks, or I coin us as Africans. Yes, we move throughout the globe, but
I don't know
believe
about that history. Like you said, you're not a big history buff, so you just
so
made that
you
one up.
don't. Well, I mean, you don't think all life comes from Black people, whether you got the other.
No,
Okay,
because
so
Black.
yeah, that's where we different.
Okay, no, we're gonna be the same. No, we're gonna agree though. Black and African is not Black and African is not interchangeable. Okay.
That's no Genesis.
Yeah, no. I'm saying the word Black and African. Black is something in the 1990s that we came up with over here, and Africans really adopt Black. They still don't adopt it. I can show you videos of Nigerians saying Black. That don't show you where you come from. So that term is not even globally accepted by Africans or the Caribbean people.
From my understanding is they understand that they're Black. They never had to differentiate their Blackness because they come from primarily Black countries. So everybody is Black.
Those are not, but you just made that up though. Black. Yeah, because so who introduced Black over here? Who introduced Black first as an identity? Do you know?
No. I would say it came up in the 70s when Black and Proud.
Earlier. See, I just told you, I was in the Nation of Islam. They came up with the term Black first. That's 50s. That's 40s. That's 30s. The Black man is God. That's Nation of Islam. Message to the Black man in America. That's Elijah Muhammad. That's 1954. Okay, so now he came up with the term and he had a definition for it, and it wasn't skin tone because he wasn't dark skin, and neither was Malcolm X. It was an experience. Black was an experience, and guess what the experience was? You guessed it, slavery. So Black power, not African American power. Black Panthers, not African American Panthers, and Black Wall Street, not African American Wall Street. So Blackness was exclusive.
I get that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but Black.
But I don't think I ever. So when I was growing up, and we referred to ourselves as Black, and they were Black too. Like I said, I didn't understand that delineation in regards to those in the diaspora until you get around them and you have those kind of conversations, right? But like I said, my understanding, like if I talk to somebody that's a diaspora, they understand and know that they're Black. I don't think that's ever been a question of for them.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. But you look at it from a Pan-Africanist point of view. I'm not. I'm not. Because I talk, again, I know what I know because you would ask them, hey, what are you? They're not going to say black.
Oh, they'll normally say their nationality.
Ethiopia,
or
right?
Their tribe.
Hold on, same day. But if you ask us what are we say black. See the difference? The blackness is our nationality. So they say Nigerian, Rwandan, Ghanaian. We say black. So I said they're not that's my whole thank you. It comes down to they're not interchangeable. So when you say black people across the world, ain't no black folks across the world. It's just black folks in America. Everybody else is Rwandan, Ghanaian, Caribbean, or some other shit.
Oh, you're right. And that goes with the mindset for them as well. So that's why when I'm in these spaces, whatever space that I'm in, right? I do have the understanding. I have just a unique experience, like we all do, but I have traveled, right? My father was military, so we traveled around. I've also been outside of this country. So I have a different type of relationship with the diaspora that was just supposed to be there from my own journey.
Right.
I'm more about the bridge, right? That's why I say I don't cancel out all those in the diaspora, just like I don't accept all of those as FBA, because there's a lot of them that go along with the ideology and the mindset more closer to white supremacy than they are for their own people.
Show me an example. Show me an example. Show me one example.
You mean one example of individual mindsets about how they think and towards black
like
people, their own people?
Yeah, like a white. No. You said.
Oh yeah, no. Just that I don't think those from the diaspora are the only ones who think black Americans are lazy. I think you got black Americans who think black Americans are lazy.
Hold on. They don't just say that.
Who don't? From the diaspora?
Yeah. They don't just say that.
Right, but what I'm alluding to, or what I'm stating, is that we have black Americans right here who have ill feelings towards their own.
But you said white supremacist talking points. Now, I know all the white supremacist talking points.
Well, the reason why I say that is because, just like the idea of a lot of things that has happened here politically.
Like what?
Right? So you have a lot of people that align, whether it's on the Democratic or on the Republican side, right? You still have people that don't even understand how we should be moving as a collective here in America, and how we can go through different steps to get through to a different positioning. Like, obviously, we're not united here amongst ourselves, and that has a lot to do with mindset and ideology. So when you're talking about something specific to
FBA is all about staying and getting on code, though. That's what the problem is. Everybody getting on code, and we just want to say that we just delineating, and what that means is not hate. It's just delineation, and that's what I was trying to tell you, that even though you're a Pan-African and you cool, it's kind of hard to be a Pan-African and FBA at the same time, because if you're a Pan-African, that means you for the diaspora. And FBA, that means that you just for FBA first, then the diaspora. I'm not trying to help nothing out in Africa. I'm just trying to help FBAs. It might sound rigid, but it's not hate at all. It's just trying to find out where my family at. Because see, look, I can't teach you to be on code. I can't. That's something that just in you. You understand? A tether, which I know that you was in the chat talking about tethers. A tether is a person that's trying to be on code, but they not on code. They got to be taught. And I think that's from your mother's side, that you're trying to be like, I love everybody. And I understand. But when we talk about this FBA
hold on,
stuff,
you said on my mother's side?
Yeah, I think your mother's side, I think that's the problem. You was like, well, that's where you don't really feel on code all the way, because your mother probably from Caribbean somehow, some way.
Did not say my mother was from the Caribbeans. What I said was I was able to trace it back to Mississippi. I haven't been able to go any further than that.
And
Right,
Mississippi is a state that we claim, so I understand. But it's Haiti, right close to Mississippi.
Wait, so you said this earlier.
I don't know no history that goes back to the Caribbeans.
Okay, so you said this earlier. You said both are at fault. You said folks from the.
I said both. I think there's ignorance on both sides.
Oh yeah, you said that. Okay, now show us FBA ignorance.
Well, I think for one, the way that
Wait. And before you go, if so, point by point, I want to speak to. So don't list 10 bullet points. Just name one. Let me respond, and then you go again. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I think most people most Black people don't even have a relationship with a person from the diaspora,
That's
a personal relationship.
That's not a requirement. That's not a requirement at all.
I think it is.
Why?
I think it's well, because how can you speak and have an understanding of anything if you haven't had an interaction with it?
Hold on. The average Black person, hold on, Sandy, I got it. The average Black person haven't never met a white supremacist, so they can't be anti-white supremacy. Like that sounds crazy.
No. What I think most Black people have received from white people is some type of, prejudice, disdain,
and we
underlying
receive that same
right.
prejudice.
So from that experience, they may be able to relate and understand and see white supremacy better.
Experience from these goddamn tethers. And that's what started the whole
I can't speak to everybody's experience. Like I said, I think there's a lot of places and a lot of people as Black Americans who haven't been in or around, whether they're be Haitians, Jamaicans,
but hold on.
The reason, because that's why I said about location from the beginning. I think that matters.
I don't gotta meet you. All I gotta do is hear you and hear what you said about me, how you feel about me. That's enough. Hey, my name is Ron, and nice to formally meet. No, we never gonna meet. Like, right. Once I know what you said about me and my family, my lineage, we good.
Okay. Call me Al-Qaeda.
But how would you, okay, so let me ask you this, how would you hear that? Is that a direct interaction you had that somebody stated to you, or if you're sitting in a space in a restaurant and you overhear a conversation?
Okay, so a lot of it comes from political leaders as Caribbean. So all they gotta say is no to reparations, as they did. That's enough for all of us to say, yo, we cool.
Okay.
Yeah. So a lot.
See,
so
I have personal relationships, and my experience hasn't been that.
I got it. Cool. I got it. Cool. No, nobody going to really. Even racists don't call you a nigger to your face. Like they smile and they open the door for you. Come on, man. I just left South Carolina. Racist shit over there. But as I'm walking to the store, they try to attempt to give me a ride. And they say, so nobody's gonna always tell you in your face, you ain't shit. They're gonna tell you behind your back, or another like social media where you can't directly confront them. Yes, of course, in your face they're gonna smile. Look at the Karens. Look at the guy who went hunting with a bunch of white boys and ended up killing him there. Now he thought they were his friends, but he became the hunted. Yeah, so people in your face that they're not going to. Or you look at the movie Slavery by 12 Years of Slavery. I got the book. It's a real story. How about those white boys that got him drunk? Yeah, that's his friend, right? Then they sold his ass to slavery. Mm-hmm. So just because somebody smile with you and you're learning how to cook jerk chicken and they learn how to cook collard greens in the bathtub, that don't mean like this person is genuine. Matter of fact, you won't know if they're genuine until you ask them certain questions. And I got those questions for you. First of all, ask them how they feel about reparations exclusively for Black Americans and no other Black people. Mm-hmm. Ask that question and let's see how cool y'all be after that. But a lot of Pan-Africans, I know what some of, now all, I can't say all, but a lot of what they do is they would even accept that. They would even accept them saying, nah, reparation, hell no, we can't get it, they can't get it. A Pan-Africans be like, yeah, you deserve it too. Like that's what y'all would do. And so y'all are very tolerant.
That's an assumption on your part. I think and that's why I said it depends on, because there are those from the diaspora that do understand. Now, is that the majority of them? I would say no, right? Mm-hmm. But there are those who understand and know our history or know history just as much as we do, and they understand it on a larger scale and on a macro.
I haven't met one.
Right. And I think
haven't met one.
Yeah, but sis,
Okay.
how do you know when you say you're not a history buff? So how do you know what's a lot and what's not?
I'm talking about from my own experience. That's what I'm
Right. But your
saying.
own experience is limited on discernment as far as what's a lot of history. Okay, because I'm the litmus test. Bring the ass over here, and we can see how much Black American history they know and don't know. Okay, none of them know more than me, and nowhere near close. You get any one of them. Bring them over here. Yeah. So your limited information of your history, so your foundation Black, your limitation, you're not qualified to tell us how much they know because you're limited. So anything more than you seems like a lot.
Yeah, I can concede to that. Like I can get where you're coming from in regards to that. But I'm sitting in spaces that I'm not just having the conversation. Like I don't tend to speak on things that I just don't know, right? I sit back and I'll listen in a room. So when I'm sitting around people who are, more knowledgeable than me, right? I'm listening to the conversation between them and I'm seeing, solutions or conversation more than those the debates and trying to necessarily split hairs. I think that specific questions that you're referring to as far as reparations, yes, that's very clear. There's no reason why they should want in on reparations when we're talking about our ancestry and our lineage. I think that's more of a clear-cut conversation, but I just find that people tend to stay in those weeds where you can talk to some Black people now, foundational Black Americans, if you talk about reparations and they'll say, no, we don't deserve it. We don't need it. Right? Like those conversations. So I see it on both sides. I think it's going to be a drawing of the line and more like-minded and community-minded people that
I call that
move
delusion.
forward.
I call that delusion for you to think that, okay, so I'm talking to a foundation Black American and I'm saying, hey, there's a possibility you could be cut, especially if they're like 20 years old. So there's a possibility a check could be cut in your name from what your ancestors went through that was inhumane.
Amen.
Right? So now receiving this is bigger than you, sirs, ma'am. This is honoring and appreciating what your ancestor has done and lived through for you to reap her. So you're taking her. You ever see the Grammys when you can't make it and somebody taking on behalf of you? Where you're taking this check on behalf and this land on behalf of your great ancestors. And you're gonna say no? Like stop. Nobody's saying no to that.
Okay. Well, maybe those individuals, I guess I don't understand or know them to be from the diaspora.
Yeah, there's more like
they must be cosplaying.
Yeah, cosplaying the FBA. Right. Ain't nobody gonna sit there and say my ancestors ain't worth shit. No, don't give us nothing. Stop.
Nobody's saying that. I'm taking the money, and I know I'm watching the people that said that I couldn't get the money and trying to make sure you
sign that shit over to me.
That's what I'm
doing. Find that tether that's cosplaying, and let's have them work out a deal with me, some personal contract. If any reparations come your way ever, send that to the Harrison.
Yes.
Send that thing straight to me. Like stop. They're not doing that.
Like FBA, I'm not gonna let FBA get paid because he's gonna be like, oh, I'm FBA today. I'm like, not today. Because back in the day, you was talking about you was a Moor and that I couldn't get you no money unless I needed you and all this stupid stuff. I don't do that. Listen, I want to say something to Rage. Rage, listen, I like how you talk. You real articulate, and you can be on a debate panel easy. I want to ask you how you feel about the major Pan-African, Dr. Umar Johnson.
Papa?
I mean, I agree with some of the things he says. A lot of it, actually. If
like
you're
what?
asking me about more the money situation with the schooling and things, because I've seen some of that throughout social media.
What about his
I haven't
diagnosis of
tapped in with
ADHD?
it. I'm sorry?
What about his diagnosis of ADHD?
Oh, he was diagnosed with ADHD?
No. He's a clinical school psychologist. And he deals with ADHD, kids, students. But he has a personal, unique, singular diagnosis that the world doesn't know anything about. Are you familiar with
singular opinion on, with no testing done, just a guess on why ADHD and what it is in reality? Do you agree with his assessment, his pseudo diagnosis on what ADHD really is?
I don't think I've heard his opinion, I guess, on what the cause of ADHD. I know he spoke on it being heavily medicated.
No.
And so what's supposed to be the cause of it?
That's how you treat it.
Right.
No,
so that's what I'm saying. I haven't heard him speak on what he thinks the cause of ADHD is. So what is that?
That's how long I've been following him since the psychological. What was that book he got out there? Yeah, I've been following that long ago. Okay. He don't believe it's real at all. Now, he's the only doctor in the world that's like that's somebody can take serious. That's not a quack. That's why we think he's a quack. He's the only doctor in the world who doesn't believe it exists. That's called a quack. He has no testing, no polls, no samples, nothing. And he says ADHD is a result of no daddy at home. Bring the father home, and there's no such thing as ADHD.
So he's saying basically they're just missing the discipline.
He's the only person in the world saying that. Wait. Log this in your brain real fast before you consider it. He's the only, first of all, what I'm trying to say, if you're the only person in the world, that means you didn't learn that anywhere. If he's a doctor in clinical school psychology, that means he learned how to be that. There's training for that. There's education. There's reading material. You dig? His conclusion is not nowhere in the world. So we want to know, how do you come to that conclusion? What testing, what poll have you done? How you can come to that conclusion? Where's your published article in the science journals? Like, how you just say some random stuff and don't back it up with something?
I'm not sure. I mean, if he's dealing with these kids that are claimed to be ADHD and he's getting maybe some type of different result with putting in different other factors, right? Whether that be sports, whether that be, other things that helps with the focus and the moving around and, all those other symptoms that come with it. I wouldn't discredit his experience.
All right, so
chat.
So chat, when I'm pointing out to you, I'm asking. No. Stop. Because I'm asking these questions for a reason. Because I always said this to the chat. I said there's 3 liars that can't be honest, and they're gonna justify their own bullshit. I said it's Pan-Africanists. I said it's tethered, and I said white supremacists. I said they're gonna justify white supremacists, but say there's no racism, and nobody a tether will act like they ain't start everything, and a Pan-Africanist will acquit everybody and blame foundation Black Americans for everything. So when it comes to us, her keep saying, "Oh, it's 50-50." Like, hey, the blame is evenly distributed. It's even. But every time it comes to Marcus Garvey scamming ass, she didn't say nothing about that. She didn't say, "Wow, I never learned that. Wow, it's new to me." She left it alone. She didn't even give commentary when I was done. And now Umar is the only. And matter of fact, his degrees in the suspect. Like they say that his dissertation, he's the only one in that class. The year he's supposedly graduated, he's the only one in that class that don't have a published dissertation where you can read it, where it's ready available to read. Everybody else in that class got it done.
Right.
He's the only one. Now she won't know that because she deals with too many like personal personalities, romanticism, and that's what I'm trying to get.
You say she in her feelings? I don't think so, man. Dang.
Yeah. So
and,
he doesn't
as
have
far as Shell's question, I come from a 2-parent household. My mother and my father are both alive. They're both still active in my life, right? Like, so I have a sound-minded father that is in my life. I'm very balanced, right, in my thinking, I think. So I do like to flip the coin.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. You got siblings, Rach?
Yes, I do. I have one sibling. And we're both women. I don't have any brothers,
Okay.
So my father is a great man. Like I said, he's been in my life from childhood up to now. So I
Good job.
I have the experience of having both of those energies in my home.
Right. You see your parents easily? I mean, they
Hell
far
no,
away or?
I'm not currently married. I am divorced.
Oh, no, I'm talking about not your baby father. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your father and your mother. Are they close? Are they close by?
What do you mean,
No, I got this.
physically in
Me.
distance,
Distance,
or?
yeah. How long did it take you to get to your daddy's house?
It'll take me about maybe 8 hours to get to my father's house, but we do talk daily. My mother,
Okay.
maybe about an hour or so.
Yeah, my mama passed away, but I can get to my daddy's house in about 15 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I would love to live closer to my father. You know, that's a goal, hopefully down the line. But yeah, right now, and I'm used to, living separate from my father because, as I stated, my father was in the military. So
All over the place.
he's been active. Yeah, he's been active, but he hasn't always been physically present.
Mm.
But the
Oh, he
times
wasn't
that
taking
he was
y'all with him?
present, huh?
Mm-hmm. He wasn't taking you. I thought you was raised on military bases all over.
I have. So,
Okay.
even though he may take us with him, they still have
Work.
deployments,
Yeah.
drills where they're gone for periods of time. So,
Right.
yeah.
Like I said, I understand why you love the whole diaspora. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that when you FBA, you're really not trying to be a Pan-African. It's not. It's not like I hate y'all. I'm just trying to express that part to y'all that I don't hate
No,
y'all.
I don't think I don't feel it as hate. I think a lot of times it's the rhetoric and as far as the way that we discuss about each other. And I would say that to foundational Black Americans who talk in a way about us as well. There's just certain things that, just don't sit
Yeah, but
fit
you
with
haven't
me.
pointed me out. But let me say this, and I'll go quiet. You said history. You said they haven't learned, or we haven't learned, or they did learn, we learned. Listen, almost every African or person from the Caribbean I spoke to on this live, I knew more about their country than them. Okay, so not only that they don't know our history, they don't know their own history.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So it's like, so if you don't cherish your history, we really can't relate to you. It's like, so because we love our history. As you can see, we
Harriet
love
Tubman.
and we're talking to them, and we're like, hey man, we read this. He's looking like, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? How you don't know what happened in
looking up to the? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, how you don't know what happened in Haiti or Jamaica or Trinidad or Nigeria? Some of my favorites to talk about. Sudan, or now I did I did Rwanda, I did South Africa. Like, how you don't know what's going on, but you can. So yeah, they can't rock with us. And that's why you didn't get far. Like you will. I'm saying you talk about some bridge you trying to build. That bridge ain't going nowhere. Lead by example. Show us you got 3 folks. Come next live, like maybe next week, and show us how now it's 10 of them now. You dig? And then next time it's 20 of them. Like grow like I did. I grew this channel. I had one person, 2 people in here. You dig? Now we litty. Why y'all can't do that with these diaspora people?
I'm not saying that it can't be done. This is actually my first time to this channel or space, right? And I come into these different spaces to hear different perspectives, right? So that's something for me to take back to my tribe, to my circle, to my alignment, and we can have those discussions. And that would be something to like come in and just have a broader conversation, right? I'm always about learning, right, from others, because it isn't just about my experience, right, or my perspective. But as long as it's about solutions, I'm always looking for solutions.
Yeah, we not a monolith and stuff, and you right about that. Everybody, probably people in here think differently, but When I say stay on code, it means like the base and the foundation is the same with almost everybody. That's why you could talk to Tyreek, you could talk to Ron, you could talk to me, and we basically gonna say the same thing. It's not that we Tyreek followers, is that we agree exactly what that man said. I mean,
Correct.
I got
There's a
my
lot
own
of Tyreek
brain,
states that I agree with.
yeah, that's why I got my own brain. I ain't no follower, so you ain't got to. I don't like, and I don't like it when people try to think for me. So if I say something that Tariq said or whatever, or agree what he said, that don't mean that I'm following him. I just agree wholeheartedly. Now Tyreek on that bush meat and that tether, I know those the words that get y'all messed up. But listen, what I'm trying to say is we have to gatekeep our culture. It is tethers out here. It is people out here trying to say I'm black just like you, and we like dog that you not with us. You eating Jollof. You know it. And we got to gatekeep our culture. That's just something we just got to do.
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. I think again, a lot of people don't understand that American culture is Black culture, right? A lot of what they've been what they've exported out as far comes from us, but I just don't think they know how influential and the things that we've done. But again, as me stating, I'm not enough of a history buff to run down names, and I definitely know there's a
But you
lot
gonna
more
get there
people
though.
that's
You on the path. You gonna get there
no,
because they're
most
gonna keep on
definitely.
challenging you, and then you're gonna be figuring out. You're gonna do your own research when you come back again to having that space. You're gonna be ready, even more ready. I like the way you do it, and that's what I'm saying. Even you come in at a Pan-African, I was just letting you know that we apologetics around here where I am, the FBA apologetic. I ain't trying to go ahead and beef with y'all. I'm trying to find out we can have some common ground.
Yeah, the common ground is
when,
lineage. I tell you the common ground. The common ground is lineage. You ain't a history buff, but I am. Okay, if you care about your history, then you'll chime in once in a while over here. Matter of fact, I got hella videos uploaded. Hold on, yeah. He said he's gonna put a small hole.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. So.
No.
Pan-African and FBA, they're two different things.
Motion detected at door. Now I'm here. Now the people to wax
Somebody
the floor is
over.
here. So I had to listen what they got going on. Get your shoes on, come over here. They're gonna have some hot stuff. So the kid can't be around. Yeah, but I am a history buff. So but the thing is, it's like why history is it's like hard, it's really hard to have these conversations with people when they don't know history. Because then they're disagreeing with stuff they don't even know if it's right or wrong because they don't know history. It's like it's like an unfair exchange. It's like the value I bring is not really valuable to them because they don't know how to value it.
Right.
Can't
debug history. You already know what time it is.
I think you gotta care about Black people and care about yourself and care about your history. I don't know if that's a primary mindset or thought pattern for a lot of us as FBAs. Right. I understand that I'm a FBA because of exactly what you said, lineage.
Yup. Lineage. It's not a club. It's nothing that you can join. That's something that you just pick up and just have. That FBA was in your mind long before. Before it was a thing, it was actually in your mind. So when Tyreek said it, it's not like Tyreek. He just said something that was already there. Found it. So we can have, and understand that we had an ethnogenesis. That I'm not from Africa. If you used to take me to Africa right now, I would not know where to go, who my family or nothing.
Hey, well, hold on.
Right.
Wait, hold on. Let me back you up. I think you're a little bit off topic. So she said that we got to care for and love. Hold on. We always done that.
What I said, hold on, Ron.
Yeah.
What I said was, I don't think most FBA, right? I think if to care about your history, you got to care about yourself, right? You got to care about other Black people.
Right.
And you have to have a different mindset in general to appreciate the shoulders and the history that you stand on. I don't think that has been a primary focus or anything, something that we pass down. We pass down Black pride, but not necessarily a respect and understanding of our history.
We was looking at the wrong ancestors.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know what that even meant. But because you're just talking like really vague. Hey, you keep saying most.
I'm talking about Black people, right? So with me saying what my love for Black people and wanting to see us, and just let's not even do the Pan-African, right? Let's just say as Black Americans here in America, right? When I talk to elders, even some people in my age group,
the elder name,
or even younger people, there's some people who just don't think that that's important, right? They're like, we move on from where we are now. Some of those things, not knowing and understanding the history isn't as prevalent, right? People are chasing money at this time, right? So a lot of people aren't necessarily, and I'm talking about us as Black Americans, trying to know their self and their history and how to change the direction that we're, a path that we've been down, trying to make a shift. I don't think that that's where most mindsets are at.
See, here's the issue with that. How you talking? Like when you say most, that's a mathematical expression. So I'm letting you slide, but you keep saying it, and I'm gonna need to know. I'm gonna need to see that poll. Like where you getting this? Because most mean majority, and that's a mathematical expression. So I'm gonna need to see this poll where most
the
people
reason
are
why
doing
I say that though is because if it was the majority the other way, I think we would be seeing larger shifts in a different type of movement.
No, we don't need.
And even when I was saying on the political front, right? I think a lot of us, and I'm not claiming that we should not participate in politics, because I think we are within this system, so we do have to find a way to function within it, right? But not succumb or subscribe to it.
It's
But
not wrong. It's not wrong getting into politics.
No, I don't think there is, but I don't think we're aggressive enough in that space. I think we.
Okay, see, okay. So I'm trying to point out past you to the listening audience is that when she speaks about us, is always pessimism. So I'm showing you her pattern, but not just her. These are all Pan-Africanists and tethers. When they speak to us, it's always 50-50 blame or just pessimism. See, if it was the other way around, the results were no. There's something called systemic racism that you don't know nothing about. You're not a history buff. So you're in spaces. These are the wrong spaces to be in to not know history, because the conversations come back down to history. We're not debating science and math and other things, hip hop. We're debating history in these spaces.
So anytime that you state, and as even me telling you I'm a foundational Black American, you think I'm talking down on my own people.
I know you are, because every time you talk to us, it's pessimistic.
What I'm talking about, like I stated, right, is these are conversations that I am having with different people. Everybody is not on the same mindset, right?
Yeah, but
and so what I was specifically speaking
what spaces are you in? Because I would love to go there with you to see what y'all talking about.
Right. These are average people, right? So these aren't clubs. These aren't churches, or what I'm saying? These are just everyday interactions. I like to bring these type of conversations up in my conversations with people in general, right? Because I do like to know where people stand. I like to know their thoughts on things. That's if they're comfortable with even having those kind of conversations in the first place. Right. So everybody's not as vocal about where they stand and how they feel about certain things. What I was speaking to earlier when I was talking about history, right? We can't deny that in this country, across the board, black, white, or anything, that there's an issue with education. So when I was talking about people having the mindset to appreciate and really understand and get immersed into the history, that has a lot to do with the mindset.
What history? What history?
Our history as black
You're not
people.
even immersed in it.
That's why I can speak to it. And the thing about it is I'm open to it. I'll open up to, learning. I have the passion for it, right? But I have life just like everybody else. And there's plenty of distractions going on, right? And so when I have these conversations, it's not about it's just really about trying to bring all factors in. Right? Like I stated, I'm a balanced person. I like to turn the other coin. I don't think it's good to have it on a conversation just one-sided in general.
Yeah,
so,
I don't know.
There has to be
who
accountability.
Yeah, I don't know who has one-sided conversations, right? Yeah, I don't know who do that. We don't do that over here. And I've been around. Okay, I'm not a young guy. I've been around. I know different ideologies. I know who from who. Just based on your talking points, I can know where this person from this religion or this ideology, this black, more sovereign. I just off a simple couple questions, I can already know where you at. Okay, this person is this. All right, so
but I think that's a problem, right? Because you're trying to, box somebody.
No, not box. I'm trying to identify who I'm talking to. That's a human trait. When you look at something, you're trying to you can't identify. It confuses you. Okay, you try to identify. Is that my cousin, or is not my cousin? You don't sit there. I'm boxing you in because I'm trying to see who you are. No, I'm identifying. Ain't the problem. That's so. And then the confirmation comes with the conversation. So so judging, that's a natural thing. I know you live at Planet Mars somewhere. But judging people is a natural thing. And then, see, it's prejudice when I hold you to that and won't get you out and won't leave you alone. All right? No, I'm not prejudiced. I judge you, prejudge you based on what you said. And then I have a longer conversation for confirmation.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So, no.
Okay.
But anyway,
without me labeling myself as a Pan-African, you're saying that you would have coined me that specifically.
I already knew you were. As a matter of fact, I would have thought you was a tether to be also.
Okay.
And come on.
And so that's what I'm saying. So I'm telling you, right? So that's the part that as far as I don't know if you guys are just saying is the my mindset, right? Because I am inclusive in the love for Black people and Blackness.
There's no such thing
clouds
as that.
My
you're just saying things with no definition.
So are you saying my words are empty? They don't mean anything.
Yeah. How do you love people you never met?
By my actions.
You might not. Yeah.
By my actions, right?
No, by your actions or their actions?
By my actions, right? I can't control what other people do. But
so you love people regardless of their actions?
So I have love for humans, yes. Right? They're just basic. So anybody that I'm dealing with is going to get a basic level of love and respect from me. The rest of it is going to be earned unless you show me something different that you don't deserve that.
No, but these are people you met though, right? But you said you love Blackness.
No, I'm talking about in general. Mm-hmm. In general, how I move in the earth.
You love everybody. So you love everybody.
Yes, I come from a loving space, right? Because
I do too.
Most of the time, if you meeting people or you see people, you don't know nothing about them.
And I don't love them either.
Well, okay, we're just different on that.
Yeah, well, love is a verb.
That's why I said it comes out of my actions, out of just respecting, right? I love the earth, love the sun. I love animals.
Oh, so right? Do you say I say a lot?
No, I don't. But I say.
Do you burn incense and all that stuff? Do you walk in the dirt with your bare feet?
Why do you feel like I got a cosplay? I just told you my
I'm not saying
background. I'm
cosplay. I'm
talking to
saying
I'm talking to this don't mess with FBA. She said she's cosplaying.
Do you walk around the grass, the dirt with your bare feet a lot?
Not a lot, but I do. That was something I used to do a lot as a child. I'm from
Do
the
you have
country,
locks?
so I used to run outside without shoes on, and parents were like, "You better get in the house. Your feet gonna be
Do you
long
have
and
locks?
wide." And but
Do you have locks?
I do. I do have locks, but I live in Florida. I grew up down here in Florida, like my high school years.
You got
So
any
that was more of
piercings?
a. I do.
Is one of your nose?
One of those?
Yeah, I got nose. I got my ears. I got my eyebrow. I got my stomach.
Dude, are you wearing a red, black, and green scarf right now?
No, red is my favorite color. So, I mean, I got a red dress on.
Damn good. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, you're making a lot of assumptions. But yes, I mean, I don't hide who I am, right? I walk around authentically myself. And I've been blessed to have a lot of influence in my life, meaning, right, I got to see and do a lot of different things that most people don't always move outside of their spaces to interact with and do. So, you know, I understand that my perspective is very vast and, you know.
Let me ask you this.
Somebody said I'm Haitian. I've been called the Haitian.
So look,
that's what I'm saying. They over there with that Mississippi. They like that's too close to Haiti, bro, right there.
So let me
like
ask
the
you
funny thing about it is Black Americans call me Haitian or say I dress like a Haitian. So the
she
look,
cosplaying as a Haitian.
I'm not from and I don't cosplay as anybody. Like I said, I move authentically in this earth as I am. When I did move down to Florida, for the first time as a child, I was in my teens, and this was the first place I've been where they called me like red. I'm like, red? I just didn't understand kind of where I was, right? But people used to ask me all the time, where are you from? And I'm like, I was confused. Like, why y'all keep asking me that? I'm American. And then they'll be like, well, where are your parents from? I'm like, they're American too. So even Americans have always thought I'm from somewhere else, right? And it's just what I look like is how I express myself, right? Me being in love with Blackness was already like, oh, you got to be from the diaspora, right? Like, no, I'm not, right? But then with them on that side too, they think I am. And I'm like, no, I'm American. So I get it from both sides. And that might be, why I have the point of views that I do have. Right? That contributes. My experience has very much shaped me versus, what I necessarily hear. Right. And I'm not saying what I hear is not true, because some of the stuff I've heard it and seen it myself.
Right.
I just try to, when I'm in those spaces with those individuals, I just try to correct them. That's all I can do.
Yeah, so you admit that you have heard that they called me a cotter and told them not to play with me when they came outside. You know about that,
Well,
right?
no, because I did not grow up around Africans. That's why I keep saying those in the diaspora. I did not grow around. So the ones that I was around, they were more Americanized. I didn't know or understand that they were different. Well, I mean, there, you could say it was cosplaying, right? But I didn't know that they were any different until I honestly got older and understood the diaspora and understood Blackness globally versus just the Blackness that I knew growing up here in America. So I associated and enjoyed different things of their culture before I even knew that I was doing it. I thought that was just
You
part
ate
of our
Jollof before.
Blackness.
You ate Jollof before. You had some Jollof.
No, I never had jollof until an adult, but I did have rice and peas and Haitian, style black rice,
What
right?
they
I
call it?
just
They
told
call
you
it
as a
something?
child I would go call it John John. As a child,
What they call it?
I
John John?
had I
Oh,
had
that's that Sabi rice. That's mushroom.
I don't know
it's
nothing about that.
mushrooms,
John John.
correct.
Yeah, that's a Sabi mushroom, right?
Yeah.
Listen, I keep trying to tell you, I've been around. All right. I've been around. You said I already know. Okay, that's Sabi. All right, but anyway, how old are you?
I'm in my 40s. I
Okay.
just actually turned 44.
Now you sound like you like 20,
Gen X.
29. That's why I had to ask how old you are.
Oh, no, that's why I'm saying I got some experience on me. I mean, I'm
Okay,
not,
and I'm gonna back off a little bit because I'm thinking you're a young lady acting like you're so experienced and you barely just started getting out the house.
Oh, okay. No.
Okay.
No, I'm glad I sound like that. I do phone work and talk to people, so maybe that's translating in the conversation some. I think somebody in the chat said they starting to hear my accent come out. I don't have an accent. I'm from the Midwest.
You know about the John
Midwest,
though,
I
yo,
ain't got no.
you
Yeah,
know
I
about the
told y'all
John?
I've been immersed in the cultures in the diaspora for numerous of years. We're talking about from my early teens. And it wasn't
What's that
nothing
mean?
that was introduced to me. What does that mean?
No, I was saying he was like 44, not Gen X. So what's that Gen Z then? Gen Z. All right.
Yeah, but it was like I said, it really was through music and food, and things of that nature. I did not have that around me in my household. My father wasn't listening to no reggae or no kumpa, or that wasn't what my household
To Afrobeat.
experience was, right?
Do you listen to Afrobeats?
Oh yes, most definitely.
Oh, we got you.
Why wouldn't I? It's great music. Huh? Now, I didn't grow up on Afrobeat, right? And I came into Afrobeats maybe about 10, 15 years ago.
All right, so let me ask you a real question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you support delineation?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay.
They surprised me on that.
I don't have no white no mixed kids. Whoever come on, I don't I don't
think you got a zaddy.
I don't subscribe to that. I just told you I love Black people. That means I'm into
Amen.
Black men.
No, but they say that until you find out. That's same thing Kamala Harris said until they found out what she was working with.
And she wasn't Black, but yeah.
She said she was.
Okay.
I know she said she was.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you don't have a problem with it. Why do so many diasporan and Africans do? What do you think they're missing?
Why do they date so many Africans?
No. Why do diasporan Black Africans, and they want to be called that so bad, and why do continental Africans have a problem with our delineation if it's not a big deal?
I'm not sure what their issue is with that, to be honest. Right? Honestly,
You never wanted to ask them their issue?
Well, because I'm not around a lot of what you just call continental like Africans, right?
What about the
I don't go
diaspora
to.
Africans?
Yeah,
So
the
as far
Pan-Africans
as
like Netta.
So I don't know those individuals. I'm in some spaces, through social media. What I do and what I'm in on a boots on the ground space, I'm dealing with more foundational Black Americans, or I wouldn't even call them a tether because their mindset is not like they agree with reparations. Their mindset isn't of that. They grew up here. So I'm down here in Florida. So you got a lot of people from the Caribbeans. Here, there's Haitians, Jamaicans.
Have you seen Ice down there?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Have you seen Ice?
No, I have not.
Wow, that surprised me.
No, I haven't seen ice, but in my area, it may not be, first of all, I don't live on the like Latino side of town, but
You
I
live
haven't
near
seen them.
Fulton County with Sheriff Grady.
Oh, yeah, I do. I live within that area. Yeah. I would think the ice was down more south, like in the Miami type area, maybe down there more. So yeah, Broward
How fast can
County
you be
and
in
stuff down.
Miami? How fast can you be in Miami? How fast can you be in Miami?
I'm about 4 hours away.
Oh shit, that ain't fast.
You on Miami Beach? That's what's up. You living the life.
Not really. As much as I live by the water, you would think I'm by the water a lot, but I'm not. I'm not a water person.
Wait,
I
so let
just
me
told
ask you
y'all
this.
from the Midwest.
That's crazy.
Let's get back on topic. So, what type of bridge you think you can build that wasn't there before, like between foundational Black Americans and the diaspora.
Yeah.
Well, I think for one is start having conversations, right?
We've been doing that
like
since the 80s.
I mean, have we?
Yes.
I think that we have more space to do that now because
it's too late now,
are
but the
second
space we're
generation.
using,
Well,
but that space we're using for each other.
I don't know. I don't know if that's I don't agree with that sentiment that it's too late now.
No. Listen what I'm saying. I'm saying everything is done in order. You know, you got priorities. I don't believe my relationship with a Jamaican is more priority than my relationship with a Black American. So I'm saying we need to work out our own house. We got a lot of issues amongst ourselves. Like you said earlier, you said,
yeah, correct.
These Black Americans feel like white supremacists, right? So I'm more focused on cleaning house and getting our house in order. You can never do that. You're trying to go to somebody else's house and clean that up. Okay. So that's what we say by delineate. Like we're trying to work on our own house so we could be a better ally to those who want to ally with us. But right now it'll be all over the place. Cause now you're allying with us, the coons, the sellouts.
I think you can do too. I think you can what they say, walk and chew gum at the same time.
We ain't trying to spread ourselves
right?
Out, yeah, but that's called spreading yourself
to a certain degree. Right. That's why that's where the sentiment of my comments earlier, where it's like, okay, call those individuals out and keep it moving, right? Like as far as putting our energy, like you said, of figuring it out what we need to do here. But I don't think completely canceling that out specifically because at this point they are here in large numbers, and on a political front, I think they can help.
They're not in large numbers at all. They're like a million.
They're in the largest numbers that they've been in history.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. But
okay, that's what I was referring to more so than on the grand scheme of things as far as everybody.
Guess what? An extra million. Look, if 43 million can't do nothing, can't do anything, an extra million ain't gonna do it. Now, if they was added 25 million, then okay, it might be worth it. But I believe we got better. We got a better chance linking up with white folks, white Americans.
Sorry, I missed what you said about white Americans.
We got a better chance of getting shit done linking up with white Americans.
Well, shit, I think that's been established longer than the immigrants coming in from the diaspora. So why that hasn't moved along more so, I don't know so much.
Because
I don't think so. I think we have a better chance of figuring it out amongst ourselves. I think that can be used as a political tool. I think we can definitely use them as a political tool and resources. It's the same as what I'm saying with those from the diaspora.
No.
But we have to be more clear about what we're doing in-house to come up with an agenda of what we're doing to even, like you said, be able to kind of figure out where we can place people and utilize people to our benefit.
Yeah, but we don't need to utilize anybody from the diaspora. They're too small in numbers. They're useless. And they're immigrants. At the end of the day, you know, this guy worked with me and he's deported next day. His visa or his asylum status was rejected or expired. So
do you think all those from the diaspora are like here illegally? There's some here that are permanent residents.
Well, I don't know about too many of them because they're not here large.
But that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but you're saying something. You're not really. No, you're just saying that. You can't give me a number or. Again, it's going to be a tiny, small. Matter of fact, you couldn't even tell me. Watch this same day, because once they become second gen, they're no longer Jamaican. They're Black American. So you couldn't even find. Yeah, you talk to the right person. You can't even find who they are once they assimilate. So stop.
They call them anchor babies.
Yeah. And I'm saying, but document wise, they're just Black Americans. They're not Jamaican. They're not Haitian. They're not Nigerian. It's just Black American. So you couldn't even find them in the system to differentiate.
Yep. Then they do crimes, and then I get blamed for the shit. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, and you know Florida State with those damn scamming, robberies, and drive-bys. The what's that damn Zoles? The Zoles.
That's what I'm saying. I wish they had said that man was Haitian. I wish it like, hey, then I wouldn't have got blamed for none of that. Maybe my reputation would be tight today. But my reputation all messed up.
Hold on. Then you got Revenue, who trolls Tariq Nasheed. He calls in over here and then talk about the black GDP as though he's not included as a black. Yo, I'm dying. Like, dude,
it's
you
crazy.
know you're included in that, right? You just shot yourself. You're trying to sit on blacks, and you're now lumped into the black stats.
Lumped in. I don't want to be lumped in. I ain't no generic Negro. Okay.
Yeah, I won't be lumped in either.
Yeah, Ace Radio, you're right. Florida has a large
Yes, he was right.
immigrant, but that's why I mentioned earlier about, again, location, being that we do have a rich history. Even though we are in large numbers in these major cities, we're still across,
Ron, it's a few in here that don't have a rich,
ain't no.
Did Righteous Rage? Did she earn her rich? I mean, you gonna let her pass, or because I know she came up and
I don't even know what the wrench is for. What's the wrench for?
You part of the lineage.
Know that we it's a lineage rich. That's to let us know that you family. And we still the jury's still out on you. I don't know.
Look, somebody said in the comments. Look, somebody said in the comments I wasn't convincing enough. I think they still calling me other things here in the chat. It's all good.
It's up to Ron. It's up to Ron.
If you physically see me, you probably would think the same thing, but it is what it is.
You're gonna be light skinned with some braids and some tattoos and some rings. I see when they was talking about the ring.
No, I'm not red. I'm not light skinned. I don't know. I'm not light skinned.
Why they was calling you red then?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I've never been called red until I moved down here. But then again, when I seen all the Haitians and Jamaicans in a darker skin tone, and even Black Americans here, they got a darker skin tone, I just stood out. Yeah, so for them, I was red, but I'm not red at all.
Okay. Wow. You probably my complexion, because I ain't really dark skinned, but I ain't light skinned either. I ain't light skinned either. I'm like,
somebody said call ICE.
Oh, literally,
Oh, so then you know what? No, we're gonna really test it.
You can send them to my door. They're gonna be upset that you waste their damn time.
Yeah, we're gonna have you. We're gonna have you call in one day when Revenue or Jamaican Dream call in.
Yeah.
Not the Jamaican Dream.
Yeah.
If she start agreeing with him, then we know that she's not with us.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'm up for that. I don't know. When are y'all normal times that you guys are on?
So
I don't.
Right now, I go twice a day. I go like 10 a.m. and I go like 7 p.m.
Usually not the format. He usually dropping videos, but today I was all in the chat like, come on, drop the link. Let's get it in. He dropped it for me. Appreciate that, man, Ryan. Yeah, man. I stayed up here for maybe 3-4 hours. I got to bow out, man. But I mean, I had a great time and it was a great conversation. And that's what I like to do. I like to build. Let's build.
Yeah, it's about conversation. So now, Righteous Rage. What about when they say
a tether calling me red? No, these was black men.
Yeah, black. If you say black, tethers are black. That's not.
They are, but these were what you would call FBA now.
How do you know that by looking at them?
Well, I don't know. I got an eye for. So most men from the diaspora approach me, not most Black American men, but at the same time, I went to high school and things here, so they know me for being in hole in the walls, and I'm a Black American. So
so are you a dancer?
Like stripper dancer?
No, like party dancer.
Oh yeah, I like to dance. You don't? You stiff? You just tap a foot, snap a finger?
I do what I can out there. I call it dancing. Some folks
you do
call
like
it
music, don't you?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Now, what about when they say FBAs don't have culture? Now, these are literally African. This is an exclusive argument from non-FBA blacks. Black people are not FBA. This argument stems from them. We don't have culture.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, but what makes them see? Okay, this is what I'm trying to get you to see. We're not thinking about them at all. Only when they get in our spaces in our way from what's rightfully due to us. Justice, reparations, whatever is due to us, land. When they step in that way, yeah, it's war. Don't get in our way. That's anybody. Don't get in our way. Okay, and we ain't gonna forgive either. So, but what I'm saying is, what is our version of them? Saying, hey, they don't got culture. Like we don't sit there and have a tethered think tank thinking of something nasty to say about them and have like argument points. So they sit down again. This ain't just Africa. This is Africa plus the diaspora. They sit there and come up with a brand new argument. Those Black Americans don't got culture. It's like, yo, what are you talking about? And then when we describe our culture, no matter what we say, it doesn't fit the criteria of culture in their made up mind. Like, because they just change the rules. Like they don't set they never give a definition of what culture is. They just say it ain't culture, then we prove it's culture, and they say, nah, none of that's culture. So basically, we're not really just adopting from Africa. It just ain't culture. Like that's what it comes down to. It comes down to we're not adopting stuff from Africa, then we don't have culture. They say you need language, as though we don't speak English. Get down.
Yeah, no, I don't understand where that sentiment and argument comes from. Again, that's why I said there was ignorance on both sides.
No. Okay,
you think they do know, and they're
there was,
just spewing that out of just.
Why would that even be in your? First of all, why do you even care? Why you even care if we got culture or not? And then again, when you bring it to us, it's in a place of hate. So you keep saying ignorance on both sides, which is just ignorant. It's an ignorant statement to say. Because what is our version of that? What's our talking point version of that? Just unprovoked.
See it on the large scale, but like I stated, I think there's been ignorance in regards to how us as Black people think and feel, or even how we do. So example is how we even treat each other.
No. Forget about that. I'm talking about them. That's personal.
Well, the reason why I was bringing that up is
I don't want to do us versus us.
Then if you don't want to, you asked me a question.
That's a false equivalence.
Right?
No. But
no, that's not a false equivalent.
Yes, it is. I'm talking about them.
When you're used to operating and dealing
no.
Specific...
That don't give nobody. That's not an invitation to treat us like shit.
To what?
Okay, to treat us like shit. Ain't no invitation.
To treat
us like shit based upon how we talk to each other. Because over there, how they treat each other? Come on, now Jamaica. Now again,
right?
Like, you don't
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, slow down. Jamaicans commit more murders. They are the Chicago country of the world. Okay, we got a small city in America that's not even the most dangerous city in the world. They got a country that's been the most dangerous country in the world since their independence. So that's what they're killing each other. So don't tell us how we treat each other when they can't get along for shit. Now I know you ain't never heard of the West Indies Federation, right?
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Of course not, and they don't either. I got to teach them on the fly. That was their attempt to come together under Pan-Caribbeanism and call each other West Indians and not Trinidadians or Belizean or these different titles. We're all West Indian. That flopped in 3 years. They gave up and said, hell with it, man. And went their own way. So don't talk about us, how we treat each other when these folks can't get along for shit.
Or you asked me specifically about something in regards to
I said, what was our version? Okay, so the first example was they say something about us. They're not us, we're not them. They say something about us that's disparaging and disrespectful. I said, what is our version of that towards them? And you went to go FBA versus FBA. I said, no, that's not the question. The question was, what was our version of that towards them?
Right. And so that's what I was speaking to. Right.
Shit.
And the reason why I said that is because you just said they don't understand it. They don't think we have a culture. Right. But
no,
the way
I said they know we do. They're being disrespectful and hateful, unprovoked.
unprovokingly. Every human in his world got a damn culture. It's impossible not to have one.
Right.
So I was asking, what's our version of that
I'm not
them?
necessarily here to defend. The only thing that I can do is give you my perspective of what I think it is, which is what I thought you were inquiring about.
All right, just go ahead. You're gonna say it anyway. Just go ahead.
Well, I mean, my understanding of it, I would think, and that's why I don't get into
discussions.
No, it's not necessarily discussions. It's like a necessarily a blame game on this is this or this is that, right?
Okay.
Because
so
we all come with our
see,
own
family. Wait, I gotta cut you off. Okay, cut you off. And I'm grouping you in now officially. They all do that. When it comes to holding these goddamn piece of shit people that live in shithole countries, when it comes to holding them accountable, Pan-Africanists and Tethers never do it. This was her chance. Now it's the blame game. I showed something specifically that they're saying that she agreed was terrible towards us, unprovoked. There's no war. They just made up some bullshit and went with it, and they all doing it. From the motherland to the goddamn diaspora, they all doing it. Then I said, hey, if it's a blame game, then where are we doing that to them? She couldn't provide it. Her example was FBA v. F.B.A. And then she minimized it by saying a blame game. So that means listen, family, she's not going to do it. I know them. I know how they think. She's never going to hold these Tethers accountable.
You can hold individuals accountable, right? But what we're talking about is generalizations, right? And you asked me specifically, why do they think or why they were saying that we don't have any culture and
I
that
asked
you
your
thought it
personal
was
opinion.
unprovoked. Right. And so, I mean, just because I don't share that same specific sentiment doesn't mean that I wouldn't hold somebody that's from the diaspora accountable about their thoughts and feelings towards Black Americans.
You're not. We know better.
Okay, well, you don't think so. I've done it,
In your way, that
as
makes sense to you. That makes sense to us.
I mean, I've challenged them on it. That's the fact.
Like what?
Right? Like I can't make them again with their ideology. So there was a Jamaican woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
She had her ideology is regards to Black American women.
Okay.
Was the same thing that I've heard some Black American men say, right? We were all on the system.
Wait, stop. She did it again. She's giving an example of, give me an example of this interaction with you and a Jamaican. She goes to do it, family, and look who she also.
And I brought up the same sentiment as Black American have. They agree in that space.
You don't need to. You sound crazy.
Okay, well, leave that out. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring that in.
Nobody really rocking.
Well, I mean, the reason. Okay, so right, her sentiments in regards to Black American women, right, and it was all negative. And here it is. I'm a person.
Where did she get it from?
Talking to you. I think a lot of it came from television, to be honest. I think a lot of it came from television. I think a lot of it came with how they exported us through entertainment, through music.
Wait, but they're not on TV either?
Who?
Jamaicans looking like primitive.
We weren't watching Jamaican TV here.
Oh, no, yo.
Idea.
No, every movie Steven Seagal with the Jamaicans. The twin Jamaicans.
Steven Seagal.
Belly, yeah. I'm naming the movies where they're always in.
You talking about Belly?
I'm saying, listen, forget about Belly. I'm saying every movie a Jamaican was in, besides of Cool Running, they always was a goddamn thug, cocaine dealer, primitive dog. Every last
right.
Movie. Okay, but we never judged them by that. Because we know it's a movie.
We did? You don't think that was part of our sentiments towards them? Like poor, impoverished, how they dressed, what they look like and smell like.
So slow down. Okay, now you're entering a fact there. You said poor and poverty. That's a fact. That's a fact.
But
That's why they over here.
Use that as a way
we never use that.
bring
No, I
them
got hell with you.
down or lack of.
No, you are lying. You are lying. I'm from Jersey. I don't know where you're from.
Now I'm lying?
Yeah, because you're lying.
Okay.
I'm from Jersey, and we're intertwined with Caribbean people all day long. Okay, and Caribbean people tell you like, yo, my barber Chris, he'll tell you, ain't nobody never said that to him. So you're lying. That's not how we look at each other. That's not how we look at them in Jersey or New York. We look at them as the homie. Oh, that's so and so. Oh, that's so and so. What's up, man? Half my friends is Guyanese and everything non FBA because there's so many of them. So you're lying. Like we don't look at them and be like, oh man, this guy. We might have jokes. This one dude named Alex had high water. We laughed at him, but he laughed with us back and he jones back with us. We were cool.
So let me ask you this, right? Because you said you was up in New Jersey, so you had a lot more interaction, right? And so you didn't share that sentiment. Have you talked to somebody who's, in the rural areas who haven't had that experience and what their sentiments may be based off of what they've seen? Anywhere outside of the major cities.
They're not there.
I don't care if it's rural area. I don't care if it's rural area, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Illinois.
Are you listening? They're not nowhere but over there. They're in Florida, Jersey, New York, Massachusetts. Right. Okay, they're not in South Carolina. They're not in North. They're not in.
But that's exactly what I mentioned earlier about location and having the experience with some individuals. Okay, so if I can't really, if you mean what experience, I mean a direct one-on-one connection. That's what I mean.
Look.
Right? The experience of actually not just what you see on TV, right? So if you go into those rural areas where you're saying they're not prevalent at, somebody in that area may not have that experience to be able to say it's different from what they see on television.
But they're not going to make up something out.
They will repeat something that they may have heard from someone else.
No. We're intelligent.
Oh, okay.
First of all, we're the less discriminatory people on the earth. Like we know all about what that is. We're the least.
What?
The less discriminatory people on the earth. Like we include more people than anybody ever. We're so inclusive to our culture, our spaces, cookouts, and everything. Stop it. So we know a movie's a movie. We ain't that dumb to think a movie is reality and this is how the person really is. We know Chinese folks don't all know karate. When I went to school and we seen a Chinese kid, we ain't think, oh, don't fuck with him.
I think you need to talk to more people who may not be as educated as you, right? And really listen to when you say. So there was a point in time when I was like, the Spanish people, and I used to be like the Spanish people, and it took somebody to correct me, like, well, Spanish isn't a nationality or ethnicity or whatever. It's just a language, right? It was my ignorance of not really thinking, oh, well, you got those who are considered Mexican versus those from the Caribbean, Puerto Rican versus those from Spain. Like, I don't think that even as a child coming up, because that wasn't my experience with those different varieties and knowing the difference, just like I didn't know the Blacks in the diaspora. So I think you'll find in many places a surprise of a level of ignorance that's there. Right. I think you just have a different perspective because you've had the privilege of interacting more and being a lot more educated in that space. But I don't think that's the norm.
Chad, what you got, Chad?
I was gonna say, as a child who spent every summer in the South, from North Carolina all the way down to Texas, Mississippi and Alabama included. FBAs, we are not sitting around talking about other people.
Yeah, she making shit up.
So like the fact that Jamaicans and stuff aren't in the rural South, rural Southern people aren't sitting around talking about Jamaicans. Just like back in the day, they were not sitting around talking about anybody from the Spanish diaspora, whether it's Mexicans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, because they don't know them. Like, we don't have time. We don't sit around and talk about other people.
Yeah, we're focused on what's in front of us, man. But
I know why she's doing that.
Are you saying I have an agenda?
Of course you do.
And what do you think my agenda is?
What I know it is, she's trying to act like, well, you said it earlier. You're trying to act like
the bridge.
You're trying to, no, screw the bridge. We know that's fake. We know that you're trying to act like the blame is evenly spread, is evenly split. That conclusion makes you weird and uninformed.
I just have heard Black people talk in a negative way towards those from the diaspora. And it may
What
not
was the context?
be,
No, but what was the context though? Because we're gonna defend ourselves. We're fighting race. We're fighting lineage. We're gonna defend ourselves. We're gonna let somebody say something about us and we just stay quiet. What are you talking about?
No, this isn't in regard to them being provoked or in any type of interaction.
How you know?
Specifically. Because I'm telling you, when in the conversations that I was having with them, there wasn't nobody from the diaspora around.
Can I say something? I'm biased.
Yeah, I want to hear this one from her. Go ahead.
But Miss, you have never heard a Black person say to their kids, "You better not bring a Haitian home. You better not bring a Jamaican home. You better not bring a African home." We don't say stuff like that.
No, I don't think I've never experienced that in my own family. We didn't ever say that no Jamaicans or anybody couldn't come over to the house.
That's part of their culture, though.
I don't know if that was the sentiment of
no.
The reason.
No.
Again, when I was coming up, remember I did state we were around those from the diaspora specifically, right? Okay. So we're talking about going over, exchanging, talking, eating food. Oh my God. Like, listen, so
we have enough. Don't make me put my clip. I got a whole collage of videos, of small clips of about 50, just that much. I got more than that, saying how they was all taught.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so but like Chad said, where did that come from? So that's the diaspora.
I think that comes from our government. I think
our government.
Part of
wait.
Yeah, I think
Chad,
that is part of the training and the yeah.
No accountability.
I really do.
So how did our government brainwash?
Well, if you're talking about them going, don't they go through classes and different things with the citizenship?
Okay, so all right, now watch this. So you jumped the gun. A brother was interviewing Rwandians in Rwanda. He asked if they ever come to America. She said no. She called us lazy. Said we're whores. Well, I'm you a woman. She said you whores. She said we're drug addicts. He asked her, "Have you ever met a Black person at FBA?" No, never left Rwanda. So our government did that over there in Rwanda.
Well, I just talked about what they exported as Black culture.
So which is it? So is it the government or is it our government or the movies? Like which is it?
It can't be both.
Explain. Wait, what proof you have?
Like that's what I'm saying about splitting hairs. It can't be both.
Wait. Okay, stop. I don't mean. We're hearing their testimony. They don't say the government. They don't say the U.S. We're hearing them tell it the truth. They're saying, "Hey, let's be honest, guys, because it's a diaspora war panel." And some up in line, the other one say, hey, the Ethiopians, the other Kenyan lady, they say, oh, let's stop lying. Our parents taught us this stuff. They never said, and the government taught our parents. You made that bullshit up. That's not their testimony. Their testimony is two things: movies and their parents. Ain't none of them ever say the American government when they vetted us for the visa, and they had the visa lottery. The last question was, are you going to stay away from the Akata? No, they never said that shit. You made that shit up. You keep making up stuff. It can't be proven.
Matter of fact, I heard Tariq. He put out a challenge. He said, "Yo, He said that he will give $10,000 to the person that can provide that media that they give in the immigration office that paints us in a negative light." And guess what? To this day, nobody has done it.
And neither could she.
And also, Ron, I've heard about these immigration offices. Oh, they tell us to stay away from you, and I think that's a lie. Because nobody can ever provide no proof of media. Matter of fact, by now in the information age, somebody would have put that on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah.
Like I said, we'll have to obviously agree to disagree, right? You know.
Yeah, so
we're gonna disagree. There is no
most
agreements here.
definitely.
Because
Most
what you're
definitely
saying is
disagreeing.
factually not correct.
Okay.
You just making up history. And, I mean, you said
no, I'm not. I don't think I'm making up history, right?
I
think some of that. Hold on, some of that came from was Dr. Claude Anderson's book,
Powernomics in 2001. White labor,
I believe so.
black
when
labor,
they
white wealth.
talked about how the immigration was used as a tool specifically.
He was talking about Latinos,
when it came
man.
to.
Wait, stop. See, look.
He was not talking about. He's okay.
Yes, he was.
So he was just talking about Latinos only.
Yes. Okay, I could boldly say that. First of all, because you're new to this, that's why I said which book? Powernomics 2001, Black Labor, White Wealth. Which one? White America's Dirty Shit. I got all those books. Show me the page. When he said immigrants, I already listen. You're so go watch. Go. I got 2 videos back to back time talking about Dr. Claude Anderson on this channel with his thumbnail. And I plays Powernomics. We talk about Latinos, immigrants. It was Latino. 100%. No, that's not. It won't work over here. I'm a real researcher. You didn't know? I'm a YouTube journalist.
No,
I'm a real researcher.
I told you earlier. This was my first time here on the
channel. But you
channel.
just can't make stuff up.
No, I don't think it's making things. He was talking about immigration in general.
Yeah, no.
I didn't hear him. I did not hear him coin any specific
real quick.
group
hold on 1 second.
within that.
Okay,
right.
Cool. Wait, just hold on. Slow down.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want you miseducating my chat. All right, so let me go outside.
No, I'm not. I'm not miseducating or attempting to do any of that.
All right, cool. So let's do this, family. As I explained when I was playing back Powernomics, right? While you was somewhere asleep and when he's tether enclaves, chats, whatever. I was playing back.
Let me just get the page that it's on. I have the book.
Get the page, and I'm gonna cook you right to get the page, family.
Well,
hold on, I'm gonna step away from the computer.
Don't worry. Now I'm
hold on, Ron. I just wanted to say peace. I got to get back to work. Righteous Rage, it was good meeting you. But hopefully, I could jump back on in a little while.
All right, I'm a cooker now. No more playing around. Black immigrants at that time of Dr. Claude Anderson, that was 2001. That was before everything. FBA, ADOS, any type of delineation. That was before Cobra, 2001. Okay, so we didn't fathom Black immigrants to dig being against us. He automatically assumed them coming in on the same one accord. He did not consider them at all as immigrants. He considered them as one of us. So when we used the words immigrants at that time, it was always Latinos, whites, or somebody else, but it was nobody Black. We didn't know about this right here until about 2014, when we was talking about reparations, and we got this outcry from Black immigrants, and then we started to say, "Oh shit!" So we took a step back. But go find that page, and let's read this in context together. I guarantee to my Latino. That's it. He said Latino. He even said Latinos over and over and over in Powernomics. It says, "I know what." It's that they, them, him, her, and us, and we. My fault. Something happened with my damn iPad. Did you find that page yet? Let me know if you found that page to the Dr. Clark Anderson book.
Yeah, I've been looking for it. I haven't been able to place my hand on the book. Got me kind of wondering where the book at now. But
So
go ahead if you found it.
So what
You
was
can
the
read
book
it. That's
called?
fine.
Well, I don't know which book was it?
I believe it was Powernomics.
Okay, listen, sis. What I can do for you, I can look. I probably it's already on my live. I just go to my live and just play the video back. But when you got videos on YouTube, you can just control find. So, but I know what part you're talking about. You're talking about somewhere near the beginning. All right. So what do you think he said?
Well, from my understanding and what I comprehended from what I read was that immigration was used specifically as a tool to bear a rise between slaves and plantation owners or elites, right? That the first wave of immigration was brought in from Europe because us as slaves outnumbered.
The UK, right? The UK.
Right. And so they brought them over, send your crazy, wicked, whatever. That was the first wave. And
All right,
then
wait,
there
start
was
right there. I just want you to know, sis, and you could ask the chat. I studied the history of immigration. Okay, so I don't need Dr. Clancy. I studied it myself. But carry on. So the second wave was when? The Chinese Exclusion Act, 18, what that, 92? Or you talking about 1917, the restrictive quotas, 1924, the restrictive quotas again, where they outlaw, I mean, not outlaw, but they minimize the number of Eastern and Southern Europeans. Okay, so so let me help you out. You're talking about Western and Northern Europeans coming over from Belgium, the UK, Germany. That's the second wave, right? Who else? What
my
else?
understanding, yeah, he went through the different waves of
Yeah.
immigration because you didn't have a mass influx of those from the diaspora until you get to like the civil rights.
No, you don't get them to 1990. Well, it depends. It depends. If we're talking about black folks, 1990. But Puerto Ricans were here in the 1940s. So Mexican was coming over only because they were reclassified as white. I think that was like late 1800s. And that's how they got over here, because they reclassified as white. So, but again, when you say immigration, black immigration wasn't a thing until 1990. They were barely ever here before then. Peppered around, small numbers. All right. Um, so what you're talking about northern, southern, eastern, and western Europeans for the most part, because Chinese were excluded in 1882, and that was lifted in 1965 with the Immigration Act. So, like I said, the immigrants you're talking about has been the Italians, the Irish, all these Eastern and Southern Europeans coming over here. And then you got Ellis Island that brought another wave of white Europeans.
Yeah,
And
but you had some Caribbeans that came in through Ellis Islands too.
tiny percentages.
But hold on. So you're saying tiny percentages, but
Yeah.
even when I spoke to those of the diaspora now, when I spoke and how they could be used as a tool or resource politically, you again mimicked about them being a tiny sprinkled. They're currently sprinkled throughout now. Remember, I made the distinction that they're here in larger numbers at this point than they have been historically. So,
Okay.
I mean,
I don't even know where we're at right now. Okay. I was just pointing out to you, you keep saying Caribbean folks. They were like, they were so little number, they couldn't influence shit. Okay. So my whole thing going back to Dr. Clark Anderson, when he was talking about immigrants, we didn't even look at black folks as immigrants at that time when he said that in 2001. We seen them as already on board with us. We didn't count them with the immigration. I mean, with the immigrants as far as immigration. He said by name Latinos. And then he started to use plural pronouns. Them, they. Then he said us. And then he started using, get off that. Get off that. What you doing? Go sit down. Go sit down. Okay, then he started using plural pronouns with us, we. So now you got to find in that book, in that video, where that them and they included Black immigrants. Because he said Latinos. You're not going to find it. As a matter of fact, I gave you like a trick. Go to his lecture in 2001 in that church, Paranomics, and just control find the word Black. It'll always be associated with us, Black Americans. He didn't even acknowledge Black immigration in that lecture or book. It was automatically assumed that they were going to be with us. Okay, so we didn't find out they were not going to be with us until about 2014 when the reparation talks sprung back up. And that's when the first time where we start to hear negative remarks against it. We expected whites and Latinos, but what caught us off guard was we started to hear from not even Africans. We heard it from the Caribbean. We like, oh shit, that's how you feel?
Right. So that's why, to me, these are very new conversations, right? Which is why I said more conversation needs to be had. But it
That's
just seems
close.
that most people are, feeling like no conversation needs to be had, right? And those who agree with that, that's fine with it. I would like to see um either way it goes. I would like to see, us still have unification amongst ourselves as Black Americans.
That's what we're doing now, though, like with these spaces. That's why the spaces are, it's really for anybody, but it's directed towards FBA. So we're doing exactly what you're saying. That's why I'm
Yeah,
glad.
but is the conversation focused around how do we move reparations forward, or is the conversation around tethers, like I
Okay,
keep
well,
hearing y'all
everything.
say?
Okay, well, again, look at you. This is your first day here. This is about FBA culture because it was Tether who said we didn't have it. So I don't want that lie circulating. Matter of fact, I did this. This was not my video today was going to be a debunking a lot of fake white people stats against Black crimes. I just happened to watch a video of Tariq Nasheed debating an African about FBA culture. And I was so disgusted, I changed my whole live to that. I said, nah, this is more priority. This is
Okay.
disrespectful thing. We got no culture, so I made this whole live about culture. So I'm gonna maybe 7 o'clock do the my original post about white folks lying about Black stats and Black crime rates. These Jared Taylor talking points.
Right.
Okay.
So as I
So
stated, this is my first show, so that's why I asked the question, is it geared
yeah,
towards
no,
more
but you should.
solutions or
What you should do. But yeah, the solution. Go in my videos. The solution is, I mean, the solution ain't. It's common sense. It ain't some rocket science where hey everybody, let's all wear red. And no, the solution is very easy. The solution is we gotta first address the problem because some of us don't know that exists. We gotta address the problem, and a lot of us don't know what we used. Don't even know what's attainable because they don't know what we already did. So if you came too late, I had read about John Merrick and the other day, Madam C.J. Walker, Biddy Mason, Robert Owens, and Church. So I got it to the Robbins Airport. So I got to first show us what we had already. It's not a dream, not a fantasy, not some kind of shit. And then I showed them why why it no longer exists, what's holding it back today. Okay, and then we move forward from there. But we have different folks jumping on that bandwagon. Those negative talking points, we're going to address them too. As Tethers or wherever else, Coons, the Larry Elders and Thomas Sowell, Candace Owens, we're going to address them too. But we're not going to let no talking point, no negative talking point go past because we're taking on that same chant the Jewish people take on. Never again. They don't tolerate the slightest teeny, itty bitty bit of anti-Semitism. And we ain't going to take on the slightest itty bitty, teeny weeny anti-FBAism.
I agree with that. Like I said, I don't think that should be the case either. But I don't experience a lot of that. I've heard it.
Right, well,
And it
tune in
threw me
here
off
more.
as well. But
Okay, tune in here more
Michael.
because they all call here. They
Oh, do
all
they?
call here with the hatred. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Well, I'll
wait.
definitely tune in more. You
Well,
said
a guy
7
called in
p.m.
earlier. I kicked him off earlier, so he'll be able to call back at
That must
7
have
p.m.
been after that must have been before I came on.
Yeah, I just kicked him
I
off
didn't
because
hear.
being disrespectful. He got a lot of hate. Jamaican guy, a lot of hate for FBAs, and there's a lot of hate. So I had it, and like he came on so many times, invited him on so many times, and and I treat him with respect. I don't be cussing him out. He still come here and disrespect and say disrespectful things and just the worst things possible. Unprovoked. Unprovoked. I'm just talking about the subject.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
so then he'll say, "Oh, FBAs, they don't do this," and then I debunk it. And instead of addressing it and acknowledging it, he'll go to the next hateful talking point. Well, what about this over here?
No, I've heard some of it because I've listened to some
Mm.
of Tariq Nasheed go back and forth with some people on, I guess, his call-in line or whatever. So I've seen it, but like I say, I've seen it and experienced it more in social media than I have in my day-to-day interactions, right?
Yeah, well, you're
So,
right. They're not gonna do it day to day because they're the minority. They know FBs will start. Like, it's just one thing they're not gonna do. There's one thing we all know that they're not gonna talk like that in person because word gets around fast. Like, yo, he said this about black folks. Who? And once we acknowledge him as a Jamaican or Haitian, it's over. His credibility is gone, and now he becomes a target of whatever comes next. So that's all that takes. Let's be like, yo, that Jamaican guy over there thinks all black folks lazy as shit. Where? Yeah, told me. Look, let's go ask him. You see, that's all that takes. Look, hey, buddy, didn't you say this? And the other guy looking with his fist clutched, like, say it again. Yeah, so they're not dumb enough to say it in our face, man. They know we're a fighting culture.
well, it's been a beautiful conversation. You said at 7 p.m. you're coming back on, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
how
Seven
often are
o'clock.
you on during the week? And what was the other time?
Every day. I try to go weekdays for sure. Every day, 10 a.m.
10
10
a.m.
a.m. And then
Okay.
yeah, so around if it ain't 10 a.m. on the dot, it usually is. But the latest, like, who knows, 2 o'clock would be the latest. If I'm not
Okay.
live 2 a.m., 2 p.m. would
Then
be the
you ain't coming
latest.
on,
Then I
or
usually
you
go
coming
back
on
at
at
7 p.m.
7? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So I
Well,
try
it
to do
was
two because I got an evening audience as well.
nice. Okay. Well, I'll definitely tap back in. I hope everyone else has a beautiful rest of their evening. You and chat and anyone
Yes, you
else who
too.
was on previously.
Mhm.
All right. Well, peace and blessings.
All right, thank you. Peace and blessings to you. Okay. All right. So well, I always said I wanted a sister to call in, and sister called in. Let me see. Yeah. So now let me look at the chat. My thought. We got a lot of FBAs here. I gotta give a wrench to. So just another woman. It pertains to only FBAs. Let me go ahead and give you a wrench, a lineage wrench. We got top flight. Let me get top flight a lineage wrench. Yeah. So American Dream. When she called back in, call back in. So the link is up there. Anybody want to click the link? But American Dream, 7 o'clock. Click the link. Tashi D said that's not an excuse. If you wouldn't want someone to have a preconceived notion about your group, you shouldn't have it towards another group. It's that simple. Yeah, like all they do is justify tether behavior. Pan-Africanism, that is. Yeah, perpetual hatred, crack netter, just self-deport, hun. Those alligators look those alligators look hungry. Yo, y'all are funny. World's best braider. Oh my God, y'all hilarious, yo. Africans love saying that 1865 Yesharon says the census ancestors record doesn't give a damn about the African history at all. World's Best Brady says, LOL. I was like, what is this war then? I was like, oh, they talking about FBA. Exactly. So let me give Knock Neezy his wrench. I'ma just go ahead and say it. TV says exactly. They have been exploiting our people with that movie live for a minute. Continue to call. Yeah, exactly. Not on my watch. Black Peace. Her parents don't teach her nothing. Coctavius, the tether energy is strong with this one. Let me get Coctavius a Lineage wrench. Make sure y'all like the video because we got new people. Look at the Coctavius. We got all these new folks coming in. We got a sister who joined first time. She even called in. I like that. I was trying to not be too strong. That's such a thing. Because the first time I want to encourage her to call back. I don't want to, but some stuff I just got to call out. Okay, and like the equal blame stuff, and part of me, family, for getting like too emotional, but that's because I know that's a Pan-Africanist talking point. Oh well, both of y'all. It's like, yeah, but we're talking about them, right? Aren't we just talking about them and what they did? Like she did. She was going to talk about the Jamaican person that was saying bad things about us. And then in that, I guess she felt like, oops. Then she brought up us. I said, yeah, no, wait. Just keep on your Jamaican story, right? Just finish that one first. Mexican can be anybody. She's still ignorant. Gaslighting for sure. My family, extended family, did not talk about African. They said, yeah. We never said the word African unless it was African American. We ain't never talk about them, and that's why I said about the Jamaican. That Jamaican thing, that's a lie. I'm from Jersey, yo. We talk to the Caribbean people like they one of us. Yeah, so try again. Like if you talk to any FBA in Jersey, at least a third of their friends are from the Caribbean. A third. Like that's how many of them are out there. Golden Brown and you immigrants are not important to FBA, but we are important to the tether because they are in our country. Facts. So I think I gotta play that video for her when she come back on. Ricardo Flott, let's get it. Peace. Okay, that video that goes in about how they want to replace us. That's what I gotta do. I gotta show that video again. Matter of fact, I should do it over because he played music in that video that always get me flagged. So I might do that whole video over, like my style. But credit to him though. I'm gonna do it over without the music. Oh, that's a deep fryer. Yeah. I don't know what that was. Okay. Let's see what's in here. Get out of there. What's that noise? Where? Oh yeah. Oh, let me see. Oh, come here. You come this way. Look, I have something for you. Here. Okay. Yeah. So I just want an honest conversation, man. It seems like that's impossible to get unless an FBA call in. It's like an impossible thing to happen unless an FBA person calls in. Just an honest conversation. That's it. And that's why I asked about Marcus Garvey. I'm like, you a Pan-Africanist? And she kind of like sidestepped that. She kind of sidestepped. Yeah, she really, in my opinion, I give her a chance. I gave her a chance to like. I think she's gonna learn eventually. Like, yo, you gotta be honest over here, man. Like, you're gonna lose integrity when you go to those spaces, even like a bigger space. You go over there, you're gonna lose credibility. They're like, nah, she was on FBA News Updates lying and caping for tethers and excusing their bad behavior. Like, you don't like revenue and tether dream. Like, you don't want those reputations where nobody takes you serious. Only people that goofy like themselves. They want to get it. We are, or they don't want to get it. We are different people. It ain't hard to see to realize. Let's get it. I hold that wrench. You got to earn that baby. I still haven't heard anything pertinent to the dislike or of FBAs from Africans. I missed that. She really just was. Let's try again at 7 o'clock. Like, maybe she gonna invite her elder, and the elders be the worst though. Like, they take on names like, get out of there. They take on names like elder, but dudes don't be knowing shit about nothing. And then they get easily offended when you call them out on their bad recollection of history. Or they get emotional. Oh, mom, I've been doing this since 1901. How dare you challenge me, son? All right, so let's see what we got. Let's see what we got shaking over here. 1 second. Let's see what we got. Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, every time I look through my like thumbnails, my videos, why is Umar's daughter always there? Good job. She's there for like, oh my God, biggest clout chaser. Like, man, it's not gonna happen. Like, you have no YouTube career, no internet career. Okay. Okay. Go get it from your refrigerator. Go. No. And you're gonna lay down after this one. You're gonna lay down over there. Drinking water, you're gonna lay down right here. I know it's way past his bedtime. The guys are cleaning. That's why he can't put him to sleep. Cause he would have been knocked out. Yeah, so family, make sure you all like the video. See, you've been liking it lately, and we start getting our new folks in the room from the lineage. You dig? And y'all gotta admit, most of the people who come here, they are lineage. They're not even like tethers or white supremacists. So that's a good look. A lot of our, like, we attract people from the lineage over here. So, but they only come. The invitation for them is a like for the video, because then it becomes their feed, and now like a catchy title, thumbnail will draw them in, and they find out, hey, look at this space. It's pro FBA without any trolls. That's like rare. Wait. I have some videos. I got some videos. Hold on. I almost forgot to share these videos. Hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Almost forgot to give you an update. Oh my God, I cannot believe I almost did this. Ah, shit. All right. Let's start right. Okay, let's start right here. All right. I almost forgot to share this. Damn. All right, hold on. Hold on.
Hold on. Okay. All right, here we go.
Owner behind Leo Human Services is no longer in the fast lane.
So this is
to taxpayer cap.
Minnesota. As you can see, $9 million Minnesota housing fraud scandal shut down. And the first person they show you is a goddamn Somali.
Did you buy this car with all the money you're billing taxpayers?
I didn't buy this car, but you have to ask too many questions, right?
Today, the state moved to immediately terminate its fraud-riddled housing stabilization program.
So we got a massive fraud scandal that was finally shut down. This is the Housing Stabilization Services Program, where they were stealing over $100 million a year. Now, how did this thing go on for so long? Where was the leadership in Minnesota? Where's Tim Walz? Why did it take a news station and private investigators to unveil what is going on here in order to get the federal government to make moves? We even have Republican lawmakers in Minnesota asking the federal government to come in here and clean this up. But what happened? So before we talk about the overwhelming failure of Minnesota, let's check out the latest update on this program.
For the first time tonight, we are hearing from the chair of Minnesota's House Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Committee about plans to end the Housing Services Program. She is requesting a federal audit of Minnesota's Department of Human Services. Joe McCoy has the details.
Following a months-long CARE 11 investigation that uncovered widespread fraud allegations, the Minnesota Department of Human Services, or DHS, formally requested Friday to terminate its Housing Stabilization Services Program, known as HSS.
Yeah, all they can do is just come to this country and scam. And these folks be coming over here through asylum seeker status and refugee status, not even work visa, school visa, H-1B. No, asylum, emergency statuses, refugee and asylum. And they come over here, kick their feet up and start scamming. It just resumes right away. Like their nature just say, what are we doing? We got to scam. This is their hard work. As you can see, we're seeing their hard work.
Also comes weeks after federal agents raided the homes and businesses of 5 HSS providers.
The fact that they had to shut down an entire program because of the incredible level of fraud is just unconscionable.
Republican State Representative Kristen Robbins is the chair of the House Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee. She says not enough due diligence was done by DHS and that this alleged fraud is just the tip of the iceberg.
So you have to ask yourself, aren't there programs in order to stop fraud such as this, or some way to catch these things before it happens? Well, it turns out they do have programs, and they have basically come out and said, our programs are trashed. We have an audit, or I guess like a fraud committee that's supposed to be looking into these agencies, and essentially they said they're not good enough to catch these things.
All right, so now next video. It's a sister who was riding for us.
Let me share with you all what happens.
Representative Carla D. Cunningham, Democrat District 106, Mecklenburg, North Carolina legislator, advocates for Black Americans, and Dems are mad. Check this out.
When a woman lawmaker like myself choose to move differently, yes, I was degraded for my vote. Yes, I was called racist for my vote. And yes, I was said I was trash. However, I figured it out. They want me to stop elevating my ancestors' history. They want me to be silent in my country. They want me to line up behind their priorities while my people and communities continue to struggle in our country. Mr. Speaker. The United States has been more tolerant than most other countries. Other countries are making it much more difficult to get citizenship. We have been naive. We have been exploited and abused. by the different tactics to gain citizenship in America. It's time to wake up. Global migration in the past was not projected to be as it is today. We must establish new rules to address a distinct type of migration that we are facing in our country, state, and cities. It's time to turn the conveyor belt off and adopt a global migration suitable for the times that we're in. And that is not destabilizing our communities. A large number of people entering a country can change it forever. In conclusion, let me share with you all what happens when a woman lawmaker like myself choose to move differently. Yes, I was degraded for my vote. Yes, I was called racist for my vote. And yes, I was said I was trash. However, I figured it out. They want me to stop elevating my ancestors' history. They want me to be silent in my country. They want me to line up behind their priorities while my people and communities continue to struggle in our country. Mr. Speaker.
Lady will suspend momentarily. Members, it's not a kindergarten class. I look up and I see full-grown adults, many of you senior citizens, and you're clearly trying to make noise like a young child might when they're having to sit in a classroom and listen. So please, you're not doing anything by making these noises. And the Sergeant at Arms sees the lady who just was making the noise. The Sergeant at Arms has the chair's direction to go ahead and remove the lady. Again, folks, please, we're allowing folks on both sides of this issue to speak. If you want to come down here and debate, go run for public office. Thank you. Lady continues to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, they want me to line up behind their priorities while my people and communities continue to struggle in our country. Is this not your country? This is my country. With the good and the not so good, this is my country, tears of thee. Now, if you want to adapt to my country, not isolate yourself and come here legally, I welcome you. But today, I am telling you, I am not going to be silenced by those who disagree with my ideology on the issue at hand. Because the blood of my ancestors. Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. See, it was my ancestors who came over as slaves, built this country with a strain on their backs. They sweat pouring from their bodies in the rice fields, the cotton fields, and the tobacco farms for this country. Lived as servants and was the footstool, I said the footstool, for far too many feet to step on. So today, if you ask me to line up behind another group of people.
See, I want a sister who called in and be like this. Right, that's what upset me about her. She was on some old kumbaya, let's just all smoke weed together and hold hands. I'm like, nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. We're focused.
To raise awareness about their plight, I unapologetically say no. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, please accept my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, someone that looks like me, speaking for people like me. FBA, Foundational Black Americans.
That's right. She was cooking. What we got next? In the queue.
You may remember this shocking video from November when 4 people were arrested for allegedly faking bear attacks in luxury cars to collect.
Family, a goddamn Armenian, I heard it's Armenian, so you could fact check me, but I heard an Armenian tether dressed up like a bear to vandalize cars, their own cars, for an insurance scam. They dressed up like a bear and went in the car. They looked nothing like, it looked more like Sasquatch look nothing like a bear.
Insurance money. Well, today they appear. You may remember this shocking video from November when 4 people were arrested for allegedly faking bear attacks in luxury cars to collect insurance money. Well, today they appeared in court. KCAL's Joy Benedict shows us what happened.
It's security video giving bears a bad name as investigators say someone in a bear costume ransacked multiple cars, the only honey inside, a false insurance claim.
You each waive and give up that right and agree that your preliminary hearing would be timely.
It's a case that certainly turned heads in San Bernardino County. And Monday, all 4
family, this is not a spoof. These are degenerate tethers, Eastern Europeans, Southern, Eastern, I think, Europeans scamming. This is tethers.
defendants faced a judge for a preliminary hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
They waived their rights to a speedy hearing. The 3 men and 1 woman are out on bail. None of them wanted to speak on camera after the court appearance, but we're learning more about this case and the bare necessities of the complaint. According to court documents, the 4 individuals from LA County claimed a bear destroyed 3 high-end vehicles at Lake Arrowhead in January of 2024.
Like, when do a bear got perfect claws like that? How many holes is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How a bear got 6 paws, fingers on that paw?
2010 Rolls-Royce Ghost, a Mercedes G-Wagon, and a 2022 Mercedes-Benz 350. The State Department of Insurance said,
"Oh, it looked like they couldn't afford those cars anymore, so let's damage them for the insurance."
The individuals then provided this grainy security video to their insurance providers, Bristol West, Progressive, and State Farm, being reimbursed more than $300,000. Their providers became suspicious and alerted the Department of Insurance, which sent the video to California Fish and Wildlife, which then determined this was not a bear, but a human in a bear suit. A suit investigators say was later found in a home of one of the defendants, and all 4 were arrested and are now working their way through the court process.
All 4 suspects are facing 3 counts each of insurance fraud as well as defrauding an insurer. Their next court appearance is scheduled for October the 16th. Joy Benedict, KCAL News.
Yeah. They left the costume in their home. I guess to do it again. That's the only thing I could think of. The only reason I think of that they would keep it on them, to do it again. Crazy. Now, these are tethers in Italy scamming.
Look me.
Huh?
No problem. It's finished.
I'm about to show you the biggest tourist scam that I found all across Italy. But first, just tell me in the comments, why are these people allowed to operate here?
How they even get there? I ain't gonna lie. Tethers, they like to mess with white folks when it comes to scamming more than anybody. So I ain't gonna lie, like, they kind of know the right places to go to scam the right people.
Across the country. It just blows my mind.
When I say biggest, I mean these scammers are everywhere, targeting tourists with their sneaky tricks. It's so common that it makes you wonder, are these really the kinds of experiences that Italy wants its guests to have? So in this video, we'll come face to face with 4 of these scammers, breaking down all their tactics so you can stay safe.
Who can guess what country they're from? Everybody, put the country you think they're from in the chat, please.
While you travel, plus I'll throw in a few other things to watch out for along the way. And trust me, you do not want to miss the last guy. He is not happy with me. Let's dive in.
Thank you, man. From New Zealand. Oh, really? Kentucky? That's America, bro.
This video.
What's this?
It's elephant, Hakuna Matata.
Oh, lovely.
You know Hakuna Matata is a Lion King. This present.
Yeah, I've seen the movie.
Because you are the same color. I look like it's my brother.
Thank you, bro.
No, pay free.
No, it's okay. I don't need it though. No, I won't use it. I don't wear jewelry, see?
Wife?
No.
Girlfriend?
Oh yeah, she's my wife. Yeah.
It's nice wife, no church.
She's best.
It's the best, no church. It's
She's the best.
Not by free.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, it's okay. No need, man. No need.
Thank you.
Oh look, helicopter. He's just continuing to try his thing. So he'll say it's free, but he's going to ask you for a donation, and you're going to feel like you need to give one because he's been nice to you, and he seems like a nice, friendly chap. Nietzsche. Hey, buddy.
Yo, they really go around 24 hours a day scamming, but then they will tell you that this is hard work.
What?
Where you come from?
New Zealand, man. New Zealand.
Like Auckland.
Oh, they are. No, you keep it, bro. You keep it.
You need to embarrass me?
I've got something for you, man. Thank you, bro. Bye.
So what they try to do is, I remember a guy did that to me in the mall. He had this fake gold chain, this black dude, looked like he was Haitian. I was like 25. He was like he just got out of jail too. Hey, here you go, my brother. Give me his fake gold chain. Like he was showing me it. Showed me his little fake price tag that said like $700. He's like, I give it to you for 70. Like, God damn, that's a huge discount. Right now, I ain't got the money, man. Like, my man didn't know that young men at that time went to the malls broke as hell to get girls. Like, I didn't go to really shop, bro. I went here to window shop and try to get some numbers. His dumbass, because he's not from our culture, he don't understand that. So he's trying to sell me jewelry. Dude, I didn't bring money on purpose, man. I got dressed up, got a nice little haircut to get some numbers, fool. So he showed me the thing for $700, but he'll give it to me for $70. So I'm like, no, okay, I ain't got the money. So then he said, here, he put it in my hand and said, walk with it. So he had me walking with the chain, like trying to fall in love with it. So I walked a few with it. I was like, all right, here you go. Like, and that's kind of what they're doing. They'll give it to you like it's free and then come back and be like, all right, bro, that'd be $15.
I've watched your videos. I'm from Australia.
Oh, thanks, man. I'm just with these guys now.
Oh, yeah.
So these bracelet guys, they're even throwing the bracelet at you, so you kind of have to catch it. You feel like you do. Guys from Australia. Yeah, the guy just threw it at me as well, though.
You're from Texas.
Hey?
Where you from?
No, New Zealand.
Auckland.
Hey, how did you know?
Because you like black people.
Of course, man.
You been to Africa?
No, never, man. Where are you from?
Kenya.
You been to Africa? Hell no. That's why you ain't there.
This is for your wife.
Kenya?
You like black
How did you know I have a wife?
Because you are a gentleman. How many babies?
No babies.
For your family in New Zealand.
Oh, there's too many, man. I can't take this from you, though, man.
You are a good man.
Yeah.
I like you.
Nice, man.
God bless you.
Thank you, bro. It looks like you're at a Taylor Swift concert.
Oh, don't worry, it ain't free.
Sit handing these out. You know?
Keep it. Have a good day.
Friendship bracelet. No, man, I can't take it, though. You sure? I can't take it, though, man, really.
You don't need to embarrass me, please, because you are a good man.
I can't take it, though, man, honestly.
No. Don't need to embarrass me. Don't need to embarrass me. Don't worry.
Yeah, when you are selling something, family, when you are selling something and can't even give it away for free, you're cooked.
Don't need to embarrass you?
Okay. Give me something for my family in Africa, please.
What?
Something.
You just said don't worry about
something.
it.
Look at
you just said don't worry about it, bro.
Please. Please, something.
No, man, take it back. How much are you earning a day asking people for this?
Don't interest you.
No, it interests me, man. It interests me.
Interest you. Go away.
It interests me, man.
No picture. Finish.
No, I don't take a picture.
Finish. Go away.
No, how much are you earning doing this to people, man? Pretending to be their friends.
Do you need problem for me?
No, I don't want a problem, man. I'm just asking you. That's all, man.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you see these disgusting people? He act like he perfected like being your friend. And then look how fast he wanted to fade. Like, yo, so what you want to do? Like, basically, he's asking him, do you want to square up?
See you later. Man, same trick in India. They always start with your friend, where you're from. They create a rapport, and they're gonna ask you for a donation at the end because they're being so friendly and nice to you. It's the friendly local scam. Those scammers, they were operating in a gang. There was 4 of them just walking up and down the strip and hanging out in the square there. And there was one main guy at the very end, just sitting and watching over them and restocking their bracelets as well. So yeah, they're all together. They're just professional beggars. And it is a job. And there's more of them just up here, just watching them. They're everywhere. How can they operate absolutely everywhere? Why are they everywhere? It's crazy. I just can't believe this. Just wasting people's time and ripping them off and pretending to be people's friends. This ain't Italian culture. This isn't how Italian people are.
Because it's a low-level scam, I'm going to say...
So why are these guys allowed to approach tourists and ask them for money, beg from them?
You look like my cousin.
अंग्रेजी नहीं बोल सकता हूँ.
Where you come from?
Hindustan, Bharat.
What side? England?
Bharat.
Bharat, America?
नहीं, Bharat.
What side?
India.
Oh, namaskar, Baba.
Namaskar.
Darussalam, Mumbai, Delhi, Punjab. Aku nama Tata.
ये हिंदी उर्दू नहीं है भाई.
You want to go Africa?
कहाँ?
You want to go Africa?
नहीं.
You?
नहीं.
You origin India?
जी.
Really? How many people in India come to my family?
Oh, really?
Enjoy. Your name?
मेरा नाम Rahul.
Good luck.
Thank you, bro.
Don't give anybody for your head. Elephant.
Thank you, bro. Awesome.
Yeah, today I'm happy. I have a baby yesterday. You have wife, you have girlfriend?
नहीं समझता हूँ.
Wife?
नहीं, अंग्रेजी, English no.
You have a wife?
English no.
Family.
Oh wow, thank you.
Long life.
Bye. I will.
Family.
Huh?
Family.
Oh wow.
Thank you, India.
Thank you, bro.
No racist. You no have India for Undu. India plastic. Yes, and we are big.
नहीं समझता हूँ.
India, you have big.
Bye. Huh?
Give some money, right, for my family.
नहीं समझता हूँ.
Very hungry. Some money.
पैसे नहीं है.
Huh?
पैसे नहीं है. ये ले लो.
You understand English?
थोड़ा सा.
You understand English very well.
थोड़ा सा.
Yeah, थोड़ा सा. Move, get out of here, boy.
कितने पैसे बना रहे हैं?
Yeah, look how violent they get when you don't want to buy a bracelet. Ain't that? I mean, I would have more respect for them if they were selling it just for a price. Like, hey, $3. I would have more respect if they actually sold them for $3. Like, yo, why they just can't just sell it for $3 or $2? Hey, there's a lot of tourists there. Hey, $2. This and make up a whole story. This is from the whatever village, Sacred Village, North Sentinel Island. They don't know. You could lie and say you from North Sentinel Island. White folks don't know.
I look you this understand. Look me.
Okay.
No problem. It's finished.
कितने पैसे बना रहे हैं?
Where under it? Oh.
काम कर रहे हैं ना?
Oh, Africa nada. Where under it? Nothing. Basta. It's India. Namaste, Baba.
Namaste, Baba. Okay, he's speaking Indian.
भारत से नहीं है. Don't talk to this guy. I'm just trolling him.
Oh, he here.
Go away, man. Stop hassling people, man. No, you stop approaching tourists. Leave tourists alone, man. They're just trying to enjoy their time and you're just asking them for money, bro. The police should be moving these people along because it's obviously an organized begging racket.
After covering issues like this in my 3 Europe videos so far, here's my take. As a European citizen, it's shameful that tourists are treated like easy targets. They're here on holiday, they're our guests, and instead of protecting them, we let scams and bad behavior fester in our top
an Arab scammer. Oh my God. Buddies.
Tourist destinations. This isn't just embarrassing, it's a disgrace. Europe prides itself on culture and hospitality, but actions like this make us look like we don't care. Tourists come here to admire our rich history, not face unnecessary hassles. Don't you think we owe them a better experience? Alright, I've said my piece. Now let's check out what else is happening on the streets of Rome and have a chat with some locals.
Time for me to get out of here, I think. I had enough time wasting their time. Hey, bhai!
जम्मू वाला
ये मेरे भाईजान है
ये मेरे भाईजान है इंडिया से जम्मू वाला
यूट्यूब बनाते हैं
जी जी जी
ये कैसा लगा रोम
बहुत अच्छा है बहुत अच्छा लगा और ये अफ्रीकन लोग उसके पास ब्रेसलेट है ये क्या है यार ये बकवास है
ये हेल्प लेने का तरीका कार
ये बकवास है ठीक है चले
ओके थैंक यू
फिर मिलेंगे अल्लाह हाफिज This is the ticket queue for the Pantheon.
There they go. Open toe sandwich.
A lot of people here. And this is only the digital queue. There's another queue on the other side and then a queue to get in as well. Ore yaar. India and Italy. It's a Royal Enfield Himalayan. Looks cool. Guys, look at this. So there's cleaners who have a public contract to clean around here, but the cleaners are also asking for donations right here. Why would they ask for donations?
They ain't even there.
For doing their job. Yeah. मैं यहाँ बैठ सकता हूँ? हाँ. क्या हाल है? हिंदुस्तान आप बांग्लादेश से हैं ना?
लेकिन अब हिंदी कैसे आता है?
मेरी बीवी
So Hindi is their national language in India, but they have little languages that's like more unique and distinctive in like different cities. But Hindi is the national language. It's the recommended language. So most Indians will speak Hindi, and that's how they communicate. But they couldn't communicate with each other with their own like city language, town language. They could not communicate with each other.
मैं बांग्ला नहीं बोल सकता हूँ। आप लोग यहाँ काम करने के लिए?
बिजनेस करता है।
अच्छा, मुश्किल है तो ना?
पुलिस भी डिस्टर्ब करता है।
बांग्लादेश और मुश्किल है या थोड़ा सा आसान है यहाँ?
आसान है, पैसा ज़्यादा मिलता है ना।
हाँ और पैसे ना, समझ गया। मेरे दोस्त पाकिस्तान में हैं और वो यहाँ आना चाहता है। कैसे?
इधर का 2 वीज़ा होता है, स्पॉन्सर और एग्रीकल्चर।
स्पॉन्सर लाइक वर्क वीज़ा ना? हाँ समझ गया। ठीक है, आपसे मिलकर अच्छा लगा। बाय ब्रो।
If what he's saying is true, it's surprising that Italy would issue work visas for selling junk on the streets. What's also possible is that through the black market, you can buy a fake work visa sponsored by a shady Italian company.
You must take into consideration the fact that for many of the people coming into this country, including Afghanistan, where I'm from, there are no legal routes. You have made every route illegal by making it no legal routes.
Do you know what? Where we see boatloads of men of a fighting age coming over, and the British public slightly now are starting to go.
When you say it was good to see this woman who believes no human is illegal, the only one defending illegal immigration. Everyone else on the panel and even all the callers disagreed with her. That made her become emotional and irritable because no one shared her stance. She was defending illegal immigrants so passionately because she came to Britain illegally, it turns out. Even one caller, an African woman, she predicted coming here legally because our Labour will never.
Who are behind this, and instead of smashing them, he's put out the welcome mat. And to be fair to him, the only positive thing I would say is he inherited a situation, but it's getting worse and worse and worse. And it seems no matter how much money as a country we throw at this particular issue, it seems to attract more and more people who see the United Kingdom as a place where they can go and be safe, maybe, primarily, where they can be absolutely guaranteed a place to live, support financially, and all the things that this country can offer. And as a country, we are extremely welcoming, generous, and understanding. I think we've got to a point where we see boatloads of men of fighting age coming over.
Well, everyone, it's time for my annual video where I remind you to stop sending pictures of your to strangers online, because the only hot girls that are asking you for nudes on Instagram are actually Nigerian scammers, like these two pieces of crap. Meet Samuel and Samson Ogashi. They were just extradited to the United States this week on charges of sexual exploitation of a minor.
Pause, pause, pause. God damn.
Here's the story. Last year, Jordan DeMay, a high schooler in Michigan, was contacted by a girl on Instagram who took interest in him. Except it wasn't a girl, it was Tweedledee and Tweedledipwad here trying to scam money out of a young kid. Well, they created an account using pictures from a site and they named the profile Danny Roberts. On March 24th of last year, they wrote him at 10 p.m. They messaged back for the next few hours and eventually convinced Jordan to send a picture of you-know-what. Then the script flipped. The next message from Danny read, "I can send this nudes to everyone and also your nudes until it goes viral. Just pay me right now and I won't expose you." They were demanding Jordan send $1,000, which he couldn't afford, so he ended up sending about $300. And after hours of negotiating for even more, Jordan told them, "I'm killing myself right now because of you." And they said, "Good, do that fast, or I'll make you do it. Swear to God,
Yeah,
I will
they
make
are
you regret
heartless,
your
yeah,
life.
they are
I will
heartless.
make you commit suicide. I promise you, I swear." Jordan was found dead in his room at 3 a.m. This all took place within like 5 hours.
Wow. That's unfortunate that he was that ashamed of himself. Damn. Yeah, he was that ashamed of himself. He offed himself in 5 hours. That's crazy.
We know it was the Ogashi brothers because the Michigan FBI team are total bad A's and they worked with Meta to identify the users. They then flew to Nigeria and worked with their law enforcement team to arrest them and bring them back to face justice. There's this great website called scammerphotos.com that collects all the arrest photos in Africa and posts them online for all to see. And here are our boys. So, Samuel and Samson, since you think it's funny to humiliate people with their private pictures, I'm going to do the same with yours. And if Samuel is convicted, he's going to spend 30 years in prison. Hope it was worth it, buddy. You know, when I put out a video last year talking about this very scam, I got over a dozen emails from young men going through this very same thing who are scared for their lives. I couldn't believe how common this is. And the FBI has stated that these cases are exploding. So I'm just going to talk about this every year until I stop seeing stories like this in the news. So here's my advice for you if you get into trouble with sextortion or you know someone who has. Stop engaging with the person harassing you. Don't let them see that you're afraid. It's just going to motivate them to try harder. Ignore. Block their account to limit further interactions. You are not going to pay them off. They will just keep asking you for money. You're going to be their slave. You can't negotiate with terrorists. Report them within the app immediately. I think that Instagram is getting better.
Earlier this week, federal immigration agents detained dozens of people in a worksite raid in Nebraska. The Department of Homeland Security said it was the largest such operation in the state during the Trump presidency. Nebraska Congressman Don Bacon said 75 to 80.
Now, the reason why I'm showing this video is that we're told over and over and over that when ICE come get the illegals, they'll be getting them from farms, right? Where they're picking, I guess handling rice and sugar canes and all this hard work that American citizens do not want to do. Family, what kind of farm is this?
People were detained in the raid.
I want you to hear how many people were detained. This is not a farm. So Jasmine Crockett, that goddamn lying dog, this is not a farm. 75 to 80 people were detained. That's 75 to 80. These are illegals.
So that was supposed to be 75 to 80 American citizen jobs. 75 to 80 American citizens should have been employed at this company. Okay? They are taking American. They just took it. They just took 80 American jobs.
Security said it was the largest such operation in the state during the Trump presidency. Nebraska Congressman Don Bacon said 75 to 80 people were detained in the raid. ICE released this video showing agents entering a meat production plant in Omaha, owned by Glen Valley Foods. The company's president, Chad Hartman, later told Reuters that the agents had a warrant that they said had identified 107 people they believed were using fraudulent documents. While local police in Omaha said they were given advance notice about the raid, Glen Valley said it caught them by surprise. Hartman says he followed the rules for immigration status. However, when he told a federal agent that the plant had been using E-Verify, a federal database used for checking employees' immigration status, he says the agent told him the system was broken and urged him to contact his local congressional representative. After ICE agents gathered workers in the plant's cafeteria, the video shows them transporting detainees away from the site in an unmarked bus and arriving at a processing center where they were shackled and searched. The Omaha raid came amid ongoing protests in Los Angeles over similar operations that began in the city late last week. Migrant advocates there said ICE agents arrested migrants at LA Home Depot stores, a garment factory, and a warehouse. The agency has been...
I'm sorry. I just see that as pure contradiction and hypocrisy. That you are fleeing from Mexico. You're fleeing from the cartel. You're fleeing from your corrupt government to America for better opportunity, and you bring your shitty flag over here. Yeah, now that is disrespect, though. They should be waving American flags. The country who took them in, who treated them right, who gave them employment over their citizens. They should be hella pro-American. They bring their shitty flags over here. It's like, wait a minute. Ain't that the place you said, kidnapped you or did this to you or you couldn't get work because the cartel, whatever. You ran from that place and the government didn't back you up. Why are you proud of it over here? Like you're faking like it was so glamorous over there.
Intensifying efforts in recent weeks to deliver on U.S. President Donald Trump's promise of record-level deportations. Homeland Security said earlier this week that ICE had arrested 2,000 immigration offenders per day recently. That's nearly 7 times the daily average in the 2024 fiscal year under former...
All right, are y'all ready for the scammer of the decade? The tether scammer, the American tether scammer of the decade. Are y'all ready? Y'all not ready. Let me see. This will probably be the last video. Okay, I see Huck Funkies. Let me give Huck Funkies a Lineage wrench. Oh, okay, I'll give it to you. I got to change my account. Huck, I got you, Huck. I'm going to throw you a Lineage wrench. Peace, Jay, Quan, Chad Smith, Andre Townsend, bro. That's still rocking. Same day. Ricardo H. Golden Brown. Where did brother Sean West go? Young Deity. Black Ricardo Legetta, Aspiring Heights. Okay, so y'all lasted this long. So y'all gonna holler. Let me give y'all the tether of the decade.
President Joe Biden.
Ooh. Keep it down.
$5,000. Don't play yourself.
I first heard about Ramon Abbas when he was arrested. It was a pretty big international news story. He was arrested in Dubai, and he was very quickly extradited to the U.S.
Ramon Abbas, also known as Hush Puppy, was responsible for a number of business email compromise scams.
But what he was most known for was being an Instagram influencer. He built a following of millions of people, and it was always very mysterious where his money actually came from.
According to the affidavit, he was charged with $30 million worth of fraud.
Hush Puppy in the chat, who can guess what country he's from? He defrauded people out of $30 million. Please put, now it should be, I shouldn't see more than one country. Listen in the chat, please, before I press play, give me the country you think he's from. Don't forget what he did, the amount of money he accumulated. $30 million worth of scams. Please, I should just see one. Matter of fact, put the flag in the chat. Put the flag in the chat of the country he's from. I got to see this. Thank you, Ice. Yo, my man was flossing with scamming money. I mean, he's on social media saying, yo, y'all gotta level up. Thank you, FBA Ronnie. FBA Ronnie put the right flag in there.
He's the #1 Yahoo boy in Nigeria.
Lord
He's a
Moore.
role model to every Yahoo boy in Nigeria.
There are ways to look at Hush Puppy not as some kind of hero, but you can respect some of the things that he did and the way that he thrived in our current online social media ecosystem. One of the things people would ask me was, why did he post to Instagram? Like, he should have just kept a low profile. My answer ultimately was, why do you post on social media? I mean, he was doing it for the same reasons we all do it, to get some response from people, to feel his place in the world grow and be respected.
G for Gucci, you know? So basically, like, he was so under the radar that he might have pulled this off. Family, his scam was so under the radar. He would have pulled this off had he never went on social media. He could have went, I mean, he could have, God. Family, he was so under the radar. He could have probably pulled this off. At least until an old man.
When you look at the story from one layer, it's very simplistic, but the deeper you get into it, the more you see the complexities around how someone like Hush Puppy exists in the modern world.
Yeah, I got
Ramon grew up in
Nigeria.
a neighborhood of Lagos called Oron Shoki. It's a bit of a hardscrabble neighborhood. His father drove a taxi, his mother sold bread and other foods on the street. By his own account, he always looked to sort of the ritzier areas of Lagos as a kind of dreamer, and he wanted to have more for himself.
Today we have an exclusive inside look at the internet scam that has been sweeping this country, based out of Nigeria.
When the internet arrived, late 90s, early 2000s, in places like Ramon Abbas's neighborhood, people would go down to the internet cafe, and one of the things that Nigerians discovered when they logged on was that oftentimes there was sort of a reputation that preceded them online. They were already viewed as being scammers because of the 419 scams of the 80s and 90s, which were basically either phone or fax or letter.
Yo, what? The internet. We're talking like 90s. We're talking about late 90s, early 2000s. I know, because I work for a subdivision, for a subcontractor that contracted with Comcast Cable. Wow. Yo, they were known for scamming globally by the 80s and 90s, yo.
Their scams. This coincided as well with more difficult economic times within Nigeria, fewer job prospects, and so there was a community who sort of embraced that label, who decided, okay, I will figure out how to make money online, I will figure out how to take advantage of people, and they're actually incredibly innovative.
It started, as it almost always does, with an email.
There was a community of young boys who became known as Yahoo boys based on the free email accounts that were available for this type of scamming.
Ew.
I spoke to a criminologist in Nigeria, Adedeji, who he spent a lot of time with Yahoo boys, and he actually lived for a time among them to study them, to understand their motivations, to understand their techniques, to see what became of them over time, and he knew a lot of the same people in Ramon's circle.
I had a very good relationship with them because I saw them as human beings. It was very popular in the slums, areas like Bariga, Ajegunle, Ijora, Mushin, because these are places where you have a lot of young boys who have very little life chances. Us Poppy, Ramon Abbas. At that time, he was one of the very smart boys. He went very far. He met a lot of people who could help him improve on the skills of cybercrime, knowing that the kind of cybercrime we had in Nigeria in the early days was close to the 419, the letter scam.
He moved from Nigeria to Malaysia, and at the time in particular, there was a sort of exodus of Yahoo boys from Nigeria.
I'm trying to see like how they get here, because I didn't think it was straight Nigeria to here. Okay, so they go to Malaysia first.
To Malaysia. There are a variety of theories about why they moved there. The possibility that it was a little more lax, that the Nigerian government was paying a little more attention at that time.
Yeah, they are, Lord
also
Maul.
because there was more sophisticated internet architecture there in terms of how you could hide the location that your requests were coming from.
He moved closer to where he could have access to all of the tools. He wanted more information than what every other person had. And that was why it became what most of them did not become.
It seems like he was connected to several different flavors of scams, one of which was business email compromise, which is the most lucrative internet scam that exists.
Well, today, one of the largest scams attacking end users is called the business email compromise. The business email compromise seems really, really sophisticated. And during my career, I've dealt with hundreds of these incidents. The bad guys are able to compromise an email account of a business. Could be a small business, could be a large business, and it involves financial transactions.
You have a company, and the company is going to be targeted by the scammers. And usually they'll research the company. They're trying to find the right person. And what they do is a hacker gets access to someone's email account. So usually middle manager or someone in the accounting department of a company. Once they're in the email, they don't actually do anything. They just sit there and they wait. And they watch the flow of email in and out. And when they see invoices, that's what they're looking for. When an invoice comes in, they might spoof the email of the sender of the invoice, mock up a fake invoice that looks exactly like the one that just came in, and then send a follow-up email saying, this was not the correct bank account information, this is the new bank. So if the financial department is not looking carefully, then they are prone to sending the money right out the door. That's essentially what BEC scams are. Someone asked for this money who's not the right person, and you sent them millions of dollars.
Spend 20,000 okay?
I just spent 20,000.
Ramon had picked up the handle Hush Puppy in, I think, 2012. But it was really when he got to Malaysia that he started posting photos, mostly of himself. It was a kid from Lagos on the rise. Here are the luxury brands that I'm now consuming. And he sort of started mixing that with a kind of self-help mantras and a sort of prosperity gospel, you know, the hustle. His followers started sort of ticking up over time. And then Hush Puppy began a friendship with Momfa, who's a very, very well-known influencer in Nigeria. And Momfa lived in Dubai. That seems like the time when he started to see that there was another level of opulence. There was another tier of lifestyle that he could be living. And so he packed up for Malaysia, moved himself to Dubai.
Damn.
When he moved to Dubai, he really entered this world of truly high wealth individuals, which included obtaining a penthouse apartment, closets full of designer clothes, shelves of unopened sneakers that had only been made once, sneakers that had been made specifically for him, and a basement parking garage that was full of cars like Ferraris, Bentleys. He's sometimes now flying on private planes. He's one of the guests of honor at the Formula One race. He's invited to big events in Dubai. And so he's kind of entered this upper crust of some of the most wealthy people in the world.
Yeah, they got the most confidence when it comes to like stealing his family.
The difference between Hush Puppy and the other Yahoo boys is the fact that he went international. Then he went to the social media to show off all of these things. But as for recklessness, they are all reckless. Even those who are not on the international scenes are also reckless. That's the way they live.
So Hush Puppy's 37th birthday, it was all kind of, at that moment, it felt like it was really coming together for Hush Puppy. And he posted about that. He posted about how far he had come.
How far he came in
While that birthday celebration was happening,
how far he came in
the sort of seeds of Hush Puppy's downfall had already kind of been sown.
Well, he made the cardinal sin in organized crime. He flaunted his wealth. He brought a lot of attention to himself.
He'd have been good.
He made himself appear to be a national hero. But when you are out there and you are flaunting all of this information, there's so much open source intelligence that he was just providing about himself.
The FBI arrested a Canadian money launderer, and his name was Galeb Al-Amari. When they arrested Al-Amari, he had a phone on him in which there were contacts for Hush Puppy, and there were message exchanges with Hush Puppy. What they came to believe was that Al-Amari and Hush Puppy were sort of part of a loosely networked group of people
is calling the number
were committing BEC
of the guy who was
scams
arrested
and moving the money around the world. Oftentimes, there would be hackers who would hack into the email accounts, and the FBI
he got his name saved as Hush
concluded
Puppy.
these
Had
were
all names.
North Korean state-sponsored hackers
No
who
low
had actually
profile,
committed
no low
billions of
profile
dollars
at
worth
all.
of crime around the world over
For
the
the
past
King's
10
Scandal.
years. Al-Amari would connect up with Hush Puppy, ask him if he had any bank accounts, and when a big BE score was about to happen, Hush Puppy would provide a bank account that could receive millions of dollars that were about to be transferred out of a company. The crimes that they were accused of included the large-scale hacking of a bank in Malta for $13 million, a BEC scam on an American law firm for just under $1 million. The biggest one was an attempted BEC scam on 2 UK companies, both of which were for around $100 million, and one of which was an English Premier League football team. In early June, June 8th, Hush Puppy was asleep upstairs on the second floor of his apartment. There was a bang on the door, and then suddenly the apartment was full of people with guns. At first he thought they were victims of an armed robbery, but then it quickly turned out it was the Dubai SWAT team, and they had come in fully kitted up. They were ready for war. He was whisked onto a plane within, I think, 24 to 48 hours and sent to the US.
If you had to classify Hush Puppy, how would you classify him?
Busted.
I give a lot of credit to the FBI agents who arrested Hush Puppy, but we are not going to arrest our way out of this problem. We took one bad guy off the streets, but how many more of them are out there?
Well, he was one of the biggest.
I think even though we believe Mr. Abbas is a major player in this, he's only a bit player in the entire infrastructure.
He might have been a big dog in that.
There are just so many actors and so many elements in these schemes, including organized crime in places like Russia, places like Brazil, that it's really, really hard to make a dent, I think, in the power of the BEC scam.
One.
To me, one of the tragedies of this whole situation is that Because of the reputation of scamming in Nigeria, law enforcement there, particularly with the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, they ended up using scammers and Yahoo boys as just a pretext.
All of a sudden, they're on the streets arresting every young guy for being involved in cybercrime without any evidence. They just pack a group of young boys, they force them to say a lot of things, and then boom. It became one of the reasons why we had what we had in Nigeria last.
Oh, that ain't a protest. To be modern is not a crime. Yo, they got a fake ass protest, yo. Yeah, there's no life in this protest at all. There's no real spirit. There's no seriousness at all in this protest. Look at these folks. Now, where they get this from? Your life matters. No, youth's lives matters. But we ain't got culture. They still youth's lives matters. No, youth's life matters. When it's supposed to be LIVE. Whatever. Look at this. Look at this. No spirit, no seriousness at all behind this march, this protest.
Yeah.
For weeks now, there have been demonstrations against police brutality across Africa's most populous country. Protesters accuse.
The sign said to be modern is not a crime. Dude, you're only modern because you were scamming. You can't afford to buy denim jeans. Put those kente cloths back on.
The now disbanded Special Anti-Robbery Squad, or SARS, of torture.
They've been notorious for extrajudicial killings and harassment, especially of young Nigerians.
NSAS in Nigeria was a big deal last year.
Look at
a
those
lot of
packets.
lives were lost, and up to this moment, we are still trying to pacify young people.
That's the best you out there.
Cybercrime is not a problem of Nigeria or for Nigeria. It's a problem from every part of the world. We need a global cybercrime law. If we have a law, and we also have global law enforcement agencies, then we are moving towards managing cybercrime.
Yeah, nah, he got served more than 20 years. He, hush puppy. I should look up his his Instagram. Yeah, let me look up his. Let me look up his. Let me look up his IG. Hold on. Hush puppy. Hush puppy. Man. I found it. This ain't it.
God is great. From time to hotel for Wuru.
Dang, man. Look at
But it's like God is great. God is great. From Tambuku Hotel for Woro. With this
thanks for always keeping it real. Ain't nothing about to do with the real. Shut up. He got 11 years. He had $26 million in cash. He scammed over 300 million.
Dubai police have once again solved yet another case.
This dude a piece of shit, yeah. That might be his indictment. This guy posing like he really rich.
Like the king of that shit was like Hush Puppy, right?
Hush Puppy. Hush
Puppy was
Yo, Hush Puppy is an animal. Yo, he did it. Yo, I was like,
he had millions in suitcases in his crib.
I be talking to him too.
Oh, word?
Yeah, what's up with him? What we coming out soon?
He said, yo,
oh, all right.
He said, yo,
he
said,
cool.
They be coming out broke though. This guy. My God, this dude is stunting. Look at this guy, man. Stolen money. He is still relevant. Look, Afro on the beach. Like they are praising this damn scammer. Yo, he's a hero.
I see this picture of Tunde just now. They wish us to be happy baby.
I cut the damn music off. Reading the Forbes magazine like he in there. A Nigerian Instagram star conspired with North Korean hackers to steal more than what? Oh, it says more than $1 billion. I ain't mean it like that. I ain't take my damn heart out. There you go.
God sent them.
Yeah, you want to talk about cosplaying? The dude mastered how to cosplay even an FBA 6 like Mayweather. Like this dude is really cosplaying Mayweather. That is sad. That's part of their culture, man. No wonder why when Tariq Nasheed asked them, like, who's the Tariq Nasheed version of them, they couldn't name nobody. It was like, you don't have a Tariq Nasheed version. They got Hush Puppy. Musk Puppy. Musk Puppy. That's funny. What in the hell does her fine ass want with him? Shaking my head, gotta be. Of course. I still remember getting those Nigerian scam emails 15 years ago, specifically the ones of some clown pretending to be the Alphabet Boys director. Where's the dude that sold the fake airport? Oh, I need that guy. Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna next live. I'm gonna find him. I remember this story on the news. And people must. Yeah. Wait. I wanted that tether. Was that him? Was Hush Puppy the guy acting like he had a company? Nah, there was no. That was not him. Yo, there is a Haitian. Wait, I might find him before I end this live. there was a Haitian, or I don't know what he was. Don't get me lying. I don't know what he was, but there was somebody who was acting like he had a business, and he got PPP loans for it, and he didn't get hush puppy money, but he got about at least like 13 million, and he was like telling everybody, trying to like be a motivational speaker and teach people how to stay strong in a fight, and one day that they'll be rich like him. Hold on. How the hell I get to that? Where's the damn? Oh. All right. Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna say he's Nigerian. I don't even know. I'm just gonna guess. That sounds about right. Nigerian scammer. See if I can find this guy real fast. Oh my God, this guy was doing the most. He did more than Hush Puppy and didn't make as much. Little ugly dude. I might have a hard time finding it. But he was all over social media. Is this him? Oh, okay. I got the fake airport. I got the fake airport guy. How you sell an airport? Okay. I wonder if Hush Puppy was the guy I'm thinking of. Hush Puppy might be the guy who I'm thinking of. Yeah, all his motivation advice, his fake business. All right, let me show the airport guy.
Do you see this man?
All right, here we go. One more, and we're out. Oh, y'all can see it.
This
is the man that actually managed to sell an entire
airport that never even existed in the first place. And where did that $242 million from Banco Noreste go? Well, the offshore accounts of these countries sure got a big fat increase over a period of 3 years. Man, this story is exciting. So without further ado, here's how a Nigerian scammer sold fake airport for $242 million. So let's just dive right into it, shall we? How it all began. The year was 1995. Emmanuel Nrude was feeling short on cash, so he was thinking of new ways to make money. Since he served as the director of Union Bank of Nigeria, he was feeling confident he could come up with a plan to make a ton of money quick. So he picked up the phone and started calling some major banks across the world. The one that answered his phone calls was Nelson Sakaguchi, the director of Brazil's Banco Noreste. Now you might ask, why did he pick up the phone to a nobody? Well, when Emmanuel called him on the phone, he wasn't a nobody. He pretended to be none other than Nigeria's Paul Ogwana, who was serving as governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria back in the day. He went on to tell him how he had a big opportunity for him. The only thing he would need to do is invest $242 million. The quote-unquote new airport was being built in Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It seems like everyone can make us rich once we make them rich, but Nelson fell for it. The reason? Emmanuel promised him that there would be a $10 million commission from the deal. Wanting to make some quick money and knowing he would only be spending the bank's assets, he quickly jumped on the hot offer before Emmanuel took it off the table. Hook, line, and sinker. They had him. Over the next 3 years, Nelson wired all of the $242 million to Emmanuel's foreign bank accounts. But since he couldn't have all the money to his name, he had 5 other friends helping him out with this deal, all of them opening bank accounts and all of them in foreign countries. This was money the Nigerian government couldn't track. Problems arise. Nelson Sakaguchi, the head of Banco Noreste, was taken into the office of Jaime Correres Lopez, one of the major shareholders at the bank. You see, Mr. Lopez has been asking Nelson to bring him the papers for the past 3 years, and he was constantly making excuses as why he couldn't do it. He grabbed him by the neck and got all up in his face. Look, no more stories. I want to see the figures, and I want to see them now. It was at this point that Nelson spilled the beans. You see, there was an awful lot of activity on the account of Banco Noreste, located in the Cayman Islands. One of the most prominent heads of the bank, leading the overseas department of the Institution of New York, had nothing left to say except the truth. The entire thing started way back in 1995. Nelson received a fax from someone named Mr. Tarathia Williams, the supposed director of budget and planning at Nigeria's Ministry of Aviation. The fax told the story of a Nigerian citizen who smashed that like button if you haven't done so already. But no, this Nigerian citizen told the Ministry of Aviation that Banco Noreste was interested in making an investment in their lucrative government project. Nelson's pupils widened and he immediately called them back. You see, he was interested in investing in Abuja, the recently declared capital of Nigeria, and it so happened that a certain gentleman, we're looking at you, Nwede, told Nelson that the government was looking for a foreign investor for their project. Being a shrewd banker and a savvy investor, Nelson immediately accepted the deal, but no one could have anticipated the merger of Banco Noreste with Banco Santander in 1997. And so, Nelson was in a difficult situation. You see, on one hand, he wanted to make that $10 million in commissions, but on the other, families like the Simoson and Cochran wanted to make sure the books were cleared before the merger would take place. But that wasn't possible. Nelson didn't have an answer to the question why 2/5 of the bank's total value and half their capital had been sitting in the Cayman Islands unmonitored. Things began to unravel back in December of 1997. You see, that's when the meeting happened, and soon after a criminal investigation ensued. The scandal and the investigation spread to countries all over the world, and countries like Brazil, Britain, Nigeria, Switzerland, and the good old US of A were all involved in the investigation. In the end, the Samoason and Cochran families had to pay the $242 million out of pocket, and the bank collapsed only 3 years later in 2001. Oh, but we have a bunch of Nigerians arrested for their criminal offenses, which means they were all taken to court. Nigeria has just created the EFCC, a government body charged with investigating financial crimes in 2002. Just 2 years later, in 2004, they had one of the biggest cases of fraud in the history of the world. But only 5 of the accomplices were brought to the Abuja courtroom. The 6th was actually too old, and he passed away a few years prior. The Abuja High Court charged all of them with 86 counts of fraudulently seeking advance fees, and around 15 more counts of bribery. This was all related for the sale of the Nigerian airport.
And these guys got a nerve to say something about us. But more importantly, that sister Righteous Rage got the nerve to say it goes both ways. Like, are you... Like, I'm telling you, man, yeah, toxic, man. They are toxic.
Never existed in the first place. All of them pleaded not guilty, and the investigation continued. As the investigation continued, there were another 4 companies whose name was dragged through the mud in this case. Seeing how the plot thickened, Judge Lawal Gumi wanted to have nothing more with this unending case. That's when he told that this affair happened in Lagos, and therefore it should be resolved in Lagos. They were all dragged out of the courtroom and transported to the Lagos High Court. And knowing that there were 5 might try to bribe their way out of this one, they were warned against it. But Nwede wouldn't be Nwede if he didn't try to bribe the executive chairman of the EFCC with $75,000 in cold hard cash. He quickly learned that you don't try to bribe the head of an anti-corruption agency with corrupt money. and he was charged with another case of bribery of a government official, as well as the attempted kidnapping of a witness. However, things started to change after Nelson from Banco Noreste was brought into the courtroom. You see, after his testimony, Nwede immediately pled guilty, hoping that the court would feel sorry for him and give him a minor sentence. But that didn't really happen. Nwede was charged with 5 concurrent 5-year sentences, which climbed to 25 years of jail time. That's not nearly where everything ended. The court further took all of his assets and returned them to the scammed bank, plus another $10 million in fines to be paid to the Nigerian government for the troubles. But Nigeria didn't really hold its end of the bargain, as Nwede was released about a year later in 2006. After this, he filed a lawsuit against the government trying to recover his seized assets. And you know what? They agreed. The man got $52 million of his assets back. Talk about corruption. Still, this crazy concoction.
What? Yo, what? So Nigerian lied, they let him free. He sued the government, got $52 million. Oh my God.
Of lies and illegal activities doesn't end here, because they uncovered the blood on Emmanuel's hands. In the summer of 2016, over 200 people stormed the town of Ukpo. 4 policemen were shot and 1 security guard at a construction site was found dead when the attack had finished. After the investigation began, the police uncovered that 200 people were from the neighboring Abanga community, which had land disputes with the Dunokofia area. The Ambaria State Police Command found Emmanuel Nwede to be involved in this attack, and they arrested him on 27 accounts of murder, terrorist attacks, and attempted murder. And even though he was currently being held at the Agawaka prison in Anambra State, locals doesn't actually trust the police department, and think that Nwede will be a free man once again thanks to his social status and immense wealth. This Nwede case opened the doors for a flood of fraudsters and scammers to enter the scene and live a life of opulence and luxury while having gained their wealth through illegal ways. And with the expansion of the internet, the cyber attacks...
That's crazy, yo. It's literally a part of their culture. What can we do with them? We can't do anything with that, man. We can't do anything with that. There's no bridge, man. All right, family. Let me see in the chat before I log off. Hey, don't forget to like the videos. We get more. Righteous Rage is a new person. We got other new folks in the chat. Your likes is what gets them here. All right, hold on. All right, yes, sir. Peace. We got Shadu, Shebrew, Copper. Hey, Shebrew, can you call in at I'll be back live at 7. Can you call in? I want you to weigh in on what you heard today, and just give me some thoughts. How you feel about this whole delineation thing that we got going on? Laura Malk, F.B.A. Ronnie, Muck Muck H, Chad Smith, Satchel Hyle, Golden Brown, Funkies. Let me give him his wrench. Hey, family, I'm out. I'll be back around like 7 o'clock. Peace, peace, peace. Appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. Just make sure you like the video and you way up.